by conviction. Minui goes forward. Here comes Porter. Is able to get one on the Meganar, but gets chipped down by Po Belter.
Minui.
The follow through though, as Chrome is able to pop one. Chrome is able to pop two. Here comes the engage from Minui. Last stand, but they can stand no longer. Look at those health bars crumble. Caught out in double lift, gets the kill. Now focusing on Minui, who's trying to escape, but there's Po Belter deep in the middle of it all, and down go Conviction. Insanity critically low, will be able to bail out as the curtain call opens. The target is Music. Levitate will body block for it, but Samikin will be fed to Luminosity. Game in the corner. Will it cost them their life? Here it comes. Counter-Strike finds one stun. Levitate's down. Fake God still coming through. Tomio on the back end gets caught out. Has to go golden to buy time, but there's the wilting lullaby. And Zazel with the re-engage will find one kill. Tactical on the flank will clean up another.
Damage here. It's a Jed coming over the top with the bullet time on the three. Ends up getting the jump out of Aljun, but it is still going to be an unstoppable Sajed on the backside of this fight. Aljun trying to get out now as well. Going to get the slow from the Weirdning, but Dardoch has gone down to Sajed. Psycho with another flash, and this time it comes correct of the rubs. Low Jazz. Oh, really nice flash for Tub. Oh, it doesn't matter. Oh my God. The killing spree for Decoy. Now they don't have much. Megadar is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Shutdown goes over to Dr. Calculus.
Speak and go for the steal. It's getting really close, but it's going to be secured by Speaka, but they are fully sending it here. Damage coming through. The curtain call is open, but TF Blade with the stasis buys time, but that's right. Speaka is out of the picture. Double lift isn't in the picture. Where is this Corki damage?
Bienvenidos and welcome back, y'all, to week numero 4 of the NACL Spring Split, the year of our Beatdown Savior 2025, and how rightfully fit that Beatdown is our savior, because not only none of the play-by-plays were available on the last day of week 3, but then Beatdown says, you know what? I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. Thanos snaps himself back into that game, and he does a pretty remarkable job on the play-by-play. Anyway,
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you. As you guys can't already tell, it's your boy Rafa and Beatdown in the casting booth for the first time in 2025. First time, I want to say, in 2 years, actually. It was the last time we casted
just
together.
about. Spring 2023, when you were still on the NACL. Yeah, that's pretty much the timeline there. So, you know, they've kept us apart for so long, Mark, but we've finally reunited, and it's going to be great.
There's just too much cake in one caster booth, but you know, we could not let them hold us back. But of course, we got to get into the thick of things. We got such a fun series of games for you guys today. Kicking off things, our first series, Dark Zero and Conviction Esports. But of course, we gotta, you know, look back at last week, as you guys have already seen what the match highlights were. There were overall 6 series that took place last week. There was Blue Otter taking on Luminosity Gaming, and even though it was still an overall win for Luminosity Gaming in terms of series score, have to shout out Blue Otter being able to stand up to one of our title favorites or split favorites in Luminosity Gaming, taking them down in the second game of the series off of the back of a really insane composition drafted off by Blue Water. Once they got that first grub fight successful for themselves, it seemed like they were able to get a pretty strong foothold in that game.
And it's really nice to see signs of life from Blue Otter, just because, you know, they had a rough start to the split. We were hoping they would hit the ground running with how successful they were in the back half of last summer. So the fact that they're able to take that game is a big deal. Of course, there was Near Airport and Conviction. This is one of those matches that go about as expected. Again, very rarely can you go up against the top 3 in the league at the moment and receive anything but a 2-0. Blue Water were one of the exceptions last week, but unfortunately Conviction were one of the victims of Near Airport.
Conviction did come off the back before going into the series of a 2-series win in their first week, and then didn't play at all in the second week of NACL. And we were all wondering if it was going to give them like an extra buff into Near Airport. Unfortunately for them, Near Airport still just that damn good. Meanwhile, our fourth series of our third series of last week, Dark Zero against CCG, another one of our split favorites and the reigning tournament winners or tournament champions in Dark Zero, kind of swept the floor with CCG. I still think we kind of put CCG in our top half of teams, but not able to at least budge our reigning champion so far.
Yeah, not quite. And we saw AMI also get themselves a really important win here for Polestar. Even though AMI not being one of the top teams in the league at the moment, a win here was so important for them because they positioned themselves where now all they have to, it's not guaranteed, but now it is very likely that all they have to worry about is trying to make playoffs. They are now very less likely to go into that bottom 2 and have to go and try to play and keep their spot in the promotion tournament.
True. And then our final 2 series of the week. First things kicking off, Luminosity against Winthrop University. Once again, whenever we talk about a series that involves our 3 split favorites in Dark Zero, Luminosity, and Near Airport against any other team, we pretty much have high expectations that the split favorite should be very favored, and this one was no different. Although it's not like Winthrop wasn't able to put up a fight, but it was very tough for them regardless.
Yeah, game 2 started off, I think, a little better for them, but at the end of it, Dark Zero are too good. And yet another example, Near Airport again, against Supernova, who we wanted to see a lot more of. Haven't really been seeing it quite yet so far this split. But, you know, it's week 4. There's still a chance for a comeback. We've seen crazier things happen in the NACL. And Dark Zero could be one of them. Or
maybe.
Supernova, not Dark Zero. Space terms, you know, they're throwing me off.
Understandable. Our last series, Near Airport versus Supernova. Supernova not having necessarily... obviously, this one is a tougher series to still play up against. But I remember at the beginning of the split, we definitely had some higher expectations for a team like Supernova, who have not been able to, I guess, live up to a lot of the hype that we were expecting for them. But at the same time, I think it just goes to show that when not playing against the 3 split favorites in Near Airport, Dark Zero, and Luminosity, the teams that Supernova did play up against, for the most part, got smashed by. Did pull out one series win. I forget which team they triumphed over.
Winthrop? But don't quote me on that. We'd have to go back and look.
Well,
but I see your point.
Yeah. There's the AMI. AMI was the team that they triumphed
there you
over.
go.
So, but for the most part, the competition outside of the 3 teams at the top, for the most part, seems very competitive. There's a couple bottom teams at the that some people are very doubtful of whether they will be able to take a series win off any of the rest of the teams. But going into the rest of our spring split, now kicking off week 4. As I mentioned before, Dark Zero and Conviction Esports is our first series of the day that we'll be getting into in just a few moments. Our final series of the day is CCG taking on Blue Otter. And then rest of the week, there's 4 more series. I think one that stands out as a big one is probably going to be, actually, I guess I was thinking of week 5. I was about to say,
I had a feeling.
I off the top of my head, I was like, oh yeah, there's a Dark Zero Near Airport series. Like, oh no, that's next week.
That's not right. You're peeking ahead. Don't do that.
I am peeking ahead. Just looking at the rest of week 4 series. Now that I think about it, a lot of these are very top heavy or lopsided. Luminosity against Polestar, Dark Zero against Supernova, CCG and Winthrop. Even though CCG and Winthrop is probably more competitive than the likes of any of the Dark Zero and the Luminosity gaming series that are this week, at least CCG is still heavily favored, even though there's always a chance that Winthrop could rise to the occasion. And then Near Airport, AMI, once again, top 3 favorite versus one of the other teams in the league. But the fact that Blue Otter was able to take a game off of Luminosity Gaming should be inspiring for the rest of the league to see if they can rise to the occasion. And this is going to be, who knows, one of those occasions. But
maybe
this is Dark Zero, and there's something quite remarkable about Dark Zero's position in the league so far, Beatdown, and it's the fact that they have not dropped a game, let alone a series so far this split.
That's right, and it's looking like they're well on their way to kind of repeating a great performance they had last summer. They finished the split 9-0, 18-3 in terms of map score. So far, they haven't dropped the map, so seems like they're on their way to matching that performance, or maybe they even beat it, because you even look at the members of LG and NA, and they've even mentioned where basically every team in the league is looking at Dark Zero as the king of the hill, as the top dog who they want to try and topple.
Yeah, and there is a point that we'll be looking at is if after next week, if Near Airport is not able to at least take a game off of Dark Zero, if not win the series, then Dark Zero has already played Luminosity Gaming.
Yeah, I was going to say, who's left?
who else could stand in Dark Zero's path? But, we got Conviction Esports, stepping up to the plate, and we've seen some miracles happen. We've seen some underdog stories rise up in prior splits of NACL. So why don't we introduce their faces onto the rift for y'all today? In the blue side, it is Conviction Esports, top lane Hoarder, jungle Kizno, mid lane Dark Wings, and then the bot lane of Chrome and Minui.
And you kind of highlighted it as we were talking about matches of the week overall. This is a roster who have had a pretty good start so far. They actually only just recently received their first loss, and of course, it was against Near Airport, as we saw in those clips earlier on when we were recapping. So this is a team that I think we have a lot of experience here in the NACL over the last little bit. I think this team has definitely been performing to expectations. I especially like what I've been seeing from a player like Kizno. I think he's grown so much since his first split, playing for Lit Esports early last year, when we were watching him try to promote into the league, and he's a player who I'm still keeping an eye on going forward.
Yeah, and even though their last series against Near Airport did not necessarily, put them in the best light, listen, guys, you know, we have our 3 split favorites for a reason, you know, and if the teams below those 3 are not able to take a game off of them, you know, then I'm not going to dock them and say like, well, yeah, there's no hope for these guys. No.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's quite a large jump, especially considering that this is, you know, for a couple of these guys on Conviction Esports, their first overall official split in the NACL. They're here to get experience and be able to learn as many lessons as they can against the likes of, you know, some of the best players that we have to offer in Tier 2. And, you know, like we said, even though Near Airport are not necessarily, you know, like at the peak of their, you know, overall gaming careers, you know, some players on there, you know, have built up legacies that are, you know, infamous throughout all of North America, and, you know, players that they on the likes of Conviction Esports or anyone that has, you know, come up through the scene has looked up to for years. But on the red side, their opponents, Dark Zero. These guys need no introduction if you've been following Tier 2 for a while. Zamudo, Yuji, Spyrax, Sajed, and Zyko. The majority of this roster is the reigning champions of the NACL off of their victory last summer. Sajed obviously coming in over Scary Jerry, who is currently playing in Tier 1 in the LTA for Disguise. And I have to say, Beatdown, these guys have not really missed a beat since coming back into the NACL this spring.
They really haven't. Dark Zero, Dragon Steel are just the wall that everyone else in the NACL are throwing themselves against to try and see if they can actually take them down. It feels like they, whether individually or we talk about map play, team play, they just outplay everyone else in the league in every respect. I mean, you highlighted Sajed coming in for this newly promoted Scary Jerry. The fact that I think that was a side grade and he's been performing pretty well, but everyone on this team has just been playing remarkably. Yuji, of course, has to get that shout out because he's this player who we just, when this year started and we saw the rosters, we're like, why is Yuji in this league? It is actually criminal that we are casting this guy and he's not in Tier 1. Like, he's just been, and he keeps playing like it too.
Yeah, he has earned his way to at least, you know, being given a shot in Tier 1. Whether it's LTA or any other league that wants to take him, we're going to continue to see whether Yuji is going to live up to his tweet that he put out at the beginning of the split, where he said, I guess I just have to win a 3rd MVP title just to show all the teams in LTA or whoever else in the world wants to look for an upcoming jungle prospect that I need to be given a shot. And so far, the argument has been still very compelling. But we're into draft for both of these teams, and off the top of my head, Beatdown, some of the bans on Dark Zero are pretty standard. On the other side, Conviction Esports, you know, unless if I'm casting LPL and I see, you know, Rise ban, I'm like, you know, you're playing against Doinby, you're playing against Ninjas in Pajamas. But, you know, the Rise ban, definitely a shocker for me, as well as that Scion. But then again, we saw how well Zamudo Scion was able to cook people in the side lanes in previous games.
Yeah, you partially also ban it to force out the Jace ban. The Rise ban is for Spyrax. He's been planking that one a lot lately, and he's been piloting it really nicely. So I like that respect from Conviction. Already we're seeing some of these picks come through. Lucian, who I feel like has risen in priority when paired with the Milio especially, kind of fell off in the last week, but since the patch change came through, I do still think it is very viable. And I saw Jet as pretty partial to it as well. So I'm wondering if we're just going to see the Milio come through early on, or if they want to prioritize strong champions like the Gwen, who's still up.
Top laners like Rumble are still available, but it doesn't seem like that's in or what Hoarder wants to take into the Gwen matchup. Will just rely on the Ambessa. Meanwhile, Talia, great combo. Kind of between the Ahri and the Talia, those are like two AP mid laners that you see often paired with something like a Vi. The ultimate into the full spell rotation is just super reliable for them to get down. And as you called it, anytime you see a Lucian now locked in, more than likely you're going to see the Latino support in Emilio. Shout out for the representation, but also just because that cozy campfire and the whole kit synergizes so well with Lucian's arsenal.
Yeah, and you can see the Vi Talia is so important, especially when you're playing against a shorter range marksman like the Lucian. That's why you really want something like the Milio and even the Gwen, because both are good anti-dive, good at making space, and that's why you're also seeing the support pool pinched out. You're just removing the easiest go button options that Minui is partial to at the moment, and you're just trying to create as much space for Sajid as you can this game.
Yeah. Well, now that you have not a tank support and you haven't locked in your jungler, something tells me that Yuji will have to play something that can reliably face check bushes for the side of Dark Zero. It would be pretty bold of them to basically pick only fighters or junglers that just want to fight and skirmish. And you know what? Even if Yuji, I haven't really talked to Yuji about like whether he is a fan of playing like tank junglers versus like, you know, carry junglers or junglers that, you know, pump out a little bit more damage. But he recognizes his role. He is, you know, he understands his, you know, service to the team, and someone's got to do it at this point in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I like it. You're paired with Gwen top, who's melee as well, so you get the maximum use of that permafrost, which is really nice. And you give Spyrax that last pick there in the mid lane to kind of just pick whatever he's hoping for. And actually, the Lulu is interesting. I wonder if it's going to be an Aphelios or some other kind of carry. Zeri is another one, just because the removal of champs like Rakan and Nautilus, I think, make either very viable, because the really easy snap engages are out of the picture. So I think it's just a matter of preference there for Chrome and what he'd like to play. I would like Aphelios just because it gives you a really strong element of scaling with this Vi Talia composition. But I think Zeri works fine too, as long as you avoid the Arctic Assault from Yuji, as long as you avoid the Glacial Prison, and you keep yourself auto-attacking in these team fights with that ultimate, you're going to be doing work.
Yeah. And the fact that they already had the Vi locked for themselves, that's usually like the typical answer into Zeri, because as you called out, any type of point and click targeted CC is the most reliable way of being able to lock someone down that is super slippery like a Zeri. Dark Zero don't really have that on this squad, and that is, you know, even though we know on paper Dark Zero are very favored just because of who the players are, what the results have been, and the pedigree that's coming into this, you know, series versus Conviction Esports, I at least like some of the things that Conviction Esports have going for them, and I think it's just a lot more a higher execution on the side of Dark Zero to be able to lock someone down like a Zeri.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mark. The thing with Dragonsteel is, like, we know this is a very good team, but if we're talking like nameplates off, Vi Talia, I think, is just a great combination to get you through that early mid game. As soon as you hit level 6, like, the combo is so very powerful. And even though you don't have a dive support necessarily, you have the dive buddy with Porter. So I think this comp that Conviction have actually gone for is pretty good. As long as the two dive buddies can actually get on top of Sajid on this Lucian, you can get him out of the picture really quickly, even with Milio. So I think Sajid is going to have to be really careful this game, and the solo laners of Dragonsteel need to put up big numbers. They're going to want to be able to come up on top, especially when we get into that late game with 2-3 items. It's Zeri Lulu. It's so difficult to actually lock her down.
Yeah, as you can see, we're waiting to load onto the Rift as soon as our technical pause is resolved. But that's totally fine with me, because I think there's a couple questions now that we can further discuss before we... never mind, we're not going to answer those questions. We're going to throw to a quick break. When we come back, hopefully, we'll be loading onto the Rift for Game 1. Welcome back, y'all. We're getting ready for game number 1. We're just remaking the draft, and then we'll be loading in shortly. But that is totally okay, because this gives me and Beatdown some time to discuss some of the other things that we wanted to prop up for this series and pose before we started letting the gameplay talk for itself. As I've lost Beatdown on my visual. Okay, he's back.
Can't hear
Maybe?
anything.
Are you back? I can't hear you anymore. Uh-oh. All right, so that's what's happening. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
No, I cannot. I can see your lips moving, but I
Yeah,
cannot hear
yeah.
you. I'm not sure if the stream can hear you or not.
I don't know. I can hear you.
You're
That's the
muted,
odd
brother.
thing.
But it's okay. While we get Beatdown back, some of the things that I wanted to look at is the solo lanes and a gambit that essentially Conviction Esports is taking for this first game. They let the Gwen go, and I'm going to pull out some stats, y'all. Check this out. According to GOL, as of today, before going into this series, there were 34 bans on Gwen, the highest banned champion throughout NACL. I hear Beatdown back in my ear. I think Beatdown could be back, you know? Beatdown could be back. You know what? Instead of Beatdown Boulevard, we're going to just say Beatdown back, you know, instead. That's your name now.
Same initials.
There you go. BDB. BDB.
Exactly.
Anyway, Gwen has been banned 34 times the split. The highest banned champion. The next highest banned is Neferi at 26. So 8 more times banned. And normally, when you let the Gwen go through, you have a pretty compelling answer into it. There's a reason why Ambessa dropped down in priority in top lane ever since top laners realized, oh, Gwen is actually strong again, ever since she got the changes to her E and her Q in her early laning phase. And the fact that now she can trade pretty well now, it makes something like Gwen, who just seemingly has a strong laning phase and yet still scales relatively well into the later stages of the game, making her almost, as long as you execute her well and you're a good pilot, which Zamudo has proven to be. Oh, do you not hear me now? Is that what's
I can't hear you, but I see your lips moving. It's
oh my
the same
gosh,
as before,
no,
but
I've
it's
lost
now the
Beatdown
opposite.
again. I can't hear Beatdown in my ear anymore. Anyway.
Oh, I can hear you again. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can hear each other again.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
So it's okay. Please continue your point. You were talking about draft.
First of all, you're dropping Gwen, and you're letting Gwen being taken by your opponents, and at the same time, it's Zamudo of all people, who we have seen what happens when in a side lane Zamudo is able to get free farm or a relatively scot-free laning phase. He makes you pay for it, right? So I'm not sure what the angle is for Conviction Esports here, especially since we've now seen the Ambessa priority drop because of how strong Gwen has been, not just as a direct answer into Ambessa. It evolved from Ambessa counterpick to just best blind pick in top lane for the most part. Maybe Rumble is like a close second, or some teams view Rumble as a better blind pick over Gwen now, or just the flexibility of being able to put Gwen in top or jungle, since I know some teams are practicing it. I know some teams are cooking with the Gwen jungle, but they've been liking it in top lane so far. You know, this... I'm just going to say this. If Hoarder is somehow able to beat Zamudo's Gwen in lane, then he's just the GOAT. You know, like, then Hoarder is just having, like, the best game of his life, if that's the case.
Yeah, the problem that Conviction might run into is it's not just about winning lane, it's about putting this Gwen down. Because even though Gwen has been nerfed a bit, I honestly find the nerfs pretty inconsequential. I think at the end of the day, 2-3 items, she's a side lane monster, she's a team fight monster, and something that Conviction are going to have to contend with later on. Just very strong and dangerous to dive into, which is kind of what Conviction's whole comp is trying to do. And even though they are lacking a little bit in terms of really easy CC and team fight setup, they do have some slows on their side. They do have ways to kind of access the carries of Conviction. You highlighted the Cozy Campfire early on. I think that playstyle with the Lucian Milio is a pretty big deal, because what we end up seeing is they'll use the Cozy Campfire Lucian will get aggressive, Q auto attack for a lot of burst damage and just leave.
Yeah. Conviction at least have some, you know, simple, reliable ways to execute some game plans in the early mid-game. Like you called out, once you hit level 6 on this Vi and Talia, I expect that Conviction Esports might just try and see if they can break open the game early and look for those fast plays with the ability to just collapse on a side lane super fast with the Weaver's Wall. If you can somehow get Porter snowballing early on, because it's not like Mbessa doesn't also scale. We've seen how well of a threat she can be on her 2-item spike. It's just that Gwen is very much in the same pocket as well. So it definitely does feel like that Conviction, if you do not get this top side ahead of the curve versus Dark Zero's top side curve, then Zeri's kind of like your late game insurance. But at the same time, that is a big responsibility to be put on Chrome's shoulders.
Yeah, I will say though, props to Hoarder, because I don't think we really got a chance to mention it before, but I actually think he's been playing really well, above my expectations going on to this league. We've seen him play on other teams in Tier 3, and while he was trying to promote here to the NACL in past attempts, and I didn't expect him to be as good as he has been, but he actually has been performing really nice. I think he plays Mbessa very well. So in this situation that you highlight, it's true. It's a lot of pressure on Conviction and Hoarder's shoulders to play this way into Dark Zero. But I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's him.
Hoarder has definitely had a hell of a glow up since the last time I watched him. I remember seeing Hoarder in like one of the early boot camps I keep forgetting the name for it. It was like an HP boot camp partnered with EG at the time in fall of 2023. And I know I have mentioned this on, you know, some shows that I've been on in the past before with NACL, but I always like kind of associate Hoarder being the poppy guy in solo queue. And, you know, compared to what a lot of like the higher level pros were always saying, they didn't have, you know, necessarily the highest thoughts of Hoarder, but then talking to some people behind the scenes, both Hoarder and Kizno go to Korea, they boot camp, they have insane runs on the solo queue ladder, super high on it, and then they come back in the NCL, and at least for the first week, both of these guys are kicking ass, and I'm just going, damn, this is a nice way to start off the season. Obviously, like we said against Near Airport, that was a tough task to try and leverage for themselves. Near Airport definitely made Hoarder's life a little bit harder with some early pressure on the top side of the map. And the way that the first 3 minutes has been playing so far beat down, it's no different. Hoarder already down on HP. Both the junglers have path towards the top side of the map, so that if UG wanted to look for a way to flip Hoarder's lane and make it even more uncomfortable, at least he's got Kizno in his back pocket as bot lane. Sajed forced to flash away. The heal. Oh my goodness, Manui actually has enough damage. Wait a minute. But Zyko's going to trade one back. Supportal combat to the finish. Chrome. Oh, he flies into the Super Mega Death. But it's okay. Chrome still wins the 1v1 against the support. I thought that Zyko may have been able to outplay him with that timing on the Q. Meanwhile, top side.
Oh, look at Kizno.
Yeah, we got more action, baby. UG forced to run away because Kizno was there waiting, as we called out before, and good hover by Kizno to make sure that Hoarder does not suffer a dive that early.
Yeah. Really nicely done there from Kizno, recognizing that there's just an easy dive angle and preventing that one. Now we even see Manui here to off his recall earlier. Or his death, I should say, moving towards the top side to hold the wave. I like that as well. So you give Hoarder this opportunity to walk to the bottom lane. You have this early lane swap set up for the Grubs. And I was going to say, that bottom fight, not the greatest look there from Zyko. And I think this is just, it wasn't just a great idea for Sajid and Zyko to trade this heavily. Because the thing with Lulu's polymorph is that, once you're polymorphed, there's no way out of it. You can't cleanse, you can't flash, you can't do anything. So the fact that they were so low and trying to go for something here, I think was actually a little misplay.
The polymorph was so crucial there. Barrier timing as well from Chrome, nice to just block out any of that initial trade damage. and just overall, straight up outplayed. I'm not gonna lie to you, Beatdown. I don't know what the actual, lane matchup is supposed to play out between Lucian Emilio and Zeri Lulu. The fact that you have both enchanter supports means that, it at least makes it so that one side is not completely lopsided, as you typically do see with range supports versus melee supports. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's how it's supposed to actually go down, because we think of Zeri as like, oh, this is supposed to be a late game scaling AD carry, and Lucian typically in seasons past, like, it's early game focus. Now we know that Lucian can be played more as a mid game champion, where the first spike is super important. You go to mid lane, you're able to force priority with the power of the culling. So not sure if it's necessarily just that oopsie from the side of Dark Zero's bot lane and they can recover, or if it's actually something super concerning for the side of Dark Zero.
I will say the big concerning thing is because of that play, Sajad actually lost a good bit of farm, and he's actually a couple waves behind. So this did put Lucian a little back. Yuji's in the area, though.
Isno winding up the ball breaker, but a quick kick by a soccer ball from Zyko. Gonna stop it. The ball breaker comes back off cooldown right onto Yuji. They're trading heavily right now, and Zyko still taking up as much damage as possible so that Sajed can still be healthy. Steps forward, Ignite pop as well. But Minui, power of the heal and the shield, gonna keep him alive.
Yeah, but look at the health bars. Minui is pretty low on mana as well, so that should give the opening here, it looks like, for Dark Zero to go ahead and start the grubs. So Sajed is gonna answer the wave. No, actually, I think they want to fight.
I want to look for one more kill on Minui. I guess they just get that one for free. Conviction just overestimating what kind of angle they could have taken and how long they were able to stay on the wave. They at least got the wave shoved into the towers, so it's not going to be frozen on them, but that's a kill going over to Dark Zero.
Yeah, a bit of an overchase there. It does make Sajed feel a little bit better about how that early lane phase is going to go. Yuji, of course, low health. Just going to smite one grub, get level 6, and leave. At the end of the day, getting one grub on top of that kill, I think is perfectly fine for the side of Dark Zero, especially because you force Conviction away. Kizno has to go to the other side of the map to go farm. And Yuji's actually free to go back to that top side. Get the grubs and path down.
Yeah, at least getting one ensures that Conviction doesn't walk away with all three if Kizno wanted to beeline it to the top side for some reason, if it made sense for him. But there's all these camps that Kizno has to pick up on the bottom side, and, as most jungle mains know, you want to keep that economy rolling and not necessarily interrupting it for objectives unless it is dire straits. And only 7 minutes into the game with 2 kills apiece, the gold lead, just a small 400 gold advantage in Conviction's pockets is definitely not one of those moments where you need to sack all of your camps that you could be farming just to rush over those grubs. But as we continue on to the early game, so far, it definitely got scrappier than we expected. Some things didn't play out the way that we expected them to, but I think we're still in a state of the game where Conviction are starting to work their way towards the level 6 spikes, now already completed by Darkwings and Kizno. I'm curious to see how proactive Darkwings is going to try to be on this Talia.
Yeah, at the moment, Fireaxe has been pretty consistently shoving him in, so I think it's been hard for Darkwings to actually get around and interact, but it's true. Kizno at level 6 means you do have that powerful, what is powerful, I should say, about the Vi Talia combo online. It's just going to be about the setup. In previous games, I mean, we call back to, hold on. I think we have a fight.
Getting some chip damage in. Yuji is in the area, has Flash and Glacial Prison available. This is a typical setup over the Raptor Pit wall. Q ulti would do the trick. There it is, dead center, fate sealed, so easy to follow up. And Darkwings doesn't even have a chance to flash.
We got to give props to Kizno for having Yuji's number for most of this early game, but now Yuji made a play he couldn't predict, and that's Darkwings going down before he can even recognize he needs to flash, and it gives Dark Zero the opportunity to secure this first dragon.
Kizno trying to see if he can take advantage of Yuji's presence on the bottom side of the map that they were able to spot out, but not able to look for a dive on the top side. It is a little difficult, especially when you do not have a tank support that can reliably set up even more CC for you, despite the fact that, hang on, fight on the bot side. Zamudo getting super low, but the fact that he sidestepped the public execution from Hoarder, there was actually a moment there that it might have looked winnable for Hoarder on the Mbessa.
And we want to talk about leads and advantages too. Zamudo's got a pretty big advantage there. You can see over Hoarder. So the CS lead, this is just been happening naturally. No actual jungle intervention since Yuji and Kizno showing up earlier kind of cancel each other out. And this is kind of part of what impresses us about Zamudo. Like, he's a player who just farms well. He naturally gets leads for himself, and he contributes very greatly to team fights later into the game. And he's been a crucial part of the success there for Dark Zero, both now and last split when they won the championship. And of course, for it, he won Most Improved Player.
And Zamudo has been having a pretty consistently stellar split so far, which, you know, sometimes when we talk about Hang On, Chrome and Minui trying to make Zamudo's life a little bit more uncomfortable, knowing that how far Zamudo has been ahead. 3v1 dive, they should be able to... that's a lot of knockups, bro. Cease and desist into the wild growth, yeah. Zamudo definitely tried to do his best, but that was, you know, a big investment from Conviction Esports to shut down the Gwen. I want to call to your attention, Beatdown. Have you ever seen... What is this? Rod and Aetherwisp being rushed on Gwen of all champions?
I'm trying to think. Is it Lichbane? That's the only thing. That's the only thing I can think of.
Lichbane rush. Because the glowing mode is going to build into a Sheen most likely too.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, Dark Zero, not big fans of Conviction 3-manning their top side, so they're going to pay the same treatment to Hoarder. Fortunately for him, he's able to flash away and get out before Dark Zero begin a chain reaction of CC. He's able to get out though.
Yeah. TP's coming through. Of course, response. It looks like into that top side from Hoarder to come back and get the wave. But I think the big thing too is that, yeah, there was the exchange, but Hoarder doesn't go down, and Chrome got a lot of plates on that bottom side. You can see the bottom tier 1 turret. It is down to 1 plate, so the Zeri continues to be very strong, very fed, and we kind of saw a glimpse about what Chrome is going to be like in those later stages of the game. You're getting so much space created and support from Vi. You're getting wild growth from Lulu, and that's something Dark Zero are going to have to contend with.
Yeah, and I will say for Conviction, the fact that they were able to get the early all-in in the 2v2 for Chrome and Minui, and now being able to at least spoon-feed Chrome another kill onto Zamudo. He's got a U-toned arrows this early on as a Zeri. Conviction Esports recognizing that, hey, maybe the way that this game is playing out, maybe we weren't expecting it to be this good, but this is now a win condition that you can poise around. Now they're trying to force Dark Zero off of this second rotation of Grubs. Dark Zero has Sejuani ultimate available in their back pocket, but they're respecting the amount of members Conviction are dedicating to this play. But once again, we have seen this before, Beatdown, when other teams have dropped side waves to Dark Zero, their solo laners benefit and then make them pay for it later on in the game.
And they are continuing to benefit. You can see Spyrax got a wave in, a plate for himself. He's already got his first item in a good CS lead. So we talked about it in draft, how the solo laners are going to have to step up this game because Sajid is going to be under a lot of threat from Conviction. They do have the gold to be able to do so because they have these individual leads. So they have what they need to succeed and kind of get the win. It's going to be about the execution.
Yuji throws out the Glacier Prism. Minui says, okay, cool. Yep, you got my flash. That's a trade right there from Dark Zero. Not the end of the world, since considering for Conviction Esports, Minui is not the main carry that Dark Zero are trying to fish for. So as long as he's staying in that back pocket, ready to provide a polymorph or a wild growth, I think Conviction are still relatively safe for the next few minutes. Dark Zero going to have to try again, trying to fish for an engage on the actual carry that they want to pick off.
Yeah, it's hard too, because Dark Zero playing out these team fights is a little difficult because they are lacking, again, a little bit of CC. You're highly depending on the Fate Sealed from Spyrax, and there's so much on Yuji's shoulders as the only tank on the team. So I think that's why we're seeing them look for a lot of these smaller skirmishes. They catch someone out in rotation, and they try to hit them with the Glacial Prison, force a summoner spell, force a kill, whatever the case may be, because they want these little skirmishes, not these big fights.
Yeah. The gold lead is still in, or has shifted over to Dark Zero's favor just because of the natural solo lane advantages that they are getting,
right
whether
now,
it's Conviction getting out lane or the side of Dark Zero just being able to out lane them. Anyway, Dragon being secured for the side of Conviction. That was the second Dragon going down, and now it's the Chemtech map. Weaver's Wall, Zyko might be in trouble, still has Flash available, but he just pops the heal, and he is zooming. But now he is really carrying himself all the way. That felt a little odd. I almost feel like you just want to flash away towards Sajid and Yuji where everything is safe, but maybe Zyko felt like, oh, I'm super fast here, I can outrun them, and then wasn't expecting the collapse from Hoarder on the left side.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was probably what he was thinking, but I guess it ends up being a touch greedy, just wanting to hold on to your flash and then going for an inopportune flash means you lost the summoner spell, you still died in the process. And again, it's just how powerful and easy it is for Conviction to find a guaranteed play every time Kizno's ult is available.
Ease of execution, we talked about it. A little bit harder for Dark Zero, whereas for Conviction Esports, while definitely the odds are against them, they have at least given them really reliable win conditions and game plans to execute at this point in the game that we were talking about. First item spikes mid-game. And check this out, Beat. This isn't your typical Sundered Sky vibe. This is a Trinity Force vibe. This is like the carry vibe of the days of old where you would see that if you're rocking a Trinity Force this early on into the game, or not early on, but going for a Trinity Force rush, you're expected to put out, you know, a reasonable amount of damage and good skirmishing potential and just trying to burst down squishies.
And right now, speaking of bursting down, we have a bit of an angle here for Dark Zero to try and take down this Tier 1 turret, but it's not actually going to come through. For the moment, not very much. Not very much is happening on the map here, and again, I think that favors Conviction just because of how strong they are in those later stages of the game. Again, a lot of that is here for Chrome on the Zeri. And
Gamers,
how
I might have
powerful
lost
this
beat down.
is.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was... Are you back, beat down?
I am back.
Okay. Dang, the internet gods are really trying to keep us apart today. They heard that we haven't casted together in 2 years, and they're like, "Bet we're gonna keep that streak going." So, hopefully everything can get resolved. But so far, Dark Zero still ahead of the curve in terms of gold. Conviction Esports have done a nice job for themselves of being able to set up some decent picks. They're somewhat even on the objective game. 1 turret to 2 turrets, but 4 grubs to 2. 1 dragon apiece. Dark Wings looking for another play here. Weaver's Wall comes in. Spyrax under fire, and there's the seismic shove combo, but was not on top of the Unraveled Earth because he had flashed away before. Zamuto now comes into the flank. This is a Lich Bane Gwen. I want to see how much damage this guy's actually going to do, but he gets popped. And Dark Zero lose out on their Gwen, whereas the rest of the Conviction, as a 5-man unit, still stand tall.
And it looked like the angle wasn't too great from Conviction, just because Hoarder's ult didn't really land true. It went onto the Sejuani. But at the end of it, again, that constant DPS really favors a Conviction, especially Chrome. He's just able to free hit. He's already at 2 items and is just continuing to scale. And I think as long as Manui protects him, this is how a lot of these fights are going to go.
And take a look back at that replay once again. Dark Wings, the initiation, and the rest.
Yeah. And it was a good look. I think the big thing here, too, is just that they're able to so easily turn onto Zamuto. Look at the space between Zamuto and everyone else. Sajid not able to do as much damage. They burst down the Glen, and they're just all able to walk away with most of their health bars intact.
At least Zamuto has 2 items for himself now. He did skip the tier 2 boots just to make the Malignance completion happen. Guys, I'm not an expert on Gwen builds. I've just seen, you know, the Rift Makers, the Nashers, sometimes the Cosmic Drive, this is the first time I've seen Lichbane and Malignant, not just as a combo, but as individual items being built on Gwen. So I am very, very curious to see how well he's going to be able to pull it off. I am getting word that I think we are about to go into a pause, if I'm not
No, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Sorry, I was getting misinformation. Anyway, all good. Back into game state here, Beat. You're still with me, right? I haven't lost you. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Huh?
Was
that
he
old?
trading against someone? I'm not sure. Not sure what
Was a little awkward. Oh, okay. Well, you know what? It worked.
Yeah, Darkwing sees the needlework from Fog of War, is like, oh, well, this is weird. I'm not messing with that.
Yeah.
Maybe, okay, the only thing I can, like, guess is that with this build, it has so much raw AP on it, and it's such a low cooldown thanks to Malignance reducing your ability haste on your ultimate specifically.
Yeah.
Maybe the needleworks just hit like a truck at this point if you're squishy.
Yeah, I think that's probably the angle that they're looking, the angle that he's looking for there. So right now it's going to be Conviction who have that first look on the Drake. Zamudo doesn't have his ult, so it is going to be easily secured by Conviction, but Spirax might want a little more.
Zamudo's flanking right below them. He doesn't have needlework anymore. We'll see how well he can actually threaten. He's forced to flash to the right, but he's still got Dark Zero threatening to push on forward. And is needlework back up again? Is that what I saw? That is crazy, because we just literally saw him cast it what felt like 40 seconds ago. Maybe he's onto something. I'm not sure, but Dark Zero able to win the fight.
He's cooking, and that ended up being a pretty big deal. They don't get the Drake, but they win the fight after and almost clean ace them. So it's going to be an Otacon secure for the side of Dark Zero, and they win a pretty big team fight.
Beat down after this game, in between games, I'm going to load a practice tool. I'm going to build this and just see what the cooldown is like, because this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this is something insane. I mean, it helps that you get haste. He probably has like Transcendence or like haste in the runes too. Just to get like as much ability haste as possible, but it's
because he's running Grasp of the Undying in his primary tree, so he can only take either sorcery or the domination tree second. As we take a look back at the replay in the fight,
yeah, and we're gonna see Culling goes a little bit wide, not a lot is to be done here, but I think the big deal is the fact that nobody actually loses any health except for Zamudo, who's able to survive and throw out that needlework again twice in 40 seconds, as you pointed out, Rafa. And it was such a big deal there to get that extra damage from this Gwen, who's already scaling tremendously.
Just seeing the needlework come up that fast felt like whiplash. Anyway, I'm going to try not to stay too stun locked on it for much longer. Dark Zero, off the back of that, are able to at least secure the Otacon for themselves. Conviction still have 2 dragons to their name, but now the game has not necessarily been blown wide open, but it has been taken control of now firmly by Dark Zero now, with nearly a 4,000 gold lead at 23 minutes in, 2 minutes away from Baron spawning, and Conviction now having dropped the death on Chrome. He's still, for the most part, relatively scaling into the game, but I think Conviction now are starting to realize how strong these solo laners are from the side of Dark Zero, and even Sajet, not necessarily having the best start in the early stages of the game, has also become quite a threat on the Lucian.
And right now, Dark Zero, this is the kind of position their comp just thrives in, where you have the opposing team's side of the map very dark. It's so difficult for them to find any actual amount of vision. And I think that's what the problem Conviction are dealing with right now, because you can see the vision toggle as, Zamudo, we lost him.
Well, Zamudo just might die here. Yep, the flash from Kizno to secure the kill on the Gwen over the wall. I'm not sure if he wins that 1v2, if he's going the like other build. Yeah, it's just seems like a good setup from Conviction and Kizno, so won't harp too much about that. In terms of stats line, if people go back in history and look at it, they're gonna think that Zamudo was trolling for the most part. I can't say whether it is or not, is 1-4-2, definitely not the prettiest stat line, but I think for the most part, Zamudo is still getting a lot done in terms of side lane pressure. He's still up on a lot of CS. He's been able to successfully push out Hoarder as Spyrex forcing out the Seraph shield to pop from Dark Wings. That is going to immediately cause the mid laner Conviction Esports to recall so that he does not die to an all-in from Spyrex on the next wave.
Yeah, a really nice trade there. I think Spyrex has been playing this matchup really well, and part of the farm lead that he's gotten, I mean, look at what it's resulted in. Of course, the Blood Roses from Otacon help, but he's level 16 ahead of his opponent. And I think it's been doing him on this Yone really nicely, and now he keeps that pressure, forcing Hoarder to respond to him on that bottom side. With Baron's at play right now, that's why you're seeing Conviction have such a big presence in this mid lane. They want to be able to move as a group and clear up vision, just so that they can have an angle or an understanding if Dark Zero are going to try and make a play for it.
Yeah. A lot of the tension of this game has been built upon the interactions between the two bot lanes and as well as the top laners, but Spyrex has been quietly farming up a storm. We've already seen how much the pressure has surmounted in Spyrex's favor against Darkwings in the side lane with that recent chunk. He just took a base and got a purchase off. I'm curious to see what third... I think he was able to get a third item for himself. He is already 1,500 gold up on Darkwing so far, as the rest of Conviction are trying to posture as a group to safely get vision for themselves in this topside river. And as we go back to the item screen, Spyrex does not have the Infinity Edge completely purchased yet, but once that is completed, beatdown, it just might be cooked for Conviction, because Spyrex's Yone is definitely not one to sleep on. Yeah.
For sure. And interesting too, Chrome went for, I could have sworn he was going to go for the IE third, but instead it ends up being the Immortal Shield Bow. I think it's fine. Yeah, I think it's a fine call in the end, even though I didn't expect it, just because of the idea that they have a lot of damage on the side of Dark Zero, and they're going to try and take you down. The fact that you have Lulu already shielding you up and protecting you with that shielding and wild growth, I think that extra layer of protection will just increase the amount of DPS you'll do by virtue of the fact that you'll live longer.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting because on the one hand, you might argue you already have protection, therefore you should optimize more into damage and just bank and rely on your team to do the peeling for you and the protection. But yeah, it just might be too hard and difficult because Dark Zero have indexed into a lot of damage, and I think as we keep going back to this Gwen build, now going for a hat, a death cap, third item, I'm definitely loading up the practice tool because I just want to see the ability ratios again, because something tells me that the needle works even without Zamudo getting in range and looking for a quick snip plus auto attack empowered by the Lich Bane. This is a ton of damage, and so Chrome just needs that extra layer of survivability, and kind of grateful that at least none of Dark Zero members have a Serpent's Fang built in, because it's a lot of shields that is basically keeping him alive at this point.
Yeah, maybe last item there for Sajad, but overall, on this backside, you can see, again, Kizno Hoarder trying to make a play. Zamudo, though, not going to overstay into that top lane. So we have this stalemate for both of these teams, and even though we praise Dark Zero for how well they play out situations, how well they just outplay their opponents so far this split, I still think Conviction draft-wise are in a really good spot in terms of power. Once Chrome especially gets to what I'm sure now is going to be an Infinity Edge, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with, even though Zamudo has really come online with the death cap, even though Spyrex and Sajad are really good. I think Conviction's comp, it's built to keep space for this Zeri, so that she can just keep tossing out DPS left, right, and center. It's just going to come down to that execution that we know Conviction aren't necessarily lacking, but something that Dark Zero just have in spades.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that Dark Zero are keeping in mind for themselves is they don't necessarily have to force fights unless they have a numbers advantage here, which is exactly what was the case with Zamudo leading the turn. Man, that needlework is cooking. All right, you know what? Zamudo might be onto something with this build. I don't know. Public execution on the huge G. That's the tank. Not necessarily the ideal target. Hoarder trying to buy space for the rest of his team, forced to flash away. The culling is going to keep them at bay, and now Spyrax has a chance to go in. Fate Seal's going to clip too. Good night, Kizno and Manui. Chrome is going to hit the dirt as well. Darkwings and Hoarder now trying to run for their lives. And Darkwings should be able to get out. Looks like Hoarder is going to take Grace. That Dark Zero would rather go for the Baron than chase for kills.
Still big fight for Dark Zero. Exactly the kind of confrontation that they're looking for. And to secure 3 kills, they're going to easily get the Baron. And this lead that was already pretty big has now reached astronomical territory. We're looking at 7,000 gold in their favor. And now we're at a point where, honestly, it's not even worth talking about scaling anymore. They are so far ahead of a Conviction that as long as they keep playing like this, they have what they need.
Yeah. Dark Zero had been playing the side lane game so patiently for the past 5 minutes. Zamudo finds an angle where Hoarder isn't there, springs the trap, gets a huge chunk out, and then the rest is Conviction at least trying to regain control with the numbers advantage, but then Spyrax shows up and yeah, it is cooked from here.
I mean, this beginning of the fight was so difficult too, because Conviction, again, their goal is playing this one front to back, but in all the fights they lose, like you can see, members are getting separated. Either Hoarder is too far, Kizno is too far, or Chrome is just on his own trying to get damage in, but it needs to be as 5. And I think Dark Zero do a great job at capitalizing and even creating the situations of disconnect for Conviction. And that's why you see them winning out on a lot of these team fights. Conviction, when they're forced to run away, it's so easy for Dark Zero to chase them down.
Glacial Prison thrown out, a Hoarder sidesteps it. Kizno taking a lot of damage. Fate Sealed, holy camoli! Spyrax, what did you eat for breakfast, brother? Because you are slicing and dicing through Conviction Esports like this was Fruit Ninja. And Dark Zero are going to take this game in style. Now Nexus turrets in sight, quickly demolished. Chrome, Manui, and Hoarder still trying. Ooh, Spyrax is now getting stylish with it. Doesn't kill Chrome off the back of the Q3 flash, but at least for himself, Dark Zero still going to put the pressure, still going to look to end the game right here, right now. Another 20 seconds on Kizno. All the damage that is in spades for Dark Zero. They've got plenty in supply, and Conviction have none in terms of the life bars. Dark Zero win game 1.
And they win it convincingly too. Was a little shaky at the beginning. I don't even want to say shaky. I just think we saw a lot of good opening moves there from Conviction. Again, I liked how Kizno was watching and tracking Yuji, trying to kind of eliminate some of that early game threat on the Sejuani. But after a certain point, I think it's just what we've been seeing time and time again. Dark Zero, Dragonsteel, playing better on the map, playing better as individuals, playing better as a team. It just feels like this wall is unbreakable.
Yeah. Once again, the Conviction Esports fell into a, I don't want to say it's a trap, but it's just a, unfortunately for them, something that's been kind of consistent for Dark Zero against a lot of the teams so far they played that are not the top 3. Their solo laners are just better, and they're able to find, ways to get massive gold leads for themselves without necessarily having to force a fight. But of course, we're going to be throwing to a quick break. When we get ready and come back to live, we'll be throwing it to game numero 2.
There are some players that use WoW keybinds for League. For me personally, the only thing I use that's weird is my trinket is on 4, and then instead of using spacebar to reset my camera, I use Y, which is camera unlock and camera lock. I just double tap Y instead of pressing space. I don't know why. Some people move their camera with arrow keys as well. That's not uncommon. I'm surprised by that. I don't really have any unique ones, but I have heard of some crazy ones in the WoW settings.
I mean, I use all my mouse buttons and for like toggle champion only, like for turret dives, and for my when I play Nico for the transforms, you can keybind all the different transforms like to all the other players. So yeah, I think that's useful when you play Nico. I guess it would be that.
Okay, so I know people use space to lock their cameras. I use F1 to lock my camera.
I think really a long time ago, I bound attack move to left click. It's actually like pretty cool because Riot ended up adding that as like an official setting that you can do in the game. It's like actually in the keybind menu now. After a while, I realized, okay, this is actually not super great. I should probably just go back to the default settings and just use like A as my attack move. But I kind of like made that pretty popular, and a lot of people ended up copying it, so that was cool.
I guess for me, it's not really weird, but it's like I asked a lot of my friends and they don't really do the same, which is I level up my spells with shift Q instead of control Q, which a lot of my friends, or like control, and then I use my control to tell my range, which a lot of my teammates don't really use the indicator to show the range of the abilities.
The weirdest keybind. I don't think I have any crazy keybinds. I guess the only one would be I use mouse button for like pinging wards, like enemy has vision. Besides that, I think I have like the most standard mouse buttons.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready for game number 2 between Conviction Esports and Dark Zero. If you missed out the first game, well, don't worry. We got the highlights for you. And the way things kicked off for this series, Conviction Esports had a, pretty solid couple of looks early on into the game. Chrome and Minui actually got, a solid 2v2 all-in against Sajed and Zyko. And then there were a couple of successful plays by the Talia Vi combo that Conviction Esports had drafted for themselves, and we thought for a moment that, hey, you know what, Chrome's Zeri is actually set up for success here. And then by the third dragon beatdown, everything started collapsing.
Yeah, it was brutal, especially because I think Zamudo, you can see this clip is a great example, always trying to find these alternate angles, and I think Dark Zero did a great job going for these team fights, basically not the way Conviction wants to play them out. They want a pick from this Vi Talia, and they want to be able to go forward and make the space for the Zeri Lulu. But sometimes they didn't pull the trigger and actually didn't go for a fight they might have been able to win. And a lot of other times, Dark Zero forced these awkward situations where Conviction aren't confident enough to fight. And once that Baron ended up going down, the game was over at that point.
Yeah. So, if you were not here in game one, then one of the things me and Beatdown were very stun-locked by was an unconventional build from Gwen. At least one we haven't seen before based on all of the Gwens that we have seen competitively, for the most part. Maybe there's like one Gwen game in another region that someone decided to go Lichbane Malignance, and then they're like, hey guys, this is mathematically now the new correct build. We do not know. We are working with the assumption that it's always been Riftmaker, it's always been Nashor's Tooth, it's always been, more AP Bruiser items. But that is what Zamudo went. He went Grasp. I didn't see what his second sorcery tree was, but I actually went into Practice Tool in between break. I was not capping. I loaded it up. I went Grasp, and I tried to, I guessed Sorcery Tree as the second one because of Axiom Arcanist and Transcendence. It seemed like it would at least give you, the most ability haste in that build.
Yeah.
I went
What was the
Lichbane
cooldown
Malignance.
like?
And so the cooldown at least level 11, 12 when I tested it, because that was around the level that Zamudo was when he made that first flank, it was 64 seconds cooldown.
That's pretty low.
Yeah, that's not too bad. Because I think the base cooldown when Malignance is not built is like 100-ish seconds, or like 90 to 100-ish seconds. So a solid 30 seconds being shaved just due to the Malignance. And who knows if Zamudo actually went the Ultimate Hunter instead and even got more ability haste off of it on the ultimate, then maybe that's why I felt so short. We called in games like it felt like he just casted this ultimate 40 seconds ago. Maybe it was the full 60 seconds, who knows. But
Sure.
yeah, because like the fact that he walks up, he throws out the needlework to force Darkwing's flash, and then they have the dragon dance, and then afterwards Zamudo comes back up, and it's off cooldown again. We were just like, what the heck? This is crazy,
Think about Conviction Field too. having to stare that down every minute, not even every couple of minutes. But it was a great match there from Dark Zero. And of course, as a reminder, you want to keep up with everything in the NACL. We have our social media, Twitter at Watch NACL, YouTube and Twitch at NACL, and even use the hashtag NACL. If you want to talk about the league, keep up with the conversation. You know how it goes. It's in the corner. Mark's pointing at it. You have no excuses.
I even have an NACL logo.
He does.
In the back.
What are you guys waiting for?
It all ties together. I didn't even think about the socials being on the top.
No, it was all planned. It was all planned. What do you come on?
You're right. It was all planned. Okay. Looking forward into game 2. Once again, we want to reiterate that our expectations for the series, that Dark Zero being not only the reigning NACL champions and one of our top 3 expected split favorites alongside Luminosity and Near Airport against Conviction Esports. They're the favorites for this series, right? And so nothing to necessarily take away from game 1 other than the fact that at least Conviction Esports, had a pretty reliable composition to execute for themselves. Giving up the Gwen still seems like a bit of a gambit that did not pay off for them, but I'm going to do the thing that Cubby has mentioned so many times that he loves to hear is it's fearless, guys, so you don't have to play against the Gwen anymore. So take that with what you will. Hopefully you can deal with their champions better next time.
And now we see that a Conviction have gone for that blue side again this time around. So now that I'm curious, with 10 champs unavailable, what they're going to be playing towards. They're trying to prioritize on that first pick here. I wonder, Jace is still up. I wonder if Dragonsteel actually let that one go through, because usually it's an instant ban when you die on ban. maybe they're just saving it for the third one.
Could be a chance for Dark Zero to say, hey, you know, like, we'll let you have the Jace. We have something cooked up for it. Or if it's just a statement of saying, we don't believe that, you know, we need to be scared of your Jace, you know? At least in the laning phase, we already talked about how, you know, Gwen already having an advantageous lane matchup, and in the Ambessa, Zamudo went up, you know, 20-30 CS for the early game, and look at that. No Jace ban. Instead, it's just going to be another marksman ban thrown to the wayside here. Misfortune and Jin both being taken off the table alongside Kalista. This does limit some options for both Chrome and Sajed going into the second game of the series.
Yeah, and it feels like a kind of like a goad. Like, come on, pick Jace. Don't you want to? When you think about the rest of a lot of other champions that come through with Jace comps, Maokai is a great one because when you're building these poke comps, keeping people away I think is really important. Jin, you often see end up being played as well. So I think that's part of why we saw that one taken out of the picture. So now I'm curious to see how Conviction are going to craft their composition around this Jace.
There's one of the other top laners that we talked about that a lot of other teams around the world were starting to prioritize now, even in the rise of Gwen and Ambessa. Rumble coming up to the table, and more than likely for Zamudo, I don't think we're seeing a Rumble jungle or a Rumble mid laner from Spyrex anytime soon. And with the Varus locked in, definitely not Senna Rumble. But Dark Zero being able to at least take away one of the key portions of a poke composition with that Varus, but Conviction answer back beat down, and I know your eyes are lighting up. Zyra and Tristana locked in.
So you do kind of keep up this whole archetype of range going on. I know Tristana needs a little bit more time, but you know, end of last year, her base range went up a little bit. It's pretty good, which I think is part of why we're seeing her more. But I think this idea that Conviction have this really ranged composition, I kind of see the idea. I like it for them, but the problem is now I think they're in a spot where Dragonsteel, they ban away things like Alistar, Braum, right off. If they just go like literally use their 2 bans for those champions, I think Conviction are kind of in a tough spot because now they're at a point where, okay, their support is going to need to be the space creator, or if this is Tristana bot, something potentially in the mid lane, maybe Galio, something along those lines.
Yeah, or at least the primary engage, because Conviction's got none of it right now. Unless you see Kisno flashing forward with, you know, an E setup. And if your Zyra's flashing forward, either your team is doing really well or your team is desperate, you know? And I'm not sure if you are a fan of the latter, if you are Conviction Esports. Now, Conviction Esports trying to keep, you know, support tank options available, trying to limit the pool of mid laners that Spyrex could go for. We know that, at least in the past, Tristana is a great answer into the Yone. Yone was already played in game 1, so in terms of champions that could at least match Tristana's range so that they're not always getting permanently shoved in, whereas Dark Zero, I like just continuing to limit the AD carry pool so that if Chrome doesn't feel like he likes his matchup into Varus, it might just be a Tristana being shifted over to Chrome instead.
Yeah, I think because the two, the Ezreal Corki being banned away, I think they want to limit Chrome's options there. The Kali lock-in actually coming through, I actually like it this time around because so far, 3 squishies, one of them is your top, and you're still waiting to see what mid and AD carry are going to look like. I think this is an angle where like you got to play Galio, because it's just such a terrible matchup for the Akali to deal with. The question is Darkwings willing to play something like that? Oh, instead it's, I guess,
shifting the Jace to mid lane and sending the Cassante top into the Rumble. So
that's fine too.
Yeah, we were on the same wavelength that they're going to end up shifting the Tristana to bot lane since so many other AD carry options had been eliminated. So grateful if for Conviction, at least they had the flexibility of being able to give Chrome something else with Ezreal and Corki taken off the board. But now you have not only Engage from the Rel, but you have a 2-man frontline unit, which is really nice to have for Conviction Esports. And so far for Dark Zero, they don't really have dedicated tanks so far. It's going to have to come from support.
Yeah, and so the thing with Convictions, I really like the way they end up rounding out this composition, just because, again, there was a lack of Engage, a lack of space creation, but Cassante Rel, that's great. So that's a great way to kind of pull this comp together as Conviction. And yeah, you mentioned it. Really, the only tank there on the side of Dark Zero Dragocell is the Alistar, but he is going to be exceptionally tanky with that Unbreakable Will. And it is going to be interesting to see Spyrax on the Akali, how he's going to be able to interact with the squishy members of this composition. I think the matchup into Jace is pretty hard, but as long as he gets through lane, I think he'll be effective.
Conviction Esports definitely would benefit off of a heavy grubs focus game. Even though that might sound like a redundant thing in this current meta where we always talk about how important grubs are for a lot of compositions, it makes even more sense here because you have the likes of Tristana, you have something like Azira that can take objectives so easily in the at all stages of the game thanks to the power of her plants. And the way that I see Conviction Esports' composition kind of being fleshed out here, Beatdown, is Conviction, at least for the most part, if Darkwings is able to survive lane and match Spyrax on the side lane, you have a Jace that can pressure turrets, you have Tristana that, when a 1-3-1 setup, can also pressure turrets really reliably with the power of that explosive charge, and Dark Zero, how should I say this, Beatdown? Like, unless Zamudo and Spyrax just kind of diff their solo lane opponents like they did in the last game, they're really banking on just finding explosive teamfight angles against Conviction Esports.
Yeah, Conviction are in a similar situation to Game 1 where if things go even and we go late, they scale nicely, they teamfight nicely. But Dark Zero, I mean, they have a lot of outplay potential, especially when you factor in something like Spyrax's Akali. The fact that Spyrax is a player who we give a lot of praise for because of his flexibility. I mean, he'll play the melees. He'll play the mages like the Rise that's been banned against him both games in this series. So the fact that he's able to pull out this in a situation where he feels it's good, I mean, it's why we hype up a player like him.
Mm-hmm. So far, we're already seeing the power of that Jace level 1 into any melee champions, especially the likes of an Akali. Spyrax running the Electrocute, looking for the early burst trades, whereas Darkwings is just going to go the sustain route and slowly become even more durable as the game goes on. In our tri-split camera feed, see that top lane, pretty neutral for the most part, Order dinging level 2, whereas on bottom lane, Conviction getting level 2 first here. Actually, a little bit of aggression back into the mid lane. Spyrax super low. Darkwings just might look for maybe a flash auto attack here if he wants it. And Spyrax is just going to preemptively flash because he knows that that animation was on the windup.
Yeah, and we just got word that Spyrax was down to 4 HP before he potentially had lost his life. I mean, honestly, you gotta respect flash because if you flash after the Jace, you're just gonna flash and die. So, I mean, it's good recognition there from Spyrax. And yeah, getting aggressive into a lane matchup that really just doesn't favor you as the Akali.
Gonna have to go for an early base. And there's not much that Yuji can really do to bail out Spyrax right now. He was spotted on the Raptors and seen pathing towards the top side. But at least for now, Spyrax is keeping it cool, trying to catch this wave before he takes another base. The more gold he has in his pocket, the more ideal of a purchase he can get, at least with the teleport here. And Darkwing's gonna drop pressure here since he's not necessarily in the most commanding spot in lane either. Gonna get that tier and immediately force the base.
Yeah, and again, he's still in a good position overall in terms of lane matchup. Right now, not a whole lot of actual fighting has gone down. Both junglers, because of early vision, they knew where their opponent was, and they're just going to go for a bit of a Scuttle Crab trade. The question now for Yuji is it hit the Scryer Orb and back? Or is he just going to lay some vision down? Okay. Thought maybe he was going to dive. I wouldn't have liked it, but got to acknowledge the possibilities.
Yeah. Even though Cassante doesn't have level 6 at this point in the game, still very difficult to dive a champion like Cassante that has so much outplay potential, and then you don't have any natural tankiness on the side of Zamudo or Yuji early on. No ways to, drop turret aggro like a Nefiri would. And even though it's plenty of damage, the only CC you have is that 3-talon strike, and it's very predictable and it's very slow, so yeah, no chance. I do like this look from Minui, though. You see how he is positioning aggressively in that bottom side jungle, was getting some early vision down. I do like the potential of chunking out Spyrex by Darkwings, and then off his still flash cooldown trying to look for a proactive dive, but doesn't look like the window's there.
No, not quite. I think this game state, I think Kizno's pretty happy with this one. He's just farming it up as Zyra. Oh!
Good thing he's got that Shroud. Otherwise, it might have been cooked for him if Kizno had found the Grasping Root.
Yeah. So overall, like I was saying, game state is chill. Nothing has really been going on for the moment besides that altercation we just witnessed. And I think that's fine for Kizno. You can see how he's outpacing Yuji. Just because, I mean, again, this is Zyra. You farm very quickly, especially with the Faded Ashes in your inventory. And this is a fine game state to be in as Conviction. You're really not feeling any pressure to make things happen. I would argue Dark Zero, once Spyrex and Yuji hit level 6, are the ones that have more of the onus on them.
Yeah. Because later the game goes on, Zyra becomes even more and more of a menace. Yeah, each spike makes those plants feel more oppressive, and you have so much control of space when you're able to set up those objectives, ideally for the side of Conviction Esports. Already taking advantage of the early pushing power of Tristana. Going to have priority in this bot lane as well as mid lane, thanks to still having the flash summoner advantage over Spyrax. Should be able to leash this dragon without any real contest, so Yuji is just going to go for the objective trade, take the first round of grubs on the top side of the map. I imagine that Conviction, though, will be competing for the second rotation of grubs, though. Definitely don't want to give all 6 to the side of Dark Zero.
No, definitely not. You, for the most part, you don't have... Maybe Spyrax can make use of it later on, but I think for the most part, I'm not too worried about side laning matchups for Dark Zero, but I still agree, you don't want to let all 6 grubs go down. And I think it's important for Conviction because they seem that they want to be prioritizing this Dragon Soul. They have bought Prio, they see no reason to move Chrome and Manui away, and instead, they can set up for maybe a potential Dragon Soul.
Yuji gonna threaten. Oh, Spyrex, really nice combo there. Darkwing's under fire, takes the wind becomes lightning, but just not enough damage. Spyrex thought that maybe he might have enough bursts in the tank, but this is a Grasp of the Undying Jace, and maybe the HP just created from all those stacks was just a little more than Spyrex was expecting.
I'm kind of surprised they went for that one. After Darkwing's knocked away Yuji, I kind of just thought that was going to be over, but I mean, we're going to watch this one again. This is the usual combo. You ult into Shuriken flip, but the problem is right here. Like, because you're knocked away, you just don't have enough damage at this point to secure it, but he liked his chances as Spyrax, and I think he was banking on getting another 5-point strike, but it doesn't show in the replay. He was out of energy, so he had nothing left to do.
Darn. Well, Conviction finding themselves first blood, just like in game 1. And even though Spyrex had a stellar game on the Yone in the first one of the series and being able to pretty much diff Darkwings all over the side lanes, it's a different story the way it's playing out in the second game.
Yeah, a little bit. We got to give props to Darkwings, a player who is, I mean, who has just as much, if not more, experience than Spyrax overall in that Tier 2 scene. A player who, while hasn't been on one of his highs over the last couple of years, I think since winning CLOL, he's definitely been playing a little bit better, and especially on this Jace game where he ends up securing that first blood in a 1v2. Good start for him.
Yeah. Mr. Isaac Chow, the Red Bulls 1v1 champion back in the day. Still remember when this guy first got his, or got his first official split in the NACL. I think back then we were still calling it Academy for spring 2022, the Dignitas Academy roster, the likes that had XU and Spawn and JJ, and I think Eclipse was the top laner. And back then, the funny thing about Darkwings is even though a lot of people tend to sleep on his ability to perform and don't necessarily rate him as one of the top mid laners, he always finds a way to surprise you and just have these brilliant flashes of just being able to step up to the plate. This is now a game where he has a chance to potentially take over. You know, one kill, it's not necessarily, you know, the end of the laning phase for Spyrax, and, you know, no means that he's not going to be able to handle himself, but as we already highlighted, the way that Dark Wings is going to scale on this Grass Jace is going to make him even more durable and less susceptible to burst later on in the game.
Yeah, and to Spyrax's credit, he's still going to be able to interact a lot of the champions, I think, on the side of Conviction. Just because you're the Sakali, you're going to look for this alternate angle to try and take down someone like Chrome, like Kizno, as long as you can avoid the bit of CC Conviction are working with. You are still going to be able to have that value. And that's kind of the pressure that's on Spyrax at the moment this game. We said it, the solo laners in this comp, kind of like in game 1, they do need to go big in this game, both Zamudo and Spyrax.
Well, so far, at least for Zamudo's case, he's got a solid 30-35 CS advantage against Hoarder. Hoarder was kept off of this bottom lane since Dark Zero had rotated their entire bot lane to make sure that they could get first brick off of the back of one push there. And this is all before second rotation of Grubs has spawned completely on the map. Conviction are set up to take it first, though.
They are, because of Dark Zero's focus on that bottom side, and it does two things. I mean, it gets them first brick with the 3 Grubs, even though that's not usually when we see teams overload. And they also have vision over this entire bottom side jungle. You can see it. They might even try and set up a dive onto Hoarder, although I find that one kind of risky. But they're making it so that, Conviction, they aren't going to be able to secure that next Drake. So they're going to halt that dragon stacking as well.
Coming up in the next 13 seconds, Conviction, all of their resources on the top side, securing the next 3 Grubs. Zamudo has been, for the most part, trying to play safe, although he could be in trouble here. There's a moment where Zamudo thought about, maybe can I flash away, but now has just accepted his fate, walks back to the minion wave. He's going to kill as most of it as he can. To his credit, even though he didn't have Equalizer, he got pretty darn close to just soloing Chrome in the 1v2. Imagine if he had the red carpet available, but Zamudo does go down, and Conviction Esports, another kill to the name.
And it's on the Tristana, which I think is such a big deal here for Conviction, with how Chrome is going to be, again, that big source of damage, the constant source of DPS once you get to that 2-3 item mark. But for now, they'll settle for the kill. Dark Zero, as we talked about, will trade that Drake on the other side. We'll find out what soul it is any second now, and that's going to be what both of these teams are playing for.
Yeah. It's nice for Conviction Esports to at least get some acceleration, not just in one of their carries in the mid lane for Darkwing, but also for Chrome, because as you pointed out, just being able to have these spikes to compete with Dark Zero, where more than likely this is a team that is really banking on having a strong explosive mid game off of things like Leandri's Rush, Rumble, Yumu's Varus, Protobelt Akali. Chrome all by himself in the mid lane, but throws out the thumbs up. He knows that he is currently the play, steps back and ensures that he does not fall prey to Dark Zero's trap.
Already starting to see the beginnings of that poke Varus, the lethal damage it presents going. I will say, Sajed, on top of getting plates and that first brick, you can see that he's up 30 CS on Chrome. It's a big deal too, because it's a big deal because you can see that Sajed is also going for a cheaper build with this poke Varus. He's already got Ghostblade, he's building Manamune next, so it means that Sajed is going to hit that 2-item spike, I think way ahead of schedule. I think even currently he must be sitting on a lot of gold. But so I imagine that next back, maybe he'll just buy the full Manamune.
Perhaps. And if that's the case, then that will be a big spike that Dark Zero can play for. Meanwhile, Psycho starts the engage, immediately tanks what looks like was a bunch of burst damage from both the Zyra and the Tristana. No ultimates expended on either side, just trading health bars for position on the bottom side of the map. But to the credit of Conviction Esports, they still have vision in this line brush. They still have vision in a majority of their red side quadrants, so they're not really under threat by Dark Zero.
No, not at the moment. As right now, I think Zamudo is under a little bit of threat here, as Dark Wings is doing a pretty good job laying in the damage, winning in that 1v1. These lane assignments are kind of tough for Conviction. I mean, Dark Wings, I think he's fine in either matchup, but the problem is, Spyrax into Hoarder, especially a Hoarder who's built that Koenig Rookard, and it feels terrible. Look what's happening here. This is going to be a solo kill.
Yeah, Spyrax forced to flash, otherwise Hoarder definitely could have put the Nitofu hands on him and really strike Spyrax down. Thankfully, he's got Yuji now arriving to the top side to make sure that he can pick up this last minion wave before forced to base. But now Zyko has shown up. So they're going to get a chance to get one more wave pushed in for themselves. Meanwhile, because three members showed on the top side, Zamuto has to flash away because now Conviction Esports, they're trying to force a play. There's no equalizer once again. The Stranglethorns unleashed by Kizno, and a good flash from Darkwings to dodge the last bit of turret aggro, and it is 3 kills now for Conviction Esports.
Really nice dive coming through here. Good of Darkwings to take the aggro and flash out to let his jungler take the kill. I think Conviction... even though Dark Zero are up about 1,000 gold, I think overall Conviction pretty happy with how this early game has gone. They've gotten a lot of the kills. They are having favorable matchups in side lane at the moment here. It feels like Spyrax isn't able to do a whole lot, and as long as they keep putting him down, it's going to be harder for him to interact with squishies like we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, it definitely has been not ideal for Spyrax having to go into Hoarder, but it's just because someone has to ensure that they can match up against Darkwing's Jace with how the early laning phase in the mid lane went so successfully for Darkwings. And Dark Zero now just saying, well, unfortunately, Spyrax is not going to do well in either of these lane matchups, but he's going to do at least slightly better into Hoarder versus, you know, the Jace. Now, flash from Minui looking for Sajed, answered by a flash of his own. Chain of Corruptions goes a little bit to the left. Not quite on the right target there, but at least it's an ult for ult trade and a flash burn by Minui. And that at least puts them one step closer to looking for a shutdown on the Sajed.
But it's not just the flash. Minui actually uses the Magnetstorm as well, thinking he'd have Sajed and catch him lacking, but because a crucial ultimate is down, and Sajed is still free to poke from range, as we're seeing, it's going to be a Rift Herald going over to Dark Zero. Instead, I think Conviction is kind of letting this one go.
Zyko! Okay, it's his flash. Zyko was looking for the Hex Flash over the wall, punting Kizno in, but it's his flash that is burned just to keep the Zyra safe. Hoarder now threatening on the left side. Zyko took up more than 50% of his HP as a result. And because of that, no one can stand in front and keep Kizno Minui out. They're eventually forced off the Rift Herald, and it just ends up getting leashed over to Conviction.
Wow, that is pretty brutal. I'm kind of wondering if Zyko had his ult. Maybe it just came off his cooldown, but I thought there was an angle for Dark Zero to be comfortable going for a fight, but I guess they called it off. They didn't want to risk it. And because of that, as you say, they leashed the Herald. Conviction, they're going to reset. Because Dark Zero don't have a real presence on that bottom side, Conviction are a good position to actually go and try and secure that dragon. Oh,
I think they're forcing the dive. Darkwings just teleported to the top side of the map.
Oh,
Stranglethorns once again, and the CC layering. Okay, not quite as clean. Hoarder unfortunately takes one turret shot too many, but now Darkwing shows up, and the rest of Conviction are okay. It looks like the turret aggro was still onto him, and he walked back into range, and I was a little concerned, but you know what? He dropped it. They killed the tier 1 turret, and yeah, it definitely might have been cleaner for the side of Conviction, but they are putting the pressure down into Dark Zero on the top side.
Yeah, I like this call, too, to just sack the Drake, as that might have been the expected play, and make that play onto Spyrax, who is flashless, CC chain him to death, and now they didn't get just one turret for it, they got 2. So a big gold injection, swinging the gold in Conviction's favor by about 1,000. And it's only Dark Zero's second Drake, so not a whole lot is lost for it either. You can totally give that up.
2 dragons now to Dark Zero's name, and Zamuto getting a decent amount of damage on the bottom tier 2 in exchange. Spyrax definitely not having the most comfortable game so far on the Akali. Grateful that, he's definitely grateful that at least he was able to get 1 kill in the overload on that top side play. But looking forward, Beatdown, we've got a minute and some change before Otacon spawns. And the next dragon is not spawning for another 4 minutes. Meanwhile, potentially a catch on a Hoarder, but this is a Cassante, y'all. It's very tanky, not going to go down anytime soon. And with that rush of the Kainic Rookern, it's really on to Sajed and Yuji to carry out a majority of damage. And that is one thing I didn't even actually get a chance to lay up for you, Beatdown, is who's going to actually kill Hoarder the later the game goes on the side of Dark Zero.
Yeah, Dark Zero's whole comp is about burst damage. So if Dark Zero fall behind, as they kind of have at this point in the game, it actually will be really difficult for Conviction, or rather for anyone to deal with Hoarder. on this Cassante. He's just going to get tankier and tankier. This isn't an on-hit Varus.
Dark Zero
It is
overloading
poke,
on the
so
bot,
you're building
tier
a lot
2.
of lethality. Great against people not with armor. Not great against someone like Hoarder.
Right. Conviction answering in the mid lane with the Rift Herald charge, taking it down in exchange for what was the tier 2 on the bottom side of the map for Dark Zero. Gold lead still relatively even, if not slightly in advantage for Conviction Esports. Otacon has spawned on the Rift. Shout out to our observers on the bottom left hip. And Conviction still just extending their vision control on this top red quadrant. Yuji gonna try to look for this red buff, but the rest of Conviction Esports are at least trying to threaten it with Hoarders lurking around. May have lost beatdown, y'all, so once again...
Oh, he's still here. It's
wait.
okay.
Oh, okay. I don't want to be alone again.
I just wanted to scare you a little bit, Mark. I'm sorry.
Bro,
but...
don't do that, bro.
My fault,
Halloween
my
is
fault.
not for another 7 months at this point, or 6 months, I should say. Meanwhile, fight in the mid lane, Sajed completely left alone because the rest of Dark Zero's core went for the back line, and they just jump onto the isolated Varus for free. He still had the flash off cooldown. Just a great opportunity for Conviction to punish.
Yeah, it's a big deal too, because again, Conviction, the later this game goes, the more worried I am for Dark Zero and how they're going to actually be able to interact with this composition. Again, we got to give props to Conviction for how they rounded up that draft phase. Going for the Cassante and the Rel as their last 2 picks, shifting the Jace into mid lane, even though we traditionally see it in the top lane, play into this Akali. And it's just gotten Conviction in this position where they don't even have to have gotten a lot of these early kills that they've gotten to be favored in that late game, but now they have been able to get them. Their carries are already approaching the second item mark, where they're going to really come online and be powerful. Conviction are going to be a problem.
Quick jump onto Kizno, forcing him to flash over the left side wall, but now they can re-engage if Inui wants to spring the trap. But then again, no Magna Storm and no flash available means it's pretty good
nothing's gonna
lock it down. Dark Zero back in the mid lane, trying to see if they can fight for the middle position or priority in the mid wave. Is Conviction still in a pretty decently strong state in the game. Gold wise, it doesn't really seem like that they are that far ahead, but like me and Beatdown have talked about in the past, Hoarder's gonna continue to scale on this Cassante, and outside of Zamudo, the rest of Dark Zero is not really built to be able to kill a tank super effectively. At least Yuji went for the Black Cleaver second, recognizing that there needs to be some armor shred and armor penetration so that he and Sajed can eventually whittle him down. Conviction Esports, though, having full control of mid wave and top wave, are going to get priority and start rushing down this Otacon here.
And they do a lot of damage. They're going to take this one down really quickly, but Otacon does a lot of damage, so this could be Dark Zero's way back into this game. Not everybody is here at the moment.
Oh, they jump on the Zamudo, forcing him to flash away. Hoarder continues the chase with the all-out. Zamudo forced to throw down the equalizer, but it's only chunked out Chrome so far. Spirax now trying to find a flank angle. Good chain of corruptions, keeps Conviction Esports at bay. They're in enemy territory right now, but they still have a numbers advantage as long as they can fight together as a 5-man unit. Hoarder walks forward, tries to mark Spirax. He uses the first cast of the perfect execution to get in range, but the rest of Conviction Esports keep their distance, trying to space out the Akali. And that perfect execution second cast runs out, forced to use it to retreat. The rest of Dark Zero trying to continue controlling space in this choke point and using the power of poke from Sajed. And so far, Dark Zero have actually managed to stall out this fight long enough that Zamuda will have a chance to teleport in 4 seconds.
Yeah, at the end of the day, Dark Zero come out big. That was one of the best looks we were going to see from Conviction. Or not Conviction, from Dark Zero, excuse me. Sajed, you could see the damage he was able to put out on this Poke Forest, but it just isn't quite enough. Spirax was made useless in this team fight. Zamudo was blown up immediately, so Conviction, they're still holding on to the aggro. Now they want to fight.
Spirax taking a lot of damage off the top there, but buys time. Zamudo being able to actually walk all the way back to the Otacon instead of having to burn the ult or the TP. Minui was looking for a bottom-facing flank. 6,000 HP on the Otacon. Zyko trying to do his best to mark Minui, but Chrome is also there, so he is forced to step back. Yuji controlling the aggro of the Otacon. 4,000 HP now. They turn on to Zyko on the right side, forced to flash away. Super low on the Alistar. Sajed caught out by the Stranglethorns, pops the barrier and the flash, forced to use the Chain of Corruptions. Equalizer off the top. Kizno buying as much time with the stasis. Sajed still under fire, but they are able to keep distance, and Minui goes down. Spyrax finds Chrome on the right side, and Conviction's composition has now collapsed. The assassin found the marksman, and now it's all on to Kizno and Darkwings to try and fight their way back in it alongside Hoarder. But Dark Zero, even though they do not secure the Otacon, they have gotten what they wanted and being able to get some kills back in their favor. And Psycho is actually going to pop the Blast Cone so that he can stay in vision just in case Conviction were thinking about looking at the Otacon once again.
And I mean, we saw a little bit of a life there from Dark Zero. I mean, we saw Shutdown come through into the hands of Spyrax. And nobody ended up going for the Otacon in the end. Both teams are just going to have to walk away. Dark Zero managed to narrow the lead a little bit, but I think that situation was a bit special. Like we were saying it before, Mark. Otacon, it does a lot of damage, so it does make you a little more susceptible to the burst comp that Dark Zero are working with. But now, they're going to go for the next best thing. In fact, they're going to go for something better. Conviction are starting the Baron.
Yeah. They know the power of Zyra being able to rip Barons apart, but they do not pull the trigger on the Stranglethorn. Uh-oh, Darkwings was caught, forced to flash away. Leandries is not going to take him out completely, but Hoarder trying to frontline for the rest of the team. Equalizer off the top, forcing Conviction to split and retreat under the safety of their tier 1 turret. Spyrax was flanking around the left, was looking to see if he could pick off any stragglers here, but the rest of Conviction Esports, oh, super low. I think I heard a 10 HP for my producers there for Darkwings on the Jace. Still survives, still has a TP, I believe. 9,000 HP now on the Baron that is started up by Dark Zero. Zamudo trying to mark the entrance here. No equalizer available, still a perfect execution yet to be used by Spyrax. Looks for the Shuriken backflip, finds Kizno, and I don't think he has the stasis again, but a great interrupt from Minui stops the assassination from happening. And now the Baron is so low, Dark Zero, it's not low enough that they can continue to rip it. Now Conviction Esports have a chance to steal the Baron for themselves. They're trying to keep aggro, trying to keep it healthy so that they can look for it. Darkwings now trying to fight Zamoon on the left side. Psycho finds the engage, the knockup onto Minui, he goes down. Psycho's traded, Yuji pops the Crescent Guard, and the Baron has reset the full HP. And that should be the end of the fight. But Darkwings still on vision, still trying to see if he can at least stop Bax here with the accelerated shock blast, but doesn't find the right bush.
Yeah, he didn't guess right, but still unbelievable that Dark Zero are able to still be competitive at this state of the game. It's just so hard with this composition, and you can see, Darkwings,
he was on vision the entire time, and Yuji just being able to preemptively get the 3 Talon Strike procced off of the Gromps, so he had it on command, walking up to Darkwings, who, unfortunately for him, suddenly realized, they had eyes on me the entire time, and now there's a window where Dark Zero have a numbers advantage on the map.
Yeah, and they're going to use it. Again, this is the Poke Forest. They don't take Baron very, very quickly. Even in a 4v5, it's possible for Conviction to act, but it is going to be a little harder for them here. This is a risk. Dark Zero know that time is not on their side, so forcing a Baron like this is their way to secure the game.
Conviction Esports still down their mid laner for the next 10 seconds, but Dark Zero starting to realize that they would rather just force the fight here where they have the numbers advantage guaranteed. Minui tries to stall them with the Magna Storm, but Spyrax pops him anyway. Looks for Chrome, is able to survive and deal with the assassin. Kizno falls to Zamoon on the left flank, and Chrome now trying to pressure him, looking for another rocket jump once it comes off cooldown. But Zamudo, keeping him marked and keeping him interested, walks back into range on that control ward, but Chrome has to regroup with the rest of his team in the mid lane since the rest of Dark Zero were pressuring.
Wow, 1-for-1 at the end of it, but Conviction forced Dark Zero off of the Baron. Darkwings misplaying like that, it gave Dark Zero this opportunity, but they weren't able to convert it into that big epic monster. So, right now, everyone's just going to go back to base, spend some of whatever gold that they've earned, but at this point now, Dragon is going to be coming up in a couple minutes' time. That will be sole point for Dark Zero. We are just getting word that they've been fighting around that Baron for the last 7 minutes mark.
I mean, it was like a combination of the Baron, the Otacon.
Yeah,
There's
true.
like, we were just seeing action for nearly that amount of time, just all on the top side of the map. I'm not sure how much side waves were dropped in the crossfires because everyone was just overgrouped for those 2 objectives, but you know, I think Dark Zero just recognizing, as you called out, you know, the time is not on their side. It's not necessarily a numbers game that plays into their favor. The longer this game goes out, there's crit scaling that's coming online for Chrome, for Tristana.
Yep.
3 items. Once he hits 4, then this is going to be a really, really nasty Tristana to have to deal with. And we've seen how well Tristanas can play in the late game. Yuji opening up on the Hoarder. Zyko goes for Manui first. Takes a lot of damage, down to 50% HP.
Wow.
Pops the Unbreakable Will. Spyrax approaching with the left flank. Has teleported in. Finds Darkwings, but is still looking for Chrome. But the rest of Conviction Esports are losing ground. They're getting pressure on both sides. Spyrax finds Chrome somehow in the middle of all Conviction Esports. And there is just nothing they could have done to prevent the assassin from finding its mark. Dark Zero now eliminating the bot lane of Conviction Esports. Make it a numbers game once again, 4-3.
Yeah, now they're going to go ahead and start the Baron. Kizno trying to get some help by doing the blue buff, but it's not enough.
And the push and pull, Dark Zero leash the Baron, force Conviction to walk into them, then they spring the trap. This time Conviction Esports maybe have gotten away, but Darkwing's getting slowed down by Yuji. The arrows from Sajed trying to pierce through the backside, but Spyrax steps a little too far. The Shroud keeps him alive as he's able to step away, but just when I say that, the accelerated shock blast from downtown, Darkwings finds the assassin on the backline. Hoarder goes in with the all-out, tries to buy space for Kizno, but he is going to be the next one to fall. Dark Zero at least trading up in the case of their mid laner being used as a sacrificial lamb.
Oh, and I think Sajed, it was like 20 health that he was working with there at the very end. Almost burns down to Kizno's Leandri's burn damage. But again, Dark Zero, they just keep pulling rabbits out of the hat, Mark. These fights are so difficult for them. They're playing on this razor's edge, but they're always able to pull through. Spyrax is always able to find the angle. Sajed still pumping out a lot of damage on this Poke Varus. And it's Conviction. They just haven't been able to find the clean fight with what they're hoping for. And nobody has still taken the Baron.
Nor the Otacon either. The objectives have not necessarily been a focus of, we want to take this objective. It's more so, we want to use this objective to pull the enemy team in. Conviction Esports now forced to teleport Hoarder back into the mid lane since the dragon is about to spawn in the next 20 seconds. Conviction trying to fight for mid prio. Hoarder gets jumped on by Zyko. The tank still very tanky, but takes about almost 50% of his HP just from Dark Zero, and he has no teleport to rejoin the fight. Manui, crash down, not quite ideal. Forced to flash away. Equalizer now roasting them as they exit the choke point. Spyrax almost getting into the backline, but a good blast cone at least keeps him at bay. Still thinking about maybe. Ooh, he was trying to get fancy with the beatdown. I know, you're an Akali man. You saw what Spyrax was trying to cook there.
Yeah, unfortunately, wasn't quite the chef experience that maybe he was hoping for, but you can see all this time down in these team fights, it just gives more opportunity for Sajed to keep poking people down. He's got 4 items now, so he does have a lot of ability haste. He can throw out a lot of these piercing arrows, and now Manui, I think, didn't quite get the flash Q that he was hoping for, but Dark Zero, they keep them interested on this side of the map.
Eventually regain control of the mid wave, knock down the turret that, you know, if I almost wanted to just tell Dark Zero in comms to be like, just walk up and tap it, bro. It's literally like 5 HP. Like a toothpick would be able to knock it down at this point. But they play patient. They play off the waves. They burn the dragon. Conviction Esports now forced to try at least go for a Baron rip attempt. Yeah. Zyko is the first one in the river for the side of Dark Zero.
Yeah, thing is, they take it fast, but not fast enough. Oh, they're going.
Equalizer used once again. Doesn't roast Conviction on the way out, just forces them away from that entrance point. Not necessarily one that would have cooked Conviction Esports alive, but it does give control back over to Dark Zero in the river.
Yeah, and for the moment, it is just fighting again over this mid wave. Again, I don't think anyone's looked at the bottom waves in the last, like, 10 minutes almost. It's all about the fighting around this side of the map. Chrome gonna jump in, but, you know, can't quite find the angle. I think Sajid is spacing him very nicely, and it's just, again, this vision game, back and forth. Now Conviction gonna try and clear up vision, actually just go for the recall. And maybe because they're doing so on vision, this could be the angle for Dark Zero to try something, but I think they want to back.
Yeah, for all the, you know, expectations we've given to Conviction Esports and how they were able to find some early game leads, and they didn't get a chance to snowball with it, but we were still giving them, you know, favor in terms of, like, your composition scales better than the side of Dark Zero. So we expect you guys to have an easier time the way the game plays out. Despite that, Dark Zero have been navigating these fights extremely well. They've been super patient, they've been super adaptive, and being able to use the power of objectives to pull Conviction in, and then as soon as a play is possible, they spring the trap, they go for the pick, and they continue doing this dance where they're starting to slowly find a gold lead back for themselves. I still want to say that this is not going to always work if the later the game goes on and gold leads start to become irrelevant if everyone is on 5-6 items altogether, right? But I appreciate what Dark Zero are doing, because this is the way that you try and ensure control of the game.
Yeah, this is what Dark Zero have been kind of doing very often this split. Again, we were talking about at the top of the show and early on, this is a team that even in compositions where they are going to get outscaled, where they don't have the easiest time to execute, they just outplay their opponents. And they've been looking so good doing so. This would be, I think, the best example of them doing that if they do manage to get this win, because I still think it's hard for them to 5v5, but something they have going for them, a big thing. This is a burst comp. They have 3 dragons, and it's an Infernal Soul they're playing for. It would actually tip the scales in their favor and give them a really good chance of winning it out. But right now, Dark Zero's goal is the Otacon.
Yeah. Spyrex has teleport if he needs to get to the play sooner. Rest of Conviction Esports trying to force their way through the bottom side. The Otacon was secured for Dark Zero, but they cannot stay behind to pick up all the flowers. So Conviction at least benefit from the extra experience that they were just able to wrestle away.
Yeah, I think that ends up working out for them pretty nicely. The Blood Roses are a big part about being able to secure that particular version of Otacon. So at the very least, Spyrax is going to be able to knock down a tier 2 in the mid lane. We'll be able to get some extra gold, but we're back to only looking at the Baron. Again, Conviction, they take this one faster when you have something like the Zyra, when you have the Tristana who's approaching 4 items. So I'm thinking that's what Conviction are going to focus on for the next little bit, or maybe they just want to try and rip it now so that the only thing that is worth fighting for in a minute is the dragon.
Yeah. Dark Zero trying to step on forward, regain control in the river. Kisno maintaining a topside flank. Oh, Zyko taking a lot of damage, but Manui on the backside also taking a decent amount of damage. Both supports gonna be forced to recall. The Shock Blast does not find Zyko. Recall uninterrupted, and Manui's actually staying on the map because he believes that he's gonna be needed. He still has Flash, he still has a Magna Storm. Despite being below 50% HP, he can still make one play work, but Spyrax spots him on the left side as he's approaching for a flank of his own. Using the perfect execution, first cast gets into the back line. Baron below 2,000 HP. It is secured by Kisno, but Spyrax blinks out Manui. No Magna Storm available, no support engaged for Conviction Esports. Now it's just run and preserve as many Baron buffs as possible. Darkwing's trying to use the teleport, but there's just a lot of damage from Dark Zero's side. Kisno able to make it back home. Chrome, at least he might be able to trade one. Oh, but he still gets bursted out by Dark Zero. And for Conviction Esports, the only member that gets to have a Baron buff is Kisno.
Yeah, I mean, that one was a tough fight for Conviction. They secure the Baron, but they only walk away with 1 Baron buff. And Manui not getting the full value out of that Rel kit. I think kind of stun-locked, unsure what to do. Still holding on to that Magnet Storm. So now Conviction, they get a Baron that they aren't going to get much use of. Their whole map is being pushed in, and they might lose the Infernal Soul in the process. There are no teleports. Remember, Hoarder is only just coming up. Darkwings and Chrome are still on the great screen.
Oh, good collapse by Conviction Esports off the top of Manui, being able to respawn on the base, gets revenge onto the Ninja alongside Kizno. Zamudo flashes away from the E,
That's Infernal.
dodges the root, and the Zamudo is unfortunately not going to escape. The rest of Conviction Esports, they're back on the board. Big shutdown going over to Kizno's pockets. And at least they preserve the Baron buff on their side. Elder Dragon now spawning in the next 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Conviction, that means the Infernal Soul has gone down. It's that big win con that could turn things, that could really give Dark Zero a really high percentage chance of winning this one out. I mean, again, I understand they have a gold lead, but Conviction's comp on paper is just so easy to execute. Dark Zero have just been playing better than them basically the entire mid to late game, and that's what got them into this position where they have such a powerful buff. But Conviction now, they're trying to take an inhibitor. They're going to succeed because of Zamudo's delayed death. But can they walk away? That's the next question. Spyrax, he has
Zamudo,
TP.
he's TPing.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Spyrax TPing.
Yep.
Zamudo's up in 7 seconds. Spyrax
also has
can at
it.
least fish and hunt for a couple targets here.
Stall
Spyrax
them.
doesn't necessarily need to commit. He just needs to keep them interested and prevent any bases from happening. He walks in range, forces Conviction to walk towards him. They all in the flash forward from Manui with the Magnus Storm. Spyrax trying to get fancy with the feet. Perfect execution used to retreat. So Jed gets jumped on. Kizno is able to pop him, and Chrome has the resets equalizer from the top. Zamudo has teleported back into the fight, but Conviction are still going to stand tall and stay strong together as 5, and they are going to force Dark Zero off the map.
Wow, Dark Zero, they chased a little too hard. The mid inhibitor is already down. If Darkwings can delay any of these backs, and it's looking like he can. Hey, I guess he didn't guess right on who was actually up and available. But there's I don't know. I think with Darkwings going down, there's probably not an angle to end the game. What's possible? I think Conviction were hoping for it, but still a big turnaround for them.
Definitely could have been an upset made had things gone slightly just a little bit better for Conviction Esports, but they had a pretty darn good fight. Psycho looks for the engage. I don't know if Dark Zero actually want this one. He found members of Conviction. He pumps in Manui, and maybe there's a trade available, but a quick pop of the shield there. It looked like Locket, but I'm not sure where he got that shield from. Maybe it was just the power of the crash down shield. I guess we're that late into the game that the crash down shield is that big, but Dark Zero still holding on, and as we talked about, Bean, and we alluded to, yeah, they had been slowly getting a gold lead, but not only the gold lead has been decreasing over the past few minutes, but also at this late of the game, against the composition that Conviction Esports have drafted for themselves, it feels negligible at this point.
Yeah, I really think this is a point in the game where Conviction generally feel really good, but again, the problem is that Infernal Soul. It just makes the burst damage from Dark Zero's composition so much more potent. So now they have a legitimate chance of getting enough damage down in these 5v5s, especially if they're able to create space with the red carpet, like Zamudo's been doing such a good job of this whole game.
Yeah. And even though we gave a lot of expectations that Conviction Esports are favored in the draft, it is still pretty damn cool that they are one good fight away from being the first team in NACL to take a game off of Dark Zero. No other team has been able to accomplish that 4 weeks into the spring split. And so we were expecting that, Dark Zero could be a team that could go pretty much undefeated, not just in series score, but game score, depending on how well their series next week against Near Airport went. We had no idea that Conviction Esports were going to step up to the plate like this and actually put Dark Zero into a position of forcing us to potentially game 3.
And we'll have to see Zamudo drop the equalizer. Right now, the only thing really to fight for is actually not true. 2 things that are going to be spawning at about the same time. The Elder Dragon is actually going to be up, so it's looking like, forget about drafts, forget about scaling, Mark. It's going to come down to the best buff in the game, that Elder Drake. So it's going to be about trying to set up as best you can for either one of these teams, because that's just going to be the decider at this point.
Yeah, Zyko just taking a base now because he wants to work with as much HP as possible, running straight from the base, fully topped off. Conviction holding their ground on the top side where they have full vision control. The rest of Dark Zero still trying to maintain the control on the bottom river entrance. Psycho finds an engage onto Hoarder. Still, that's a tank at Chrome. It's just free firing into this Alistar where the rest of Dark Zero have no way to really threaten the rest of the members of Conviction Esports. And Zyko dies! The explosive charge finally goes off, and Conviction now working with a 5 versus 4. Dark Zero trying to fight for mid priority, but there is a wave that is pushing into their base, and Dark Zero still threatened by the potential of this Baron going down to Conviction Esports. They want to stop them as Yuji goes in, pops a pressing guard, tries to block as much damage from range as possible, looks for another one onto Manui, has the GA to expend. It's now a 4v4, but Yuji is in trouble. Oh, the Q goes wide. And now what a great equalizer angle. They use the blast cones and they get out of the red carpet's way, but Samuto's pushing the chase forward. Might have stepped too close, but he has the stasis, and Sparrex finds his moment. The perfect execution cuts them down to size. And what could have been a glimpse for Conviction Esports to upset the best team in the NACL has now been lost because the Elder Dragon is available for the taking.
Unbelievable. Dark Zero, I mean, they just can't be beaten, and now they have the strongest buff in League of Legends. They're going to be able to, I mean, Zamuto's not going to be able to get it because he's on gray screen, but otherwise, I mean, for all intents and purposes, this whole team has the Baron buff, or the Elder buff, excuse me. So it isn't even going to be about the any other objective. Can they force a team fight? Can they make a Conviction fight them? And what if that happens, they're just going to win.
Conviction Esports, all hope is not lost if you can somehow stall the game out long enough for the Elder buff to expire from the side of Dark Zero. But how much can you actually give to a team like Dark Zero during that time of the buff? We're going to find out as Dark Zero already preemptively teleporting in. They're looking at Chrome. Hoarder matches the TP. Chrome still maintaining control of the mid wave. The rest of Dark Zero trying to do the Baron dance once again. Pull Conviction Esports as they have been in the mid game 20 minutes ago. We're approaching almost 50 minutes in this epic banger of our second game of the series between Dark Zero and Conviction Esports. A game that we did not expect to go the distance like this, and yet here we are.
Yeah, that's right. And props to Conviction for making it this far. They have a chance to win. You said it, Mark. Can they outlast this Elder Dragon buff? And I think they're doing a pretty good job threatening to walk into Dark Zero's base to keep them off the Baron. But now they do enough damage that they're just going to burst this one down really quickly.
Already below 6K.
What's the angle? Are you
5K, 4K,
you can.
3K. Conviction Esports, Kizno just has no way in. The Baron has been eliminated by Dark Zero. I've lost the feed. I'm not sure what's happening. It's frozen on my side. Hopefully Beatdown's able to see it, as I'm now starting to see maybe a slideshow. But it looks like Dark Zero lost a lot of health bars on Zyko, and the rest of Conviction Esports are now going to just all in onto one of the free members for Dark Zero. He pops the Locket Shield to buy as much time as he can, but the rest of Dark Zero got their bases off. Baron still on their side. Elder buff still available, and they're going to start marching it in through the mid lane.
Yeah, but it's tough. It's just to be able to get some waves in so that a Conviction can't force that advantage they have in terms of bodies, because Zyko is off of the map. But they also they have Baron to work with. They still have Elder, I think, for 15 more seconds. So if they're going to make a play, it's got to be now.
Spire going in. He has Zonias, but he doesn't get a chance to pop it. The CC chain is too good. It's equalized by Dark Zero, but losing an Akali for the price of, oh, wait a minute, but Sajed is cooking with the arrows. The Elder buff, he kills another one. Triple to Sajed, and Zamuto super low on the Rumble, but still healthy enough to survive. And Dark Zero might just take their chances, at least with Yuji and Sajed. Zamuto also going to help escort the wave in. Dark Wings and Chrome, it's on them to defend the base. And Dark Zero, are they going to try to go all in here? Beatdown, I think they are. Chrome steps up with the explosive charge, but a flash from Yuji with the 3 talent strike had already prepped it. And Dark Wings has the impossible tech to 1v3, but it's just not enough against Dark Zero. Oh man, if that wasn't enough, who is going to be able to step up to the plate? Dark Zero sweep the series.
I mean, Mark, at this point, I'm pretty sure this team is just going to go 9-0 once again. As for whether or not they'll drop the game, I think that all just depends on their following match next week, Mark. Whether or not Dark Zero are going to be able to topple NA. If they can, they're not dropping the game the rest of the split. I'm just going to say it right now because what was that? Like, this is a comp where late game is not favored for you. You're really burst heavy. They have 2 tanks on their side and really mobile carries, and you still get outplayed.
Yeah.
How can play that?
Dark Zero, I think, are grateful for a game like that because it's an early test of how much BS can we get away with. You know, how many things can we let slide in the early mid game to our opponents, and how can we, you know, challenge ourselves to come back in the game. We still have an interview for the winning team, but we've got some, we're going to take some time to prep it. So we're going to throw it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the interview ready for y'all on screen.
That's a hard one. I mean, I don't watch a lot of anime, and I grew up watching pretty much what was on television when I was like 10. So it'd be some show then. I gotta think what I watched then. I did watch Naruto when it first came out. I think that was like early 2000s on like Cartoon Network. It might not have been Cartoon Network, but it was something like that, I remember.
Who's my cartoon crush? Probably like Misty when I watched Pokemon as a kid. Yeah, probably Misty from the original Pokemon series, yeah.
It would probably have to be, I mean, this one's so obvious, but Miss Incredible.
Cartoon crush? I think Starfire probably from Teen Titans.
Do you know Phineas? You know, like Phineas and Ferb? The Dr. Doofenshmirtz, I think is his name, his daughter. Whenever I watched that show, I was like, wow.
Welcome back, y'all. We are getting our interview loaded up for you right now. And because we see him in our Video Ninja call. So just give us a couple more seconds and you're gonna see the lovely face of the victorious top laner from Dark Zero. It is Zamudo. First of all, we got a chance to chat with you before the interview actually went live, and one of the things that we wanted to follow up on is seems like this game was obviously super close for you, but talk through us, what were the comms like as the game was going later and later into the game?
Well, you know, as the game was going later and later, especially at the end, even though like Alistar got caught, and you know, it could be like pretty normal to just do, you know, cut our losses and try to play another 5v5 without Elder and Baron. We got pretty desperate and we just, you know, we sent it 45 and I guess it worked out.
Gotta love it when that happens.
It worked. That's the important thing. What I wanted to ask you too is that when we talk about other teams in this league, even teams like Near Airport and Luminosity, they all look to you guys, Dark Zero, as being the team to beat, the best team. You guys are the only ones I think who are undefeated at the moment. So I'm curious how you feel, and if you could speak to Dark Zero as a whole too, how you guys feel as what's your place in the league? Do you guys also feel like you're the top dogs, or what's it like for you guys?
I mean, I guess personally, I would say it's all pretty close. You know, I think LG is a pretty good team, NA is a pretty good team. Like, you know, I respect, you know, their at least like comparing their top laners to myself, you know, I think they're, you know, just as good or better. Yeah, that's my thoughts.
Yeah. Do you feel like do you sense a lot of pressure because everyone is looking to you as the team to beat, with you guys being the reigning NACL champions and currently undefeated in the split, or do you not think about that pressure that much?
Definitely, you know, I think about it sometimes, but it's not really something worth thinking about. All I really think about is just, you know, on what to work on so that we're like the best team by the end of summer.
Fair. I mean, on that similar vein too, next week you're going against NA. I mean, the only other top 3 team you haven't played against. You already beat Luminosity Gaming. Do you feel any sort of pressure in that specific match, especially because you guys are undefeated, or is it really just about, you know, progress above all?
I mean, personally, I actually don't feel any pressure for like the next match versus NA, but I can't say why. You'll have to like tune in, you know.
Okay.
It'll be a surprise.
Ooh. Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's cooking for us.
All right. Well, I mean, hey guys, that's gonna be as close to, you know, spicy trash talk as we're gonna get on NACL. I'm glad I was able to get a laugh out of you, Zamudo. Well, we're going to be respectful with your time because I know you want to get a bite to eat sooner than later. So one favor, though, you don't have to answer this in the interview, but DM me or share the love with Twitter on social media. What is the reasoning behind the Gwen cook with the Lichbane Malignance Rush? Because we were geeking out about it.
I can say, you know, I saw it on Twitter. You know, there's some Gwen OTP in EU West, I think, who just preaches the build with like absolute Gathering Storms and like scaling. You know, I tried it in a scrim. It's pretty alright. I mean, if you win lane with, you know, absolute Gathering Storms, then you just deserve to win the game, probably.
True.
That is kind of what happened. You went up 30 CS and they overgrouped and you got a lot of free side lanes. So yeah, GG, well played, brother. Thanks again for taking the time to interview with us, and we'll see you next time, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Hell yeah. See ya. All right. Well, it was as simple as seeing, you know, a one-trick preach the build, and yeah. I guess Axiom Gathering Storm is the cook there. So not even running Transcendence for the extra ability haste, but it's just a lot of raw AP. And then even though I think Riot had like nerfed the AP ratio of needlework, with that build, you're still dealing an insane amount of damage as we saw in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. It was really cool to see that one come through. But I mean, we got to talk about our MVP before we move on. It is Yuji. At the end of the day, I mean, this is the player that I think we keep hyping up. I think in this last game, things got a little messy. So we didn't really talk about him that much, but I think he did play this game out on the Zinja really nicely, making space for Sajed to just continue outputting just an insane amount of damage at the end of the day of this Pokeparas.
Yeah, I mean, the funny thing is that we have to remind ourselves this is MVP for the overall series, right? And right. I think when you take that context into effect, then it is kind of the clear choice, because in game 1, if we just had to give like a game 1 MVP, I would have given it to Spirax personally, because his Yone game was super incredible. But then the second game, he was put on the back foot on the Akali, right? So it probably didn't make nearly as much sense to give it to him in that regard, even though it was still a stellar game 1. And despite some of the inconsistencies that the team did show across both games, whether they performed well in game 2 or performed well in game 1, Yuji, a constant, reliable factor, always has been for this squad and in, prior teams on his come up ever since, being able to debut in Academy back in spring 2022 with FlyQuest Challengers. He has come a long way since then, and now, on the cusp of making an argument for a 3rd MVP in a row.
And it would be the first, I mean, he was the first to go twice in a row. I'm pretty sure he's the first to go twice in general. So to be able to also do 3 in a row and get 3 for the first time, I mean, that would be quite an achievement. He's playing like it so far, but it's just going to be about how well Dark Zero and Yuji overall just continue to play well the rest of the split.
Yeah, well, we're going to keep supporting you, Yuji, and hope that you get a tier 1 call-up sooner than later. But for now, it is time for the second series of the day. CCG taking on Blue Otter, y'all. Let's meet the rosters. On the blue side, I believe should be Blue Otter, if I'm not mistaken. We're going to find out when the graphic rolls through. Any second now. Oh, bam!
Look at you.
There we go. Blue Otter. Now, some of the exciting things that we had alluded to at the top of the show before we got carried away with Conviction Esports and the Dark Zero series is that while we have CCG favored to win in the series today, we got to give Blue Otter some props. They are one of the few teams that took a game off the big 3 in Luminosity Gaming. The game 2 massive fight around the first Grubs fight. And yeah, they were just able to steamroll it through. And let's get everyone familiar with their faces once again, if you aren't already. On the blue side, it is Blue Otter with Quacker, Music, Samakin, Levitate, and Rovex on the lineup.
And this is the team where we were saying it earlier, we had higher expectations going into this split because of how they closed things off in summer 2024. But, this is actually kind of akin to how they started that split, where they were also on shaky ground. A reminder, this team was 1-5 before they beat 2 LCS-affiliated teams, now LTA, in a row to be able to actually earn their spot in the playoffs and make a pretty decent run of it. So now this time around, I think it's a similar situation where Blue Otter are trying to scale. We do know they aren't. This is a team that isn't practicing as much as they used to. So I think that also impacts the time it takes for them to kind of get into gear, for lack of a better term.
And although the highlights from Blue Otter does not show their 1 win against Luminosity Gaming, where I feel like that is like one would be just super cool to rewatch again. If you haven't seen the Blue Otter Luminosity Gaming series, here we go. Boom. Sometimes you just gotta, wish for things into existence and, you manifest them, right?
Yeah.
Now, overall, it was still a series win for Luminosity Gaming, but just wanting to reiterate that, out of all the teams to take a game off the top 3, we did not expect Blue Otter to be one of them, but just them being able to make that kind of a win in general speaks to the resolve that this team has and a lot of the magic that we first saw in them when they, made that run in the summer split last year. But it's time for the red side roster beatdown, and it's CCG Esports. In the lineup, you got Crimson, Darduck, Aojun, Array, and Breezy representing. And these guys personally beat down even though they're not, in the top 3 conversation, they are still one of our favorites to be in that top 5 or the top half of the leaderboard for the end of the split.
Yeah, I'm pretty confident that they will be once more matches are played and they have that opportunity for the standings to kind of reflect how good they are. I think they played most, if not all, of the top 3, which I think fairly accounts for the losses they have on record. But the CCG roster is actually really good. And I think Aljun had a great debut and has been playing overall really strong this split, especially considering he's a rookie. Array and Breezy, I mean, this is the bot lane that individually have always been at the edge of top 3 here in the NACL. Haven't quite been able to get there, but I think they've been playing really well to top it all off. You have the experience of Dardoch. I think Crimson is good. Like, this is a good roster, and this is a team where I'm kind of expecting with this trajectory that they're going to be the ones who finish in 4th place in split 1.
Yeah, even Aljun is having a respectable debut split as the only rookie on this roster so far. Between CCG and Blue Otter, once again, our expectations are CCG to be favored in the series overall. But I think one of the things that made us fans of Blue Otter in the past, as we alluded to before, is that, everyone's kind of down on them when they first joined the NACL last summer. And obviously the way things started, or last year, the way things started, not necessarily the best way, especially to kick things off in the summer split, but then they went on that run and just being able to really surprise everyone. I think, give a lot of shout outs in the community were given over to their coaching staff. Thin Uncle Phil has been able to bring out the best out of these players. And we're now, the conversation when looking at this roster is, mainly looking at a sophomore year in a lot of the rookies that made their first split here in the NACL.
Yeah, I mean, Samikin and Levitate, both rookies in that last split, as you highlighted. It's pretty interesting to see them go up against the rookie there in Aljun. I'm especially interested in this mid lane matchup for that reason. I think Samikin definitely scaled last summer into a pretty respectable player, mostly on mages, so hoping to see if he's able to kind of round out that champion pool a little bit. But it's exciting to see him go up against Aljun. Now that Aljun is the rookie and Samikin is the sophomore, as you kind of highlighted. So it'll be fun to see how that matchup shakes out. I think Aljun has had a much hotter start than what we saw in Samikin last split, so it'll be cool.
It's always nice to have the mentorship of someone like Dardoch, who has had so many years in the competitive scene, and especially in recent years, especially when we've gotten a chance to see how well he was able to adapt in the collegiate space, notably with University of St. Thomas, being able to really help guide Robbie Bob to another collegiate winning championship that elevated and saw Robbie Bob clearly distinguish himself as one of the best mids in the collegiate space during that year. But all 3 bans have been taken by both teams. Gwen was on the table and immediately snagged by Quacker.
I think we're just seeing a lot of this Gwen and Vesta trade come through here. Again, I still think Gwen is in a really strong position, so I'm wondering if teams are going to start to just continue having that one on the permaban list. And it's funny because I think Nefiri of the 2 is the beatable one now, considering the nerfs. But teams have their priorities, and it is also going to be that Varus coming through here. It does give Array, as we know, he is partial to the on-hit Varus. A lot of opportunities for DPS in these later team fights.
Yeah. It would at least allow him to be able to deal with a tankier front line if Blue Otter opted into it. But based off of the 3 core that we just saw locked in, we're not getting any tanks on the top side. At this point, it's probably going to be Rovex on tank support duty so that they have a little bit of means of engage and reliable front line for themselves. And more than likely, I don't know if Array will feel confident or at least safe to go the on-hit build and will want to keep distance with the poke build. And CCG, recognizing that they might be lacking some consistent damage, opt in for the Victor for Aljun.
I'm really curious too in which build Array goes for. Like I was saying, he is partial to the on-hit build, but if I see Gwen if I see Gwen, Talia, and Xin Zhao, I want as many screens away from me as possible. And I think that's what's kind of nice about this this Victor pick as well, because you do have that little bit of upper range, chances to create space, and you do have that consistent damage as you highlighted.
CCG now trying to eliminate some potential AD carry options for Levitate. Misfortune, one of them. Even though there isn't right now super strong Misfortune ultimate setup, they obviously could easily lock that in if they wanted to posture for a Rel or an Alistar or even something like a Nico if you go Pop Blossom. But at least for that last pick, you would be tankless on the side of Blue Otter, but still just trying to eliminate those options. If you want to continue down the trend, I was about to say Corki, probably the only other AD carry that can at least match the push that would otherwise be favored towards Varus.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious what the support angle is going to be there for Rovex. This is game 1, so pretty much all except one's banned are fair game. So I'm wondering too if it's going to be something like the Leona, just something that is really tanky, able to soak up a lot of damage. And I'm wondering if that's kind of the angle here, because if we see that one, that could be a way for them to soak up what this Varus and Victor are putting down.
CCG could lock in their jungler now to maintain counter pick support or support counter pick for Breezy. They're hovering this LeBlanc just to be funny, I guess, unless there's a meaning behind the LeBlanc hover that I do not know about. Jackson, looking at you. DM me, let me know. Anyway, Pantheon locked in. Solid pickup in the... actually, I guess it could be flex. You know, you could send it to support for Breezy, but more than likely, I imagine this is Jungle Pantheon for Dardoch.
Most likely, just as that one has been pretty popular there. It's really nice, too, when you think about the Gwen wanting to play in the side lane. It's going to make it a little harder for Clacker to be able to push out too far, because you always have that threat of the Grand Starfall coming through.
Gives you options to collapse quickly on side lanes, especially since Blue Water have that advantage when they locked in the Talia, thanks to the Weaver's Wall. Jhin, that's a nice way to at least aid a very dive-heavy composition, or at least a very forward-heavy composition with the ones that Blue Otter has drafted for themselves. Rakan is the answer for Rovex, and the nice thing about Rakan is that he is flexible in which way he wants to go in a fight. He can always set up the engages, or he can try and stall with the quickness and being able to charm all of the threats that try to dive onto the backline here.
Yeah, I agree, and I think thematically it fits the most, especially when you see the bans that they went for in the support pool. I guess my concern is just that there's a lot of damage on CCG's side, and Rakan, while slippery and very flexible, as you said, he is squishy. So Rovex definitely going to have to be careful with his life. There are a lot of tools that can lock him down and kill him very quickly. So there is going to be that pressure of execution on him to be able to perform onto this Rakan and be able to kind of create and make space.
Yeah, I really like that you highlighted the amount of damage that is available on CCG, because to be fair, it's also on Blue Otter's side, and this is just going to be one of those games beat down where everyone's going to be throwing hands. Everyone's going to have a little bit of damage, if not a lot of damage, the later the game goes on. So fights are going to be super volatile on both sides. I think there's definitely plays that could be made with strong setup coming from the jungle early on and in the mid game on both sides. It's really just going to come down to who has better execution when it matters. But here we go, beat down, loading up onto Summoner's Rift for the first game of the second series.
That's right, and it's Blue Otter, who've had a slow start this split, facing off against CCG, the team who we think are better than the standings, and a team who actually is just getting off of a week break. They did not play at all during week 3, so I am interested to see how they use that time. You got to imagine a lot of practice was involved, and we'll probably see the fruits of that labor here today.
Looks like Levitate took some early poke damage from Array. Just going to immediately get a base off since he has time before the minion wave does spawn. A couple of early wards being placed aggressively, at least into CCG's jungle. Dardoch throws down a defensive ward just to maintain eyes on the Raptor camp in case Music goes for a aggressive path into Dardoch's own jungle. He's going to start the Wolf camp. I like this. I love when junglers are able to adapt and at least start one of the AoE camps. Normally, Raptors is like the go-to when you don't want to do your buffs until the very last part in your rotation. But I remember I guess, last year, especially when Inspired was doing it on FlyQuest, he started doing wolf camps into Gromp into blue buff so that he could preserve the blue buff as long as possible before making his way over, and then doing the same thing with the AoE camps, Raptors, Krugs, and then red buff to preserve both of those buffs as long as possible. Whereas Music goes straight for the red buff, and he's just going to continue the full clear as per usual.
Yeah, Music's not doing anything fancy. He's just doing the standard bottom to top clear. Excuse me. But we'll see. These two junglers are definitely an interesting one as well. We talked about the wealth of experience that Dardoch brings and how important he is for the team. But Music, I think, also is instrumental to a lot of Blue Otter's success, both last year and this year. I think just the stat alone that Music has 87 kill participation just shows you how important he is to everything Blue Otter tries to do on the map. That is a pretty high stat.
Yeah, I think when we last observed Blue Otter, it just goes to show that like Music is super vocal. He's very instrumental in how the team is able to find early game plans and windows, and a lot of the direction of the team is planned through Music. Samakin taking this time as he killed the first wave, tries to get another ward down onto the Raptor camp, sees that it is gone, and so Blue Otters have an idea at least of where they are. But already, I didn't even get a chance to catch this, but Music, after clearing his red side jungle, went for the proactive invade, went up, forced Dardoch off the red buff, and was able to yoink it away. Looks like Dardoch still was able to at least get the Raptors and Krugs for himself, but that is a lot of vision on the red side quadrant there.
Yeah, I mean, it makes Quacker that much safer because it's going to be really clear if Dardoch shows up for a gank. And it gives Music that bit of a lead overall. And now he's going to have that red buff longer. It means that if he runs into Dardoch, he's going to have that extra bit of skirmishing power over him. While you're seeing Dardoch, he wants nothing to do with that top side of the map. Instead, he's going to walk back to the bottom side and get that Scuttle Crab. Bright side for him, he does have 2 long swords, so that is still a decent amount of stats going for him if a sort of fight breaks out. But I think the 1v1s against Music, something he doesn't want.
Dardoch potentially making his way towards the bottom side to set up for a dive. Levitate is chunked to about 50% HP. They're killing the wave, and Dardoch is already prepping his empowered spell by spamming the spear. And it's off of Breezy. Flash knock up into the wall. The empowered assault from Dardoch sets up the play, and first blood goes over to CCG.
Really nicely done there. Really good use on Breezy, just holding on to that aggro as long as possible. And it's a good recognition from Dardoch. He knows Music still has his whole top side to finish and the Scuttle Crab. And because he dropped some of his tempo to get that farm lead over Dardoch, creates this opportunity for the dive to come through.
Dardoch still has some camps to go back to, so he is, even though slightly behind in terms of camps right now, he's going to be able to catch back up as we get our cinematic overview. Breezy setting up the initial dive, tanks the first couple of turret shots, and then Dardoch finishing the job.
Yeah, we'll say, got to give props for not using the flash. And Levitate tries to... Oh, he did end up using the flash in the end. You know what? Never mind. Feels bad. No summoner spells on the Jhin. And it just opens up another opportunity to abuse that in the coming minutes.
Yeah, CCG could easily, off the next rotation of camps, make a revisit to the bottom side of the map or wherever Levitate and Rovex are headed towards. With the early proactive lane swap from Breezy and Array to set up for the first rotation of Grubs, they're already here on the top side. Levitate and Rovex are going to answer as well, but Music already knows it's very unlikely that Blue Otter are going to be able to compete for the Grubs since their AD carry is down both summoner spells. So he's just going to go for the dragon and say, yeah, at least we get one objective off the board immediately, and then maybe by the second rotation of Grubs, we'll be able to be in a better spot to fight for them.
And for the moment, Music's just going to prioritize that first Drake, and now we have a flash.
Oh, man, this is just dirty. Instead of going immediately for the Grubs, Breezy sneaks through the bushes. Blue Otter have no idea that Breezy was waiting that far up, and then Levitate, trying to step up to the wave, gets capitalized on, and CCG walk away with another kill.
And it's just that easy setup there. I mean, Levitate, unfortunately, stepped up a little too far. You have no summoner spells. your jungler just announced to the whole of Summoner's Rift that he just finished the dragon. Therefore, he's very far away from you and can't save you. So that not only is a trade of objectives, but CCG, they move up in gold because they also get a kill.
Music trying to see if he could get a cheeky steal off based off of Dardoch's smite timing, but Dardoch is able to pair it well. But Rovex just dinged level 6, is going to look for an all-in here off of the quickness. Music and Samakin have rotated on up, and CCG, they're caught with their pants down. Dardoch tries to go back in. Array is trying to flash over the wall and turn tail with Aljun, trying to 2v1 Samakin before the rest of Blue Water can regroup here. Grand Entrance finds its mark onto Array since he has no flash available. Aljun still has Breezy to re-engage, and Array is alive somehow! What the heck? Did he still have Barry off the top? I guess so. 20 HP is what I heard. Array making it out with the barely just a sliver of HP.
Yeah, that is a big fight for CCG. I mean, it looked like Blue Otter had the angle on the way out, but the damage over time, it just favored CCG. Again, you have this Poke Varus, a lot of damage up front. You have Aojun, who's past that level 6. On the Victor, is just able to throw out spells, throw out the ultimate. And CCG now firmly in control of this early game.
And it was such a big moment for Blue Otter to really spring the trap, because he gets level 6, the fact that he gets extra solo XP after Levitate dying. So I love the look here, but somehow CCG are just able to just, in the slightest mechanical micro interactions, outplay it.
Yeah, I want to give props to Breezy for how he played that fight at the start. He knocked away Rovex, who was using the quickness. It actually prevented him from getting the charm onto anyone else because it expired. And I think that actually reduced the amount of damage that Blue Water were able to get out in that team fight. Rather, increased the damage his team were able to do. So, I mean, that's a big deal for a player like Breezy, who we have been kind of saying with a lot of the premier supports in the past, overshadowing him moving up to the LTA. This was his chance to step it up and be a top support in the league.
Right. And it's not like, you know, the support competition are slouches this time around. You still have to play it up against Zyko, a reigning champion alongside the rest of Dark Zero, and then you have Zazel for Luminosity Gaming and Biofrost for Near Airport, all who have, you know, the latter have made it pretty damn far in their own careers when they were playing on tier 1 teams in the past. So definitely the best shot for Breezy to stand out as one of the premier supports and be able to, you know, push his name forward in the hat, you know, alongside members that we have been, you know, constantly shouting out like, hey, UG needs a chance in tier 1, right? Well, now there's a chance for Breezy and Array, who kind of in a similar step up this split could break into that top 3 as a 1v1 between Crimson. Oh, sidestep by Quacker, the pumping execution, but Dardoch arrives like the hero he is for CCG with the Grand Starfall and puts a stop to Quacker's parade.
I mean, it's a little earlier than I was hinting at, but this is exactly the danger of that Pantheon for Quacker on the Gwen. You want to be strong and play in side lane. The problem is it's never a 1v1, never truly if you don't know where this Pantheon is. So Dardoch already giving us a glimpse of what's to come later on.
Dardoch has been pretty much everywhere on the map this game so far, and has been able to adapt well to the early plans that Blue Otter had for themselves, trying to put him behind in terms of camp tempo, and he's paid a tenfold by just being a constant thorn in Blue Otter's side.
Yeah, he's just been ganking nonstop, being so big for all of his laners so far in this early game. And right now we see that second rotation of Grub spawn. Nobody's really around, and there's not a whole lot of vision around the actual objective itself. But we're going to see now what that priority is going to be. It would be great for CCG to get 6 Grubs, because everybody loves having those. But Blue Otter are the ones who are feeling that pressure, because you never want to let that one go easily. I think Music, the play for him, is going to try and burst one down, see if he can smite it away, and just deny all 6.
CCG have 4 on the top side. Blue Otter also have 4, but not joined up at the moment. Samakin having to respond to the wave first. Aojun gonna make his way over there as well to continue maintaining priority for now. Samikin trying to set up a angle for a Weaver's Wall to collapse as CCG overextend themselves. But it's just a little bit of a dance here between both teams, playing off of the waves, seeing who can actually get a chance to move first. And now both of the side lanes of this grub pit getting a chance to shove in their waves first, get to move into the river, and Blue Water might just not have a chance to actually compete for any of these grubs. Because Music has just abandoned it.
The items are not on their side, Mark. You can see Array's got an item up there on Levitate. Dardock's already gotten the Sundered Sky as well. Even Crimson sitting on the Eclipse. The early game kills that CCG are gotten are what earned them that second rotation of grubs. And it's also the reason why Music, he's going to have to pay respect yet again.
Uh-oh. Bit of a slideshow here. Grand Starfall onto the bottom side.
Ooh, Quacker.
Both top laners getting traded thanks to the curtain call, but also the collapse of the Grand Starfall from CCG. But CCG still maintaining strength on the bottom side river. And the fact that they were able to collapse after taking all 3 grubs means that they're more than likely just going to get all the objectives on the map. And a solo kill from Aljun, the rookie. First split of the NACL, stepping up to the plate of our sophomore on Blue Otter and dunks him in the 1v1.
He knocks Samikin down a peg, and that's just CCG winning on every side of the map here, Rafa. The fact is, they win out on the grubs, they win out on the 1v1, and they manage to secure a dragon. The game is slowly slipping out of Blue Otter's fingers, and it doesn't feel like they have a leg to stand on right now, because a lot of this comp's power was going to be Quacker being strong, playing into a side lane, and the 2v2 power of this mid-jungle duo. But unfortunately, because CCG played out this early game a lot more actively and Dardock was making so many moves, that window's already closed.
Yeah, I feel like you're just kind of banking on Quacker being an absolute monster on the Gwen late game. But even then, you have a lot to correct at this point. The Gwen is not massively ahead of the Mbessa at this point in the game. CS advantage aside, gold parity seems to be pretty even since they're both on 1 items, but with the game state that it's currently in right now, beat down, the way that Blue Otter comes back is if Quacker suddenly finds himself on 3 items while everyone is reaching 2.
Yeah, exactly, but that's just seeming like it isn't very possible. Quacker not getting too much attention from his team, but getting a lot of love from the side of CCG as they are hovering to make sure Aljun should have an easy time knocking down this turret, getting poke onto this Gwen. And it looks like it is working, but he's going to have to leave.
Robex trying to make a fast play. Samikin teleported in, and you know what? Aljun does get shut down. Blue Otter overload on the top side, able to find a pick. CCG now regrouping, seeing if they can find a way to re-engage. Levitate off the left side with the curtains call, but meanwhile, CCG are dodging a lot of the damage coming out from the bullets, but Crimson not going to be able to escape danger, just led the rest of Blue Otter away so that they can minimize deaths, and in the end, Blue Otter find themselves another 2 kills after Aljun.
Yeah, really nice skirmish coming through from Blue Otter, less so from CCG. I think as soon as you lose Aljun, that fight's not winnable for you anymore, but CCG kind of gets stuck. They overstay their welcome, and they give a lot of gold back into Blue's pockets, and that one has got to feel good. Just because CCG, they were looking at almost a 3,000 gold lead. Now it's back down to 1, and now we're getting an actual amount of parity here, and Blue Otter kind of find themselves back in this.
Yeah, when we were talking about ways to get back in the game, we didn't talk about, fast picks because we didn't expect after a fast pick, CCG to then play into the fast pick down numbers and give more over to Blue Otter. But you know what? Credit to Blue Otter for punishing and being able to take advantage and not let CCG just kind of bully them out of the early game. Because now, gold advantage is still in CCG's favor, but it's only 1,000. It's no longer 3,000, so it doesn't feel out of reach. And now everyone is on first item spikes.
Yeah, now I think this is a position where Blue Otter actually are okay in terms of power. So it's just going to be about what do they want to be fighting for here. Because Samikin committed that TP and they sent him over to the spot side, he actually isn't going to be able to join right away. just because of the fact that he's not working with teleport. So now he's going to keep trying to push the wave in. I think he's doing a good job actually at keeping Aojun in lane to reduce the likelihood of him actually joining that fight with a sudden TP.
Samikin does lose a lot of HP for it. Music is booking it towards the bottom side. Aojun sniffs it out. Not sure if they spotted him on a ward or just kind of flagged it out and saying, hey, Music is missing. We're going for an objective on the top side. Please play safe.
They're going
CCG
in.
Gonna jump onto Rovex. He dances over to the safety of Levitate. A lot of damage for the backside of Dardoch as he throws out another spear. And the support for Blue is going to be forced to the base for now. But at least they stopped the take of the Herald and reset it. We'll give a little bit more time. Whoa.
I thought he was gonna kill him, but he manages to live. Oh, hold on.
Array might be in trouble. Still has flash and barrier. Does not flash the seismic shove, and I'm not sure either flash was off cooldown or Array just decided, yeah, I'm not gonna go for it. CCG gonna continue the train. Breezy pops the ultimate, flashing away, but I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to get out alive because Dardoch can't really stop all the members of Blue Water from being able to continue pouring damage into the back of this cow. And Blue Water just making fast plays one after another and just catching CCG by surprise.
And it looks so good at first. I mean, that Rakan being so squishy, Rovex being forced out, I guess emboldened CCG to be able to walk in and try and actually get some push onto that mid wave and set up for this Herald. But instead, they get fast played on. Like you said, Samikin comes in with the Weaver's Wall, so now they gave away some lives. They lost the Rift Herald, and they don't have a really clean option to go for this second dragon for them either.
For their credit, CCG solo laners are currently up on their counterparts, but they are trying to make plays happen in compensation of these lane advantages, or I guess in the Blue Water's case, lane deficits they're experiencing. But Samikin, at least now twice in the game, has been able to make a fast play with a TP and then a Weaver's Wall to counteract the fact that, you know, Aojun is starting to become very scary on this Victor. Still about 30 CS of the curve, almost about to complete that second item, but because at least Samikin has been able to make plays on the map for his team, it doesn't seem like he's that far behind in gold either.
Right, I think Aojun is pretty close to that second item. He'll probably have Leandri's.
Boom.
Oh yeah, there you go. He's built that one up. So Blue Water, they've done an okay job stalling CCG at this dragon, but now CCG feel really good about going for this one because, again, Aojun, he's got a second item. The rest of the team is showing up, but they're actually calling it off. That's surprising. I guess they're just not interested in going for a flip. Maybe they want to make a play topside onto Quacker because I saw some ping.
Just keeping vision on it, seeing what Blue Otter are going to do. I think they're respecting the fact that Blue Otter just have more tools to be able to collapse on the map faster, and they're not trying to fall into any more situations where starting up the objective, especially if they have a suspicion it's on vision, then gives the option for Blue Water to make a play onto the side lane. And they're just trying to protect their side lanes as much as possible since they do have decent CS leads at the moment. But this opens up the window now for Blue Water to just go for the dragon themselves. Dardoch trying to see if he can get in range. Otacon spawning on the bottom side just afterwards could be an objective they look at if the play goes haywire for either way. Oh, Crimson, public execution, sets up the Dardoch to steal the dragon right under Blue Otter's nose. Music is popped like a balloon, and CCG pulling a fast one over the eyes of Blue Otter. Quacker will fall next, and I just imagine that's just Otacon for free.
Oh, that is a tragedy for the side of Blue Otter. Yes, there's some chip damage coming
Dardoch
through.
going in.
Oh,
Crimson's gonna follow up. Samikin stepping too far forward, and just like that, Breezy will come in and punish. Samikin does manage to flash away at the last second and preserving his life. But Rovex does pay the price for Blue Otter overstaying their welcome. And as we said it before, Beatdown, it's Dragon and Otacon going the way of CCG, unless, yeah, not happening.
yeah, Breezy's just going to stand there while they collect the roses. A big deal for CCG, who not only got a bunch of gold and XP from winning that fight, they get a lot of experience just ejected in them by virtue of being able to take all those blood roses as well. So CCG, in one fell swoop, wrest control of the game back from Blue Otter off of a really good fight.
Yeah. And once again, I think we see CCG just adapting on the fly and recognizing that when Blue Otter are able to choose the fights on their terms, we're not able to recover as well. So we let Blue Otter start up the objective, and then we have a better chance of trying to force a fight. And if we do get a replay of the Dragon Pit, I'm going to pay extra close attention to the positioning of everyone else relative to the Dragon.
Yeah, actually, I'm glad you mentioned that, because look at Sammykin. He puts up the wall to create space, but so much of this fight is happening before he can realistically participate. And by the time he's able to throw out a lot of his spells, his jungler's down, Rovex is forced out, and it's an easy double kill for Aojun.
Yeah. And you can tell that the Blue Otter carries are so fearful for their lives. They're trying to take defensive positions over the wall. But because they're over the wall, then Music is kind of just left alone without as much protection as possible in the strength of like a proper 5-on-5 fight. Now CCG, fast forward now, trying to collapse on the bottom side of the map to play for this tier 1 turret. Rovex and Music are here to protect Quacker, but the Grand Starfall comes in. Dardoch tries to jump onto Quacker and gets the assassination, even with Music trying to protect him, but they're going to trade one back. Meanwhile, Rovex falls through the onslaught of CCG, continuing to dive. Crimson dancing his way out, using that Drake Hound stance, and he's able to at least escape for now. The Curtain Call is going to try to find some stragglers. Sammykin roaming in with the Weaver's Wall, but he goes too far! Curtain Call does find one on a Breezy, but at the cost of Sammykin's life. Blue Otter just trying to find ways that they can pick out some salvageable kills, but CCG still rolling ahead with the lead.
And the lead just continues to grow. Now Aojun, gonna force Levitate to leave here. And it is this opportunity for Music to drop the Rift Herald. I'm not sure he's actually going to be able to knock down this turret, but would be a nice bit of gold for Blue Otter. Look who's already here in the process. Okay, no, they do get it.
07 to the Rift Herald. Your life will be remembered. Blue Otter being able to at least take the tier 1 in the mid lane. I think that actually helped lessen the gold advantage down back to around 2,000 for CCG instead of 3K. Rovex was looking for a grand entrance. Music is actually just going to pop the Crescent Guard, trying to stall the take on the turret as fast as possible, but Quacker on the right side, TPing in, looking for Needleworks and procs with the snip. Dardoch is punted in thanks to the seismic shove. Good pick up by Blue Water. Aojun now arrives to the party, and multiple elf bars are very lit, and it's just the hail of arrows from Array that puts Quacker down in the dirt once again. CCG still continuing to find advantages.
They always manage to take a kill on the exit. It ends up being kind of a net neutral because they go turret for turret, they go kill for kill. I say that until Breezy.
Good sidestep.
Oh wait, yeah.
Oh, he baited him in. He has the unbreakable will, but it wasn't really a bait because unfortunately Aojun does not do enough damage.
Oh, wow, that was really close.
It was close. For their credit, Breezy had no way out, probably just sniffing a little too far into those bushes there and getting caught out. Aojun was not able to bail him out. Nice attempt.
I kind of want to see a replay on that one just because I'm curious. I don't actually think Breezy had to go back in. It seemed like he had a chance to get out, but maybe he wanted to turn that into a kill because Aojun was nearby. We'll see whether or not that was actually the case, but it is a kill in favor of Blue Otter as things kind of slow down right now. Oh, hold on.
Weaver's Wall, Array, the target, immediately flashing away. Not going to commit the sins he did earlier this game. Music now taking a lot of damage. The Crescent Guard will block one last piercing arrow off the top. Curtain Call by Levitate. Going to fish for some bullets in the backline here as Quacker stalls as much time as he can. The Curtain Call does not do as much damage as they would like. Quacker does fall. Sammykin is next. And the rest of Blue Water are forced to retreat now. Array. Is he going to find another arrow here? Just going to chunk Levitate's HP bar, but this should be the third dragon for CCG.
And that's a big deal. Mountain Soul, and if they're able to secure 3 Mountain Drakes in that process, CCG's members will all just be so much tankier. And I think in Blue Otter's composition where not as much damage in the late game versus CCG, I think it would just make it harder for them to actually win out on these team fights, harder for things like the Curtain Call to get the value that we've seen so far from Levitate. And off the back of that as well, tier 2 turret's going to fall. That's even more gold into the CCG team's pocket. They just continue to run away with this game.
Sometimes I forget how much gold you get for your team after taking down a tier 2 turret. It's
cool like to get to yourself. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's awesome, dude. It's so much gold. At least for Blue Otter's case, you know, the gold lead is still not, you know, disparate enough that it feels unwinnable or uncomebackable for them. But they are in a pretty hard deficit at this point. Nearly 4,000 for CCG. Third item online now for Aljun, who, despite the one death and the one pickoff that Blue Otter found on him on the top side of the map, has been a ever-growing threat that Blue Otter are having to face the consequences now as we get later and later into the stages of the game. And the amount of answers they've been able to find on Aljun has been limited so far.
Yeah, especially now that he's got that Zhonya's ready to go too. He's going to have the stasis. It's going to make it harder for them to actually get on top of him and take him out of the picture. So right now, and you can see how much control over the bottom of the map CCG are working with. Rovex, he's trying to clear out what he can. He's trying to kind of push this line of vision forward for Blue Otter, just so they have a better chance of maintaining control over this bottom side. It's Mountain Soul that CCG are threatening now in 3 minutes time, and that's the #1 priority for Blue Otter to prevent.
Big objective that Blue Otter do not want to forfeit over for free. They're going to have to put up their best fight yet at that point in the game, and if it's not enough, then I fear it will never be enough once Mountain Soul is secured by CCG. But for Blue Otter, we've seen them be able to stand up and catch CCG by surprise, catch them slacking, and they've been at least been able to make pretty good situations of it so far. Array still does not have flash, has barrier and the Edge of Night. Rovex getting a little too comfortable, but he is slippery. Music is jumping onto Dardoch now, but he has the shield, blocks a lot of damage. Chain of Corruption's right on top of Music, but the pressing guard is going to block any range damage coming in from Array. Aljun tries to step in it, and it's just the Chaos Storm as a threat that forces Blue Otter away, and now they're looking for stragglers. The Grand Starfall locks down Quacker so that Crimson can slice him down to size. CCG pick up 2 kills in the jungle.
That was a 4v5, by the way. CCG did not have Crimson for basically that entire fight. They still get 2 kills. They still come out on top. And now they're going to have the option to just go ahead and start this Baron. I don't really I can't imagine what they're afraid of. Music doesn't have ult. Rovex is only just coming back. I think this is theirs.
Music would have to pull out a miracle without flash. And unfortunately, they just lost another member. Samakin was trying to fish and see if he could get vision with the Weaver's Wall, but steps a little too far forward, and just great marking from the rest of CCG's ensemble. Baron is secured. 6,000 gold ahead now for the CCG roster, and a minute and change away from the Mountain Soul spawning.
Cool, and they're just in such a good position to do it. Aljun, though, is essentially in trouble. Yeah, they need to commit. He overstayed.
Aljun still has flash available. Rovex has flash, but no quickness. He would have to land this grand entrance, but Aljun flashes it. Quacker's gonna send it. Curtain call, trying to hit these bullets. Finally, one lands and allows Quacker to finish the job. Crimson will rise to the scene of the crime, seeing if he can at least get revenge for his fallen comrade. Dardoch stuns up Music. Crescent Guard pop, but Crimson's in the middle of it. Gets knocked up. Buys him a little bit of time, but the Chain of Corruptions will lock down Music. Quacker falls too, and the rest of Blue Otter are forced to scram.
Oh, they got to run as fast as they can because they're being chased. You have a flick onto Dardoch, but I'm sorry, he's playing Pantheon. Shield Aegis is going to be able to let him out, but I think we're...
Samakin a little too far forward, flashing away. Breezy pops the Unbreakable Will. Grand Starfall puts Dardoch right behind enemy lines, looking for the Empowered Aegis. The Soul once again blocks any damage that could have come out from Blue Otter to rectify the odds here. Samakin still trying to run away. The Weaver's Wall, but Array, what auto-attack is enough! The auto-attack that followed him all the way through the wall. That was a funny moment. CCG being able to take the second tier turret in the mid lane, and with Music still off the rip, I think this is Mountain Soul easily secured for CCG.
Oh, but easy doesn't even begin to describe it, Mark. CCG are up 8K. They just won a big team fight for the nth time in a row. And now they're going to secure themselves their third Mountain Drake. They're going to be so tanky. They're going to have the shields that come with this Mountain Soul as well. And this game just became astronomically more difficult for Blue Otter to win.
It went from still comebackable to pretty damn hard to come back at this point in the game for Blue Otter. And now CCG, having the biggest gold lead that they have had this entire game, should have all the tools necessary to find one more good fight to close this first game of the series out. Aljun doesn't have flash from the previous pick on the top side. Rovix is going to send it, finally gets in range with the quickness and the grand entrance. The rest of CCG, they're rushing over to their comrade on the bottom side of the map, seeing if they can at least look for a turn. Array is in range, but Dardoch did not have the Grand Starfall, or at least felt confident in sending it. Aljun was just a little too far.
Yeah, Dardoch, he actually did just, you're right, he did just get his ult back up, so he wasn't able to join in time, and that's twice, oh, hold on. Okay, that's twice that Aljun has been caught overstepping his bounds a little bit. Needs to respect how far a Rakan can all-in you from, and how easy it is for him when he has the quickness up. So he ends up losing his life. It really significantly dampens CCG's Baron power play as well, as that one expires just about 15 seconds ago. So it is some gold into Blue Otter's pocket, but CCG are still strong.
It is the one advantage that Blue Otter have been able to play off of, just quickly collapsing on any overextended members from the side of CCG. Definitely something that they'll have to clean up, not just for the rest of the game, but for the series if Blue Otter continues to index into a playstyle similar to this. Because it does, at least it has been giving them some advantages to play for, even when the side lanes were not necessarily winning their lanes outright. It is what kept them in the game during the early and mid portions of the first game here. But so far, CCG still playing it pretty calm, pretty collected, and taking the steps necessary to use this Mountain Soul. The Baron buff already expired, and just waiting for another respawn in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, and I think the next thing to play for here for these teams, but mostly CCG, is going to be that Baron in a minute 30. Elder is still on the table, but with how well CCG have been winning these fights, I don't even think we'll get that far. I'm going to keep it a stack, Mark. Pretty sure one good engage is going to mark the end for Blue Otter. They have a difficult circumstance they find themselves in, and really the only way into it is try and leverage that semi-global they have with this Talia Weaver's Wall.
Breezy and Array staring at Rovex menacingly, saying, back off, this jungle doesn't belong to you anymore. They slowly wrestle control of vision away from Blue Otter, continuously covering the map in darkness, leaving very little to no ground for Blue Otter to stand on outside of their base. Baron is spawning in the next 40 seconds. Elder Dragon still a couple minutes and 30. As the rest of CCG wait in the shadows.
Yeah, they're just trying to see what else they can get. They have so much damage up front. And that's kind of what they're playing towards, using these pockets of darkness that they built for themselves. And I think they're playing this one out pretty well overall. And this is that CCG roster that we talk about being potentially top 4. And I think they want to get another win as they force this fight.
Breezy has flash, finally gets in range of Rovex. And that's an easy pick. Now it's a 5-on-4 on the map. Samakin getting chased alongside Levitate. And Dardoch is going to send it. Here comes Dardoch on the Pantheon, and Samakin runs for the hills. That was not as
anticlimactic.
Yeah, that was very anticlimactic. I was expecting some, some hot shit to happen right there, but
Me too.
you know what? They just scare him off. They still have a 5-on-4, but Rovix is spawning in the next 15 seconds. But I think CCG have all that they need to force this Baron. Oh, yeah, Aljun, you are on the wrong side of the track, my friend. But you know what? He will at least distract Blue Otter with his face. And this should guarantee Baron going down. And for Aljun's credit, buys a little bit more time, going golden before the final curtain call bullet finds its mark. And the Baron buff is secure for CCG.
Really curious how he found himself in that position, but that is brutal. Less than needed death coming through here, but yeah, you said it. They make space for CCG. Blue Otter take that kill. CCG take the Baron. They still have 4 Baron buffs to work with, and it just means anytime they approach the base of Blue Otter, it's just that much more deadly. It's going to make it easier for them to get control of this mid wave as well, which is so important because it looks like we will be getting towards that Elder Dragon spawning as it's only 40 seconds away.
Blue Water taking this chance to bully their way into the river. And as you called out, Aljun, no teleport by the time he spawns, so he's going to have to take the long trek of shame back to the objective here.
Right.
So CCG are going to have to stall as long as possible before Victor can rejoin the fight here. To their credit, Blue Water still has to wait on the Elder Dragon to spawn in the next 12 seconds before they can potentially rip it and force CCG to come into them. Elder Dragon now has arrived to the rip and graces the pit with its giant wings and takes to the skies.
Yeah, Dardoch, he's looking for an angle too. CCG can attack from multiple points. Even Breezy, I mean, we know him for the long flanks. He's going to go for this. So Blue Otter, though, they're just rushing this. They're trying to see if they can win it.
Breezy flashes in, tries to get eyes. Dardoch goes in, but it's way too late. The Elder Dragon was secured by Blue Water, but the question is, do they have the damage? Do they have the firepower? And it doesn't look like it because they already lost Quacker and Music and Rovex. Now it's up to Levitate and Samakin. They've got damage in their back pockets, but do they have the health bars to survive? Good flick by Samakin, finds Aljun. One more rock. Unfortunately, the timing is not there. Aljun survives. Array is going to blink him out with one last arrow. Levitate tries to save his AD carry, or mid laner goes in with the flash, the headbutt. Wait a minute, Levitate is going to blink out another one, but meanwhile, Crimson is pushing into the base for the win. Death timers are super long. Levitate takes out Breezy, but he gave his life trying to buy as much time for Crimson to end the game. But if Levitate gets back, maybe it's not enough.
Crimson doesn't have ult. He's tanky turret shots. He has to walk this one away. Okay, so Blue Otter, they hold on by their fingernails because Music is able to secure the Elder Dragon in the end, and it's so clutch because it felt like this whole game was going CCG's way. And the truth is, it still might, unless Blue Water can take advantage of what's left of this Elder Dragon buff that Levitate is sitting on.
See, that was crazy. That was crazy. That was some firefighting right there. Not sure if it was like, you know, the clean, but it was.
But did you have fun, Mark? Because that's what matters.
I had so much fun.
There you go.
Much fun. I had no idea what was gonna happen next. Yeah, I thought that CCG were cleaning out the fight, and then Samakin and Levitate being able to at least pump out as much damage as possible, and Levitate, just big hero moment, flashing forward, destroying Array before he finishes off Samakin, and then they force a guaranteed 3v1, and it was very dicey from that point. So now CCG, they didn't get the Elder Dragon. The Elder Dragon is still only on Levitate's hands in terms of buff. Not going to last that much longer, so CCG can just stall it out, and by the time the Baron spawns, the Elder buff will have expired. So CCG is still favored for the game, but Blue Water, I always love the perspective of just not going down without a fight.
Yeah, I mean, this is a scrappy team who've been able to show us some really great performances in this past split in summer, and even some highs here in split 1 of 2025. They need a little bit more, though, if they're going to get over the top. The chances in this game, pretty low, unless they win another miracle fight, kind of like they just did. But right now, I mean, CCG, they know that buff has expired. They know they're the ones back in the driver's seat, and you can see them setting up for it.
Once again, covering the jungle quadrant in darkness, this time on the bottom side of the map. Oh, good pick on the Music. The Crescent Guard will block any more range damage coming from afar. CCG unable to secure the pick on the Music despite having no flash on the Xin Zhao. Did come at the cost of a Crescent Guard and a Weaver's Wall, since Samakin also expanded it to keep his jungler alive.
If CCG capitalize on that one soon, I would say they trade up. Even though Dardoch uses Splash, the fact that Music doesn't have the ult really dampens his ability to team fight as Xin Zhao. So I want to see if CCG are going to capitalize. They already have supers coming in this bottom wave. They're still maintaining vision control over this bottom side. I see one ward for Blue Water that I imagine they'll clean up very shortly. And again, it's just about them trying to play from darkness, trying to make these surprise hit and run plays that have been working for them so far.
One of the recipients of those hit and run plays has been Aljun on the bottom side of the map. After the first pick, he had remained pretty deathless for a majority of the game, but seemingly within the past 10, 15-ish minutes, he has been caught out a few more times. Oh, a teleport from Aljun. Not spotted on the ward because it's blinked out by the control ward. Chain of Corruptions.
Ooh.
Little wide on the right side. It's okay. CCG just looking. Not all skill shots are going to land. It's all about the just the thought that counts.
Yes.
As Blue Water now forced to face check into the river. They're able to get vision on the line brush for now before it is swept away by CCG once again. Teleport coming in for Quacker as he is forced to regroup with the rest of his team so that CCG do not get an objective for free. Elder Dragon spawning in the next minute. CCG have to either be fast with the Baron or just wait, because you do not want to give the Elder Dragon over for free. Breezy forcing the flash engage as he was picked upon. Rovex tries to stall the engage forward. Breezy running out of time on the Unbreakable Will, but Crimson finds Levitate in the back line. The hero that was able to save Sam McKinnon in the last fight no longer going to be able to do it this time around. CCG now continuing the chase. Here it comes. Oh, here comes Dardock. Oh my goodness.
You're jinxing him.
I'm never doing it again. I think, you know, for the benefit of chat, so that they don't hear me butcher that rendition anymore, the Weaver's Wall is going to come out. Inhibitors taken in the mid lane. I was just so excited beat down.
I know.
I just want it to happen.
I know.
want the
maybe
Grand
it
Starfall
will.
to just come in and completely obliterate them. But you know what? CCG going to take their wins for now and run over to the Baron, but Aljun's got to keep eyes on the Elder Dragon for the sake of CCG so that Blue don't get it for free.
And I think right now, just the fact that I think both teams can take this one kind of quickly. You want to take advantage of the fact Levitate's not around. Just play for this Elder Dragon, and if Blue Water walk too close, jump on them and make the play. Because Music won the last Smite fight. Unless Dardock is confident he can win the next one, Flip's not a good idea.
Oh, Crimson with the public execution finds the backline. Remember, Levitate is walking from the base. Big seismic shove combo, but just not that much damage. Quacker falls next. Rovex pops the quick miss. Here comes the curtain call. Maybe it can find a couple stragglers here fishing for bullets. Crimson steps up so that Dardock doesn't have to take too much damage, but he's on top of the seismic shove at the unraveled earth. And
Levitate!
does not survive. Levitate! Can he cook here on the Jin? It's only 4 bullets left in the chamber, but Rovex is peeling for him, and Levitate is saving the game for Blue Water! Just like that, finds 3 back-to-back kills off the respawn, and CCG no longer have a jungler to force the Elder Dragon take.
How about this full build Jin? Levitate coming in twice in a row for his team to clutch up big time, and now Array and Aljun, they're just stalling time. They're trying to pull the aggro so that Blue Water don't actually start off, and everyone's just going to go back to base, back to the drawing board. I thought in Game 2 of our last series, we had the longest series of the split so far, but I think we're already about to break the record.
Perhaps so. I'm not familiar with the current record holder, but man, this game has delivered so far. Chain of Corruptions goes wide once again. A field goal in between Rovex and Levitate, as Blue Water trying to fight for vision control and maintain eyes on the river so that they can safely contest. Music now starting up the Elder Dragon. Dardock taking the long walk. If he wants to get here faster, he would have to Grand Starfall into darkness. 11,000 on the Elder Dragon. Quacker on the approach. Dardock is here, but right on top of a seismic shove. He's going to buy a lot of time here, but the Aegis Assault and the Unbreakable Will absorb all the damage. Now the damage dealer, Sam McKinnon, Levitate, are isolated from the rest of the front line in Blue Water. They're all stuck in the pit. Breezy goes in, sends it for himself, but Music can't get back in. He's isolated once again. The curtain call is now going to try to wreak damage into the backline. There's no Array, there's no Breezy. Dardock!
Oh, are you kidding me?
Elder Dragon got secured. It was a missed spike by Dardock, and Sam McKinnon secures it. Blue Water now can run down the remaining members of CCG. Crimson got nowhere else left to run. Aljun is going to be run down instead.
And after leading the game for so long here, CCG are now finding themselves in dire straits. The only thing going for them, and the reason this game hasn't ended, is because of the super minions in that mid lane. Because of the damage Crimson did to Blue Otter's base earlier on. But now Blue Otter, they have the Elder Dragon buff for a couple of minutes. And now, if they're able to get a clean ace here against CCG, or even an unclean ace, they're going to be the ones to snatch victory.
Truly a banger for the ages, beatdown. My goodness. If you're not watching NACL right now, I'm so sorry you're missing out on one of the most entertaining games we've had of the split so far. 2 back-to-back Elders have been taken, and the game is still not over. CCG is still technically ahead in gold, but at this point, it feels irrelevant. 7,000 on the Baron. Dardoch arrives to the party. They have vision in the pit, but they're going to get engaged upon. Crimson in the backline finds Sam again. Wants to blow him up, but he goes gold, and isn't enough time. Sam again lives! Blue Water's all enough time, but music falls, and now the rest of Blue Water have to run. If they ever get vision of Samikin and realize that he's super low in HP, he would die instantly, but the rest of Blue Water managed to protect their mid laner from falling and getting scouted out. CCG still holding on, but I can't tell who is the one actually hanging on by their fingernails. I think both of these teams are on the edge of a cliff, and both are just trying not to be the first one to fall.
And you got to give props to CCG for just being able to trade even against an Elder buff, by the way. The fact is Crimson did so much damage in the back half of that fight, but now CCG are in a spot where Blue Water are trying to do this a Baron, but Blue Water don't have a smite, so there's a real chance Dardoch could just walk in and steal.
Yeah, they're just trying to force the fight so they can play with the Elder Dragon buff secure. Dardoch goes down. Blue Otter, the Baron is reset, but they get the prize that they wanted. Now that when music spawns in the next 10 seconds, they'll have a legitimate chance to rip the Baron without a smite contest from the side of CCG. But meanwhile, CCG themselves fighting for mid prio, trying to clear out all the vision. And Aljun, no! He's isolated once again. He throws out the Chaos Storm, but I think the Elder buff has been dropped at this point. Quacker flashing forward, able to snip him down. And CCG, once again, down to 3 members on the map. Blue Otter rocking with a full 5.
Yeah, these spawn timers are just terrible for the side of CCG. Aljun still looking at 55 seconds after getting caught out like that. So now this is the angle. Samikin's going to TP, and Blue Otter, now they're going to be able to try and secure this Baron. Dardoch has the ultimate, but this Baron's going down quick. I don't think he has time to jump in and save the day.
And I thought Array was going to put on his best Gumayushi impression, but he's not going to even take that chance, just in case Blue Otter pull another fast rotation and collapse and cause even more damage to CCG. They're just going to wait for the entire team to respawn so that they can play as 5 and hope to find stability. Meanwhile, for the side of Blue Water, what a game. What a game, beatdown. They were ahead early, they lost control, and now they're back. Just wrestled off of pure, sheer will.
Yeah, and pretty solid team fighting coming through from Blue Water. And when we talk about gold and leads, I mean, we're at this point where gold, it doesn't matter anymore. The only one really trying to build their last item are the junglers, and, you know, they have their roles in these team fights. So it's just down to execution. I mean, big thing CCG have going for them is that Array offers a lot of range and upfront damage for this team. And I think that's what we're going to continue seeing him try and do, just space, throw down as much poke as possible. And Crimson, he's just going to be trying to jump on the back line to get on top of carries like Levitate, like Samikin, because this Ambessa is so strong, will literally obliterate Levitate in seconds.
The question will come down to how well can Blue Otter protect Levitate if a scenario like that does happen. CCG, after being able to control the mid game for so long, they are once again on the back foot. The whole game practically, it felt like.
Yeah.
Now we're past the 50-minute mark beatdown.
Surely
we're going into our 3rd Elder of the game.
Yeah, that is insane. The thing going for CCG is that they have a good amount of wave clear, so they are able to protect this turret, but I think, oh, they're going.
Public execution, they spring the trap right onto Levitate. Crimson is just gonna
got
force
him.
it, and they were not able to protect the Jin in the backline this time around. Samikin can still try to carry the fight. Music too, but Quacker falls, and CCG might have found the angle they were looking for, but Music trades his life for Array, as he's gonna get punted back into the tower. No way for Blue Otter to be able to bail him out of that one.
This is what I was talking about. Again, the carries, the divers of CCG, if they get onto Levitate, look at what happened. He flashes and he dies. He is the strongest member on the team, full build as this Jin. But the timing couldn't be worse because CCG, they're going to secure that third Elder Dragon that you highlighted, Mark. And now, as we crest the 52-minute mark in the game, this might be the way this game will end.
I mean, we say that, Beatdown.
We do say that.
We say that.
Do we
but
believe
I'm not
it?
Gonna hold,
I don't know.
I don't know if I believe it at this point.
I don't know.
I have seen some ridiculous shenanigans on both sides of the rift here happen so far, and you know I'm not gonna count Blue Otter out yet, but CCG on paper with the third Elder of the game should be favored in the next fight.
And there's no Baron for a couple of minutes too. By the time Baron comes up, this Elder Dragon buff is going to be gone anyway. So really, at this point, it's just going to be about CCG trying to fish for a fight, kind of do what they've been doing the last quite literally 30 minutes. By the way, setting up vision so that there are these pockets of darkness that they can make these hit and run plays for. That right now, that's what we're going to see them do. Breezy, he's going to clear things out, place down wards, and just try and see if they can set the trap that's going to win them the game.
Nearly 55 minutes. Aljum going to take the Rift Scuttle Crab, or the Baron and Powder Scuttle Crab. Breezy now making his way through the top quadrant, laying down vision control. Spotted on a ward, unbeknownst to him. A lot of traps set up by Levitate on this Jin around the entrances of the base. CCG finally making their way to potentially siege on this top inhibitor tower. Dardoch waiting in the wings, was looking for an angle with that Grand Starfall, just going to catch the mid-wave, let that shove in as well before looking again for the angle.
Yeah, and for the moment, Dardoch, he's trying to bring in a wave into that mid lane. I mean, this is the best angle here for Blue, and that's why you're seeing Dardoch avoid this, actually. He's not showing himself, because if he shows himself alone, there's a chance Rovex can make the play on him and Blue Water can take somebody out of the picture.
Yeah.
So really, Dardoch's only choice is to clear these waves like this and look for the dive.
Here we go, into the backline, here we go! Multiple knockups from Breezy, and this just could be it! Levitate and Samikin, in the blink of an eye, are the only members left standing on Blue Otter's side. CCG pushing in through the top side, not even needing to wait for the Baron. It's just the power of the Elder Dragon that gives them the confidence and the boldness, but the inhibitors just respawn, but they're able to take out the Nexus Towers. That was weird, but you know what? It doesn't matter. CCG will finally take the first game of the series.
Oh yeah, visuals got weird for a second, but CCG in a almost 55-minute game, gotta be the longest game of the split. But they end up taking it in the end after the third Elder Dragon. Mark, I don't have much to say about that game. That was crazy.
Yeah, we were approaching Energy Shopify Gigabanger levels from last summer in 2024. Oh man, I think that was like a 60-70 minute plus game, if I'm not mistaken. But you know, CCG not wanting to go that far, they're like, all right, time to wrap it up. And I think for us, we're also wrapping it up as we get ready for a break. When we come back, it'll be game 2 on your screen. Stick around. Welcome back, gamers. Roll the highlight clips of the Giga Banger that was the official longest game we have had this split in the NACL.
Also,
Welcome
the
back
most
for those
amount
who
of
are
goals.
joining. It's your boy Rafa and Beatdown. Sorry, Beatdown. I didn't mean to cut you off. That's
You're
my
good.
bad. I didn't toss to you.
Loki,
that's
it's
on
my
me.
fault. I thought I incorrectly assumed you were done, so I'll hold that. My fault, Go.
All good, bro. But you know what? Here you go, Beatdown. For those that are just joining us and missed out on the first game, how would you describe that game, Beat?
It was Giga something. What really matters to me is that for the most part, CCG were doing a really good job leading that game. Some oopsies here and there for members who maybe were on the screen at that moment. Who can say? But I think what really not turned it around, what prolonged it, I think was how scrappy a lot of these fights are and how players like Levitate were able to ensure that Blue Otter were able to trade evenly, sometimes trade up, and Music for clutching out on winning that first smite fight around the first Elder Dragon. All of these things are what basically caused the game to go for so long, even though I think it was fair to say that CCG had a really high chance of winning all along.
Yeah, they definitely were the ones in control of the game, and then the volatile moments just came from some miscalculations from CCG and clutch moments from Blue Otter individuals, you know, whether it was Music on objectives or Levitate with some of these insane standoffs on the Jhin. Hell, even Samakin able to make some fast plays and fast rotations on the Weaver's Wall. Unfortunately, in the end, it did not matter for Blue Otter. It just was not enough. CCG able to finally, at the finish line, rally, get that second wind surging through their veins, and being able to cross before Blue Otter could manage to make the finish line themselves.
Yeah, and again, you got to give props to Blue Water for making it as competitive as they did in the back half of that game for a good 25 minutes. But at the end of it, CCG are the ones who come out on top, and they secure the very long game 1, where again, you said it, longest game of the split. We had a record for most gold between two teams, passing 200K, which I don't think I've ever seen before.
Yeah, I definitely haven't either. Right? But I imagine the gold chart was like, the most nauseating roller coaster ever.
Yep.
I don't even know if Six Flags would be able to fly with something like that.
Yeah.
Definitely does not pass the safety inspection, at least if you build it in Roller Coaster Tycoon. But Blue Water, I think some things they can take away from this game going into the second game of the draft is their ability to recognize when they are losing too much on the map in terms of just like raw laning deficits, and their ability to spring traps and make fast rotations. Obviously, you have a Talia, so that should like make you feel empowered to do so, but it wasn't always Weaver's Wall. It was just, fast teleports coming in from Quacker or Samakin himself, and the willingness for Blue Otter to commit on the play, whether it's the correct play or not. It seems for the most part Blue Otter believed in it, and those moments can always, take a team by surprise that normally I would say, well, only, teams that are not the top 3 would fall susceptible to this kind of stuff. But remember, Blue Otter was the team that took a game off of Luminosity Gaming, so we still have CCG favored for this series, but it just goes to show that Blue Otter can always surprise you when you least expect it.
Yeah, and I think something too, as a kind of last point on that game, I think I'd want to give a lot of props to Dardoch for, I think, how he played that early game, because I think even though he kind of fell behind because he had camps taken away by Music, he did a great job of just impacting so many of his lanes, especially pre-6 and definitely after pre-6. It showed, for the most part, a very clear understanding of how Blue wanted to play and how you could circumvent it.
Mm-hmm. Going to see if CCG go for something a little early game oriented for Dardoch again. This guy very flexible in his champion pool after playing for so many years in different areas of competitive over the years. But as we continue tracking the action in our second game, make sure that you are using our hashtag NACL on the, oh my gosh, I never.
Oh, you had
it.
I
had it. I didn't believe it, but hashtag NACL on all social platforms. And for those, if you're trying to spread the word on where people can catch the action, we're at NACL on both YouTube and Twitch. And then on Twitter, watch NACL. So keeping the action rolling and keep the conversation flowing. And also shout out to all of our co-streamers who are helping spread even more viewership across the pool today on the product. Always grateful for you guys as well. Shout outs to you and saying hi, and hope you've been enjoying the show so far. And would love to hear any of the conversation going forward about what you guys thought about the games from either your chat's perspective or just your perspective in general. Keep the conversation flowing, y'all, because these have been some crazy games today, even the second game from the series earlier today.
Yeah, and just real quick, if you have thoughts on that game 1, you should keep the conversation going in Rafa's inbox. Just DM him your thoughts, how you felt about the game. Yeah, everyone who's watching the game real quick. His Twitter's easy to find. It'll be fun.
But then you're gatekeeping it from everyone else. If you put it in my inbox, no one else gets to see. It shouldn't just be for my eyes. It should be for the whole world's eyes.
Okay, fair enough. Well played, Mark. Respect.
I have to navigate out of that one. The amount of times I've been DM'd hey or hi and nothing else in my inbox, giving. I don't even know why I revealed that. Now I'm just gonna.
I was gonna say. I just realized what you were talking about.
This was some 200 IQ play from you, Beatdown. You like gave me false sense of security to be like, he played it, and then I just walked into it. Exactly. I got too comfortable.
Too easy, man.
I let my guard down. Damn. That was just like CCG. They thought they were secure. They let their guard down, and then Blue Water struck. And they hit them with the hey in their DMs.
Well, hopefully you can do what CCG did and somehow bounce back from that situation. We'll see, though. Curious how you'll be able to do it.
bans for the second game have started. And so far, nothing out of the ordinary, although with CCG being on blue side, now are forced to ban Samakin Zoe away because they will not be able to have counterpick available if Blue Otter push that R5 to Samakin's pocket. Whereas for Blue Otter, pretty standard. Jace Rumble. They don't have to worry about Varus or Gwen. Fury is the only one I can think of that would be worthy of a ban, maybe at this point.
We'll see. I'm curious. I'm personally, I wanted to go through a little more just to see how teams actually are able to interact with it, because I think it is possible to be taken care of now with the nerfs and the two nerfs that came, or the single nerf that came after as a hotfix. So it is just going to be that easy B1 Neferi, because there's still that belief that it is very strong, and it is still very good. So we'll see how CCG roll around it.
The way I've seen this pick still thrive, despite the nerfs beat down, if you're a good pilot and you get through without fumbling the bag in the early game, this champion is still crazy good. This champion is still super oppressive. Obviously, there are...
Oh, nice.
All right, so Blue Otter going to throw down the gauntlet and say, all right, you get Neferi, we get Lilia. A carry jungler in her own right can definitely impact and scale just as hard as the Neferi. Just comes down to what is the identity that Blue Otter want to set up for their overall composition. And with something like a Misfortune, I'm looking at Wombo combo.
And I'm kind of expecting. There's still a lot of engaged supports in the picture here. I mean, I think both sides would really love Nautilus, just because I think it's great into Neferi. I think it's great into the Lilia as well. At point and click, it's just so simple and easy to do. But we're probably going to save that until a little later, and it's Kalista. Are we just going to see Renata picked up immediately? Yeah, I was going to say, like, you have to grab that just to ensure you can actually have a good lane phase. And wow, okay, fair enough.
Well, so here, Blue Otter, with the Misfortune, it's pretty much like a strong, not guaranteed, but a strong signal that we're going to look for heavy Wombo engage. CCG, as you called out, well, you slam the Renata, and now you goad them into saying, do you still want to, heavily dive into a hostile takeover? And I think the answer for Blue Otter is maybe try to play with the range, that Nautilus, not necessarily super committal, because you can fish with a def charge, and then if it looks good, you can follow up afterwards with range. So I think that was probably one of the safer picks. Leona would have been the other support I would have looked at in terms of non-committal engage. But I think for Blue Otter, their cards might be trying to pick up champions that can poke from afar so that they don't have to play into the hostile takeover.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm curious, too, how things are going to round out on that regard, just because you're playing, looking at Blue Otter's comp, you're playing Lilia, you want to farm, you don't want to do very much early on, but having laners that at least have some bit of prio that you can benefit from, I think is going to end up being pretty important. You probably lost that when Misfortune is generally a reliable push champion. Now you're playing into Kalista Renata. That angle is gone. So now it's just going to be about the rest of the map and how that's going to work.
Yeah, and CCG, well aware of things that could benefit of playing off of long range. They eliminate the Hui, so no chunks from the Severed Bolt are going to be available for Samakin this time around. I know that Lux would be another one directly from his specific champion pool that he could fish with from kind of long range if he's just looking for full combos, if not extremely long range with the final spark. Outside of that, CCG have yet to lock in their mid laner, so things like Xerath and Ziggs, you would want to wait and see what Aljun locks in before you pick a champion like that. That being said, are we concerned if Blue Otter have too much magic damage if they lock in a control mage with the Lilia, or is it okay?
Too much per se, but it's not fun as the Lilia. Like, you really want to be solo AP in that regard, but okay, so
is this mid lane Kai'Sa?
Oh, is it mid lane Kai'Sa? Wow.
I think it's like AP poke Kai'Sa. Oh my god. I mean,
wow.
you talk about range.
Yeah,
that's range, baby.
We gotta make sure that this is like what it's going to be. We'll see how the draft shapes up and wait it out. But the Kai'Sa is definitely an interesting one. We're going to immediately see the Rise. I like this answer because, I mean, for Aljun, like, you're going to be able to push in. You do scale well, and you have a lot of playmaking potential with the ultimate. But if it is AP Kai'Sa mid lane, I think later on, what I liked about Kai'Sa in the mid lane is that you go pure AP. You basically go all AP. So much damage from such a long range. And kind of similar to Pantheon, as long as somebody puts CC, you can kind of join from that semi-global distance with that ultimate in the side lane.
Yeah, I mean, unless we're seeing some weird misfortune mid lane, you know, I don't
Kai'Sa
see
jungle?
this Kai'Sa. Lilia top. Oh my god, that would be quite the cook. But Blue Water gonna bring back potentially a favorite that... Oh my god, it actually is the favorite. It is the Quacker Darius. Legends have been told about this pick. There have not been many sightings of a Darius from Quacker, and at least from the games that I've seen of him in years, but Quacker is pushing off the dust. He's shaking off the rust, and he's like, I got one more in me. I'm pulling out the Darius for old time's sake. This was a special from his collegiate days. This was one of the champions this guy was known for. And even though Quacker's now been around the scene for quite some time, you know, we were talking in our prep beatdown, if there is a game where Blue Water could go off and, you know, and it comes off the back of Quacker just being the GOAT, it would have to be him bringing out the Darius and having a standout performance. And I don't know, maybe this is it, beatdown.
I mean, it could be. The Darius, I think it's, he kind of likes the angle, not just in lane, but overall, not a whole lot of long range. I think this whole comp that they're working with on CCG plays into this Darius' range. So if he gets going in the early stages, Quacker could have that opportunity to do some smashing himself.
The draft is so spicy from the side of Blue Otter. I was really looking at CCG to be the ones that were gonna cook up something a little bit better, but other than, you know, the Nefiri pick and just, you know, answering with the Kalista Renata, they had some solid answers that they posed to Blue Otter's original questions. But then, wait, it's not actually mid lane Kai'Sa.
No, yeah,
it's actually mid lane Misfortune.
So that one I think is interesting, even though that's a bit unorthodox for this league here, from what we've seen on screen. I do like Levitate having the Kai'Sa in his hands, because I think part of the reasons we loved watching Levitate play last split is when he's playing Zeri, when he's playing Kai'Sa, these hyper carry late game scaling champions where you have a lot of agency, you have a lot of ability to win the game for your team. So I think in this situation where Blue Water are facing down the barrel of yet another loss, this is what I would rather have Levitate on.
I'm thinking beatdown. I'm trying to play out perceived lane 1v1 of Misfortune Rise in my head, because I'm not a mid lane main, so.
I mean, if you feel like AD champions, it just like doesn't feel good as a mage, because they can just auto attack you and also can do that. So it's going to be kind of tough. I think Aljun's just going to be wave clearing the whole time.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious, like, how much wave control do you have as, like, how fast are you able to kill waves is what I'm trying to figure out. And that comes down to whether Samikin is maxing Q first for lane harass or maxing E for the wave control.
True.
I don't know what is more ideal in this scenario, if, like, you can get wave control just from, you know, having the HP harass on lockdown with these Qs. But because Samikin is fully pushed up and he is on something like a Misfortune that does not have a dash, just a lot of movement speed, he has to be careful of overextending, but the wave has kind of rested back to neutral, and he dodges out on a gank angle that Dardoch was trying to look for, unless Dardoch is trying to look for a repeat visit.
He has to. Yeah, I mean, that is just brutal for Dardoch. He just wasted so much time. I mean, when you're playing Nefiri, you want to be farming. You want to be able to get to level 6 and beyond, very much like Music is doing, but he wastes time mid. He wastes time checking Music's jungle because nobody got early vision and knew where he was, and then he wasted time walking through mid again. So now Music, he is just way ahead right now, and Dardoch has nothing to show for it.
Gonna be slightly behind. I like what Dardoch is trying to do, just looking for the Scuttle Crab as fast as possible. Can try and take it with a smite, but he doesn't have smite actually available. Music is spotted on the top side. Crimson is in trouble, gets tagged by the Swirling Seed. Tries the double slice and dice through, but Quacker pops the Q. The burn from both Music. But the last turret shot was just in range for a little too long. And at least for the case of Crimson, he gets one back.
That's best case scenario for Crimson. I will say, though, Music not believing in the bleed. I'm pretty sure that was 5 stacks and that Crimson would have just bled out, even with the potions running. But maybe worried about second wind. Fact that Crimson does have the door and shield. So I guess he had to go and risk it. It does kind of give him that fast back, though. So, you know, it's not all bad.
Fast back. Does he keep the buffs, though? That's the question. I don't think
he definitely didn't.
Well, that's not ideal. Let's take a look back.
Yeah,
Cinematic style.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Not a whole lot else to really say here. Again, it costs 2 flashes as well. So I think, honestly, you don't feel too bad about that one. If you're Crimson, you're able to pull a lot of resources out of them for this play. As we watch Lilia die in slow-mo. There she goes.
You know, for some people, that's the content they love. And then for Lilia
mains,
I don't know. There are a lot of Lilia haters out there. I've encountered.
Okay,
you know, people are annoyed by, you know, something like a deer prancing around and just, you know, doing a ton of dot damage later in the game goes on. But then again, it's either their fault or their jungler's fault for not stopping the Lilia.
It's always jungle dip.
Jungle gap. It's always jungle gap at the end of the day.
Yes, sir.
Well, because Music invested a lot of time in trying to make that top play happen for Quacker's Darius, Dardoch was able to at least catch up in camps on the map here. And I think there is a chance where Music was forced off of both crabs because he is down flash. And now CCG swapping their bot lane to the top side. Quacker answers it with Rovex, at least helping him pick up a majority of the wave so that he doesn't miss out. But this should give CCG full control over the first rotation of Grubs.
And I really like this setup here, kind of, as you alluded, taking advantage of the fact that Music doesn't have flash and the fact that they have a really strong bot lane 2v2. Lilia, historically excellent at taking Grubs, takes them all very quickly, very effectively, but because of the power of this Kalista Renata, CCG are going to be able to easily secure these, and Music's just going to have to walk away. I don't think he'll take Dragon fast enough, but there's an angle where he tries to go for it anyway, and CCG will just let that one happen. But now Blue Otter, they're in that position where that next spawn of Grubs, they're going to have to try and fight it out. You don't want to let all 6 go.
Hopefully by then, in Blue Otter's case, all of their summoner spells will be available, and they'll all be level 6 as well, or at least level 6. Because there's a lot of powerful ultimates that you can combo on the side of Blue Otter. We talked about, you know, them potentially leaning more into range. I was not expecting them to kind of all in on the dive aspect, but, you know, once again, like the boldness, but CCG, I believe Array got snagged by Rovex under tower, or maybe Quacker.
I like that call out. Quacker was going to hit 6 on that wave. So, and I think Array recognized that one too. That's why he went for the flash in lieu of getting executed. That was a nice play there from Rovex. At the end of it, Array is just going to be able to get that wave in and back off. We'll see if Crimson backs as well. And we see it kind of back to stock standard lane assignments.
Blue Otter now have a pretty reliable target they can go for, even though Array still has, you know, slipperiness on the Kalista thanks to the Martial Poise passive. I mean, Rovex will hit level 6 pretty soon, and all he has to do is just flash to get in range, send a Death Charge onto Array, and if the rest of his damage dealers are in range to follow up, Array is not going to be going anywhere and could very well be suscept to a fast play from Blue Otter, as we've seen in the first game.
And right now, things kind of slowing back down as we're keeping those earlier late assignments. I think partially because Samikin stopped the back of Aojun, prevented the swap that they were originally going for. Is going to take some time away from CCG. Blue Otter did manage to get that first Drake off screen, so they can play towards a Dragon Soul if they're able to do some stacking. But it kind of depends on what CCG's priority is in that regard. And whether or not Blue Otter will be able to secure that second spawn of Grubs, because that's the next thing.
Yep. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock before that second rotation of Grubs. Meanwhile, 3 minutes for the second Dragon, which looks like it's going to be an Infernal one. So we're either going to have a Cloud, Hex Tech, or Ocean, or Mountain Soul this game. We'll see where the dice ends up in terms of the RNG Dragon Wheel. First item spikes yet to be achieved by any member on the Rift so far. Big note.
Mark, real quick, I just want your guess. What soul is it going to be?
All right. I am going to throw down... You know what? I'm going to say Cloud Soul this game.
Okay, respect.
I think a lot of people are just going to end up going fast this game.
Let me tell you, I hope you're right, but my guess is going to be Ocean Soul.
Okay.
Something about this game.
Something about it seems fishy. Like Aojun,
Uh-oh.
Floating Lullaby is going to come out. Yep. Samikin gets in range. The flash to get away from the bullet time, but another flash expended by Music so that he can land the Eep and send Aojun back to the fountain.
I forgot about that interaction, that the bullet time does not wake you up from sleep. So, honestly, it just shows this this Fortune mid in this game kind of in a new light for me. In part that I think Samikin's already been playing this one pretty well. Yeah.
Maybe they've been cooking on the Misfortune mid already.
I mean, I'm sure they have been. I'd be really surprised if Samikin's like, yo, real talk, give me MF. You take Kaita like out of nowhere.
Trust guys.
I've
been playing it.
Yeah. There's some idea. You know?
I don't know. I believe it. You know? If Blue Otter felt like, you know what, why not? What else did they got to lose? And we're able to pull a fast one in the flex. But good on Blue Otter so far, being able to at least show Samikin very familiar with the Lilia and Misfortune interaction. Now, Blue Otter having their bot lane on the top side of the map, while Dardoch, I think, is about to just go for the second rotation of Grubs uncontested.
Yeah, we're just going to see this one again. Not much else to say. Really easy. Aojun flashes and dies, which is the worst part of the game, flash or die. But I think a big deal here is that it's not Music, but it's looking like instead it's Dardoch who secures this rotation of Grubs. I think Blue Water, they just let this one go. They don't want to fight for it. And I guess they're worried about losing out on a skirmish, giving away gold to champs like Nefiri. And I can kind of recognize that, especially in this position where I don't think members of CCG are actually going to be hitting very many turrets. Array and Breezy are probably the only ones who will, and I think the only way CCG can get some real mileage out of this before plates fall is just overloading a side lane like we've seen teams do in the past.
Yeah, there have been very few instances where I look at a team giving up or giving over 6 Grubs and I go, yeah, that's fine, you know? And this one is like still kind of borderline, but you know what? Like, you're right. There's not like...
Oh, well, there you go.
If Crimson gets a solo time where Quacker's not here to respond, then yeah, it's a Munga W for Blue Otter. But for CCG in general, it is hard for Aojun to step up on a wave if Samikin is contesting, because Samikin should have a relatively easy time to kill the wave before Aojun gets a chance to answer on the turret. However, credit to CCG. They're playing well off the fact that Music still doesn't have flash. There is no ult timers from the side of Misfortune or Lilia during that period, so they could set up for the Dragon, move their priority of their bot lane over, and just making sure... Oh, look at that beatdown! You rolled correctly on the Ocean Soul.
I do this every day, man. Don't make a big deal out of it. It's
chill. Well, Breezy He doesn't get caught out every day, and thankfully he's got a face call, so he is totally fine. It is an ulti for ulti traded. Good bullet time. Forces Array back. Lilting Lullaby off the top. He's forced to flash away. Music tries to get in range. Ooh! Samika was looking to line up that Q bullet and hit Breezy off the rebound, but Breezy manages to avoid it and stay alive.
Yeah, it does cost some flashes from the side of CCG, but they do walk away with that one in one piece. But now Music, and he's going for this aggressive angle because he likes his chances, but Crimson's here.
Dardoch still has Hound's Pursuit. Unfortunately, he doesn't have numbers, so I'm not sure if he favors his chances here. Quacker is going to yoink Crimson back, forced to pop the Dominus so that he stops the bleeding. Here comes Dardoch.
Wow, nice
goes
dodge.
for Music, and now has the reset on the second. Hound's Pursuit isolates Quacker, and Blue Otter just overstayed their welcome. CCG get the punish in, and Breezy, okay, it's not going to land the handshake.
Nicely done there from Dardoch to be able to invulnerability some of the major damage. Oh, wow. Aljun barely lives there. But yeah, I think Crimson Dardoch played that one out really nicely. They managed to get some resets there on the Hound's Pursuit, as you called out, and it got them first brick and so much more gold into their pockets. So while things were kind of in an even game state, CCG, they start to pull away.
Aljun immediately TPing back to the bot lane after barely surviving against Samakin on the side lane there. And like we said, beatdown, if Blue Otter's side lanes are matching CCG's side lanes, then they don't get a chance to walk up and hit these turrets. But Aljun, healthy enough and knowing that Samakin is down mana and down ultimate, is going to just take the time to use his passive so he can tank a shield and take a turret aggro and just go in for the chip damage whenever he can. Just knowing that if this is a war of attrition whenever you have 6 grubs on your side, and trying to avoid as much confrontation as possible with Blue Otter while they are on gold parity with you. But this way, you can get that influx of gold, and CCG now feeling favorable about a numbers advantage. Rovex forced to retreat.
And it's another turret down from the value of this Grubageddon that CCG are working with here. And now they're starting to pull away that much further. Almost 3K to their names, and all Blue Otter have to show for it is Quacker on the other side of the map here. It doesn't look like there will be any sort of a teleport response, so that is some gold that Blue Otter can be happy about getting for themselves. But right now, not in the greatest of positions to fight for something like the Rift Herald that's upcoming. The CCG, I don't think they have the favorable scaling going into that later game, but if they keep on winning fights like what we just saw, it won't matter.
Yeah, to some degree, I don't think, hang on. Quacker, 2v1.
Oh, nice dodge.
It's pretty hard to deal with that one. And you know what? To his credit, he did get close since Dardoch was brought to about 3/4 HP, and Quacker didn't have the benefit of getting all full hemorrhage stacks. And the Void Seeker hits one of the doggos in the back. Samakin, he's fine.
Yeah, I mean, Nefiri, if you're a skill shot champion, you hate Nefiri more than anyone else in the game because of how the pack is able to do that. Because Quacker goes down from a nice gank, CCG get themselves Rift Herald to play for, and because they have the grubs, it's just going to be that much more effective. And the only outer turret left is in the mid lane. I just foresee a really easy take on that mid tier 1 turret, and then they can just walk down and get that second Drake for themselves.
Still 40 seconds before it spawns. 2.5 minutes on the Otacon, and of course Baron not for another 7.5 minutes. But for CCG, as you called out, still ahead relatively in gold because they've been able to make a couple of decisive plays, capitalizing on the overextension of Blue Otter. 2 items already spiked here for Dardoch on the Nefiri. Such a scary opponent for Blue Otter to now have to deal with when they walk in through the jungle. Blue buff getting contested. I think Dardoch was able to smite it away. Paul Oh, Call of the Pack was used to dodge the lilting lullaby, so now he can pressure Samakin out of the fight. Music at least gets one back onto Array, but Dardoch tries to fish for Music, but he flashes out to safety. Dardoch now trying to force the flash away. Levitate goes in with the killer instinct, but good root by the handshake of Breezy puts Levitate back in the dirt, but Quacker, here it is! The Darius
oh my
that
God!
we have heard legends spun and woven over the courses of time, and it has been brought back to the present and giving CCG a big spanking.
How about a 1-for-all, Mark? CCG wiped off the map, and Blue Otter are going to be the ones to secure their second dragon. Really nicely done there. Big for Quacker to show up when he did. And not only do they collect shutdowns, do they collect gold, they're going to knock down a turret in the process.
Such a big win. The gold lead that CCG had for the past few minutes, completely irrelevant now. It has been evened up. Now Blue Otter find themselves ahead of the curve. And while Quacker was the big cleanup janitor that benefited and pretty much wiped away everyone from CCG, I have to give some props to the way Samakin and Music were able to play out the fight, baiting in CCG's threats one by one and really understanding their limits there.
And in doing so, Blue Otter, they get this gold lead down to quite literally nothing. Now, CCG, I mean, they still have plenty of power to be playing with here, but Blue Otter, a second item power spikes are starting to come online across the board. And it's worth noting that Blue Otter making that fight work is great for them because you're not really expecting them to be able to win fights like these until a little later. But I mean, you can kind of see the angle. A lot of damage came through, and I think this is the difference maker. And the fact is, Array went down, and the bailout wasn't able to bring him back. So as soon as you lose this Callista, I think this fight just isn't winnable anymore.
Yeah, it definitely felt like they just lost. They ran out of all their damage tools right there. And oh, what a beautiful Q flash from Quacker. Just syncs up onto the final three stragglers of the cluster there. And now Blue Otter evened up the game. 2 dragons to the name. Still down 6 grubs overall. So if CCG ever find a decent fight for themselves, they can always just rip through a bunch of turrets depending on how strong the fight does go for them. But as you can see, gold leads are pretty much non-existent. A slight one for Samakin in the mid lane against his component, equalized by Array against Levitate, but everyone is very strong at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, especially for Levitate, again, talking about him. But this is the kind of champion that we know he just does really well on overall historically since we saw him join the league last summer. Again, the Kaisas, the Zeris, he's able to space out really nicely in these team fights, especially when you give him champs that have that little bit of movement to work with here.
CCG trying to contest this red buff away from blue. Looks like the smite does go down over to Dardoch. Now they just have to make their exit. Potentially fishing for Rovex. Dardoch popping the Call of the Pack preemptively. CCG maintaining vision control and wrestling overall the jungle away from Music.
Yeah, I like this denial of resources here. Now we're seeing the back come through from Crimson. Blue Otter, they're stacking a big wave bot lane for this.
Is Rovix okay? He throws out the Death Charge. Hostile takeover. Buy some space. They isolate Music. He doesn't have Flash and doesn't get a chance to survive this time around. Rovix also super low. Levitate forced to flash away. The rest of Blue Otter not getting a chance to collapse and try and take advantage of any of the CCG members that went super deep into the jungler's face. And the rest of CCG able to make it out. This might just be a clean Otacon rip.
Most likely. It's tough, too, for Blue Otter. They sacrificed a lot. A big wave on that bottom side to go for this play, and they end up losing on it anyways. The damage is good enough, and they have the health bars to take down this Otacon, so that's a big neutral objective win here for the side of CCG, and they kind of get that lead that they had earlier back on their side.
CCG is still showing that they are the ones more confidently in control of the game still. but I want to continue putting stock into Blue Otter as these guys are still not necessarily out of the game. Quacker, I have to say, this is definitely not a build I've expected out of Darius. Not a Darius player. I just know that I've seen Stride Breakers, but the Dead Man's Plate second item definitely makes a lot of sense. I think this is the first time I've ever seen a Shojin rush before. Probably, maybe I'm just not familiar with Darius builds in the current metagame, but love the ability haste that he has access, and then at least the movement speed from the Dead Man's Plate will allow him to close the distance here. Breezy taking a lot of damage. Quacker pops the NOS button, looking for the flank. Array pops the Fate's Call, but I don't think he's going to be saving himself here unless he gets a bailout kill for the reset. Quacker almost low, looks for the dunk, flashes away. Dardoch tries to close the distance, but it's the Otacon GAs that are being expended, and Quacker somehow still survives, still thriving until Crimson finally slices him down to size. And Aljun will be the next to fall. Blue Otter being able to pick up a lot of the kills just off of the Otacon GAs being expended, but they have cleared away CCG on the map, and this is their dragon to take.
Yeah, even though it's just the GAs and CCG are back on the map, it's still about 1,000 gold over for Blue Otter overall. So it is definitely a nice amount of gold that you're happy to get with, and I like the play that Blue Otter set up in the first place to make this one happen here. The proactivity is really good, especially for Quacker, who is rocking the Ghost instead of the Teleport, so he does need to be very preemptive on how he engages with these fights.
Blue Otter now on Soul Point. Next dragon that spawns in 4.5 minutes will be one CCG cannot afford to give free willingly, especially in Ocean Soul on the likes of champions like Lilia and Darius, who are constantly keeping themselves sustained throughout the fight. And then plus the benefit of Ocean. Oh, Breezy. Good flash there. Dodges the dredge line from Rovix. I guess it was also a flash from Rovix as he was just looking for a snap fast play. Aljun, Realm Warp popping in. Swirling Seed doesn't tag Aljun, but the Blooming Blows does. Aljun now isolating Samakin on the bottom. Not getting a chance to set up with that bullet time. I think he was forced to flash over the wall since Crimson was approaching just underneath him. So now this more Misfortune does not have a flash for the next fight.
Wow, Summoner spells popped, but no one actually goes down. But I like how willing these teams are to scrap it out over any bit of territory that we see in these neutral areas of the map. And right now, I think Blue Water, because of how the last 10 minutes have gone for themselves, they're in a pretty good spot just because they're playing for the Ocean Soul. And I think that's something that will work out pretty nicely for them. Having that extra bit of sustain, I think it's valuable this game, especially considering how strong their comp is a little later.
Yeah. No one is on 3 items yet at the game, but some members are close. Rovex almost trying to throw it back with the dredge line, but doesn't quite hit Array or Breezy. Just takes a little bit of damage off of all the spears being rendered in there. Very close to 3 items for this Callista. Same with Dardoch on the Nefiri. That's just where the little bit of the gold lead can be felt on this 3rd item spike. Baron is alive for the taking. CCG just waiting. And Breezy preemptive face call, and the knock-up levitate is called out, and the Hound's Pursuit will allow Dardoch to close his fangs around Levitate's throat. Finds the reset onto Rovex, and just like that beatdown, CCG find their window.
Blue Water's bot lane is gone, which means the Baron is going over to CCG. Right, even Quacker is only just coming down from base, so nobody is going to be able to stop them as CCG, they once again run away with the game.
Blue Water. Backs are once again against the wall. We saw them be able to go the distance in the first game. Can they do it again, beatdown? Can they bring the game and stall it long enough that Levitate can become a hero once again? Or will CCG learn from the trials and errors of the first game and have a better time closing it out in game 2?
Or maybe option 3, CCG win, but they don't quite learn their lesson from last game, and it's another hour-long game. we gotta acknowledge that one.
True. We could just be on the slow ascent to another roller coaster for the next 30-something minutes. So
Exactly.
if you're at home watching, this might be the perfect time before the Ocean Soul spawns to get some popcorn,
Get a
get
snack.
some drinks, because we could be in for a ride. Who knows? This could be this next couple of fights could be the last, or it could just be the beginning. As Blue Otter now take to the top side of the map, defending the tier 2 with their lives. Levitate not able to really join up with their comrades here. He's got to be careful. He's got no flash. He's got no cleanse. And he's going to have to take a trip back to the fountain thanks to Aljun.
And that space means the next wave is going to give CCG even more gold with that tier 2 going down. They have a wave coming in the mid lane as well. It's going to be able to, just get max value out of that Baron buff. And I like that Aljun is kind of learning his lesson from the previous game as well, not being in range of Blue Otter's engage to make space for his team, since their opponents are overloading him.
The nice thing for him, he now has the capability of making fast plays with the Realm Warp. Rovex snags Aljun, looks for the death charge. Wait a minute, Beatdown, did you just cast a curse this man? He's going to be so sad, but just like that, Aljun thankfully has the Seraph Shield and the Phase Rush to speed on away. Array could be in danger, but Blue Otter don't find the engage necessary to lock down the Callista. Now everyone from CCG take to the darkness of that bottom river entrance. Rovex snags Aljun with the dredge line, but just not in range. Bullet time is just sidestepped by the majority of CCG. Aljun goes golden, baits and levitated out. Everyone from CCG all ins on the levitate, who overextends his welcome, and now there's no Kaisa. It's all on a Quacker to find some Darius resets, but he gets hostile takeovered by CCG. Turns on to his own friend and comrades, and Blue Water are sent running for the hills.
Wow, CCG, they dismantle Blue Waters in this team fight. Levitate goes in a little too far, and I think we aren't done yet. Nope, right as I say it, we are. Levitate, he goes in. I see the vision, but the problem is his team isn't anywhere near him, and because they lose so many members, that's at least an inhibitor to go down, and if Blue Water aren't careful, that's the game.
Music and Samikin gonna play defensive for now, and CCG will not overstay their welcome. They'll just guarantee the denial of the Ocean Soul over to Blue Otter, at least for the next 5 minutes. CCG now picking up the dragon for themselves. Baron spawning in the next 3 minutes, and the gold lead extends to 9,000.
Now this is an insane amount of gold, and a problem where we talked about whether or not Levitate would be able to have his team buy tie for him so he could be the man. I don't know if there's enough time to be bought anymore, because CCG, and they keep winning these fights. They keep, I think, team fighting a lot better. I think they're really good at isolating targets, finding the smallest bit of openings in these team fights to be able to basically get quick numbers advantages. I think Array and Breezy, especially on this Callista Renata, have done a really good job of that. I know Array, historically big Callista lover, so I'm sure he's happy to be able to find the angle for it this game and do this well.
3.5 items, QSS, so it's even harder for Blue Otter to lock this guy down consistently. Even if he gets slept, boom, cleanse, he's totally fine. NACL's Crucible from Breezy, just as an extra layer of protection. CCG have all the tools necessary to close this game out against Blue Otter. But then again, Beatdown, I've said that before.
You have.
I have said that before.
Oh, it's we can't. Nothing is impossible. We have to recognize this is NACL, and things get crazy, things get loose, things get wild all the time.
One might even say crazy is their game. Oh, wait a minute, my feed froze. Beatdown, did I lose you? Beatdown, come back! No! I'm all by myself.
No, you're not. It's okay.
Beatdown's back. Okay. Damn. Yeah, someone really hates the fact that we're casting together. They just do not want to see us thrive together.
I know, this
crazy,
is ridiculous.
bro.
Crazy disrespectful. You know what else is crazy?
What's
this 10K lead CCG are rocking with right now.
Damn.
A lot of gold, Mark.
That's like crazy. Bam. Bam.
Whoa, we're on Twitch. We're on Twitch. We're gonna get in trouble. You can't do that. Good song though. Good song. I respect it.
Got the DMCA's out in the woodworks suddenly.
Bro, we don't talk about it anymore, but Twitch is watching. They're always watching for these things.
They're always
I can't let us
bro.
get caught.
True. Well, thank you, Beatdown. Making sure that I don't get caught with my hands on the cookie jar. CCG
7.
07. Just taking the means necessary to secure vision around the top side quadrant. It's just been kind of a dance of vision between both of these teams, waiting for the right moment. A hostile takeover will tag a few members here. Levitate taking a couple auto attacks from Quacker, and he's already forced out of the fight just thanks to the hemorrhage and the bleed. Blue Otter lose their support and jungler for free, and CCG are now taking the Baron.
And it's just nice and easy. It feels like this fight just works for them every time, and it's been CCG's whole game plan since the series started. Again, you just set up a good amount of vision, and you attack Blue Otter from these pockets of darkness. It's just been working so consistently well, and Blue Otter, it feels like in both games, they don't have an actual response. They seem to be getting caught more often than not, and it's what's led to CCG winning the first game, having Baron with a 12k lead this game.
You know, we talked about 10,000 gold leads being, you know, pretty hard to recover from. How about a 13,000 gold lead? At that point, it's just a common courtesy to just send it and let fate arrive all the same. CCG do away with the first Nexus turret. Rovex falls. Array under fire. Blue Otter trying to see if they can pull a miracle out once again, but Samakin cannot finish off Aljun as he's forced to flash away from the last spell flux. Blue Otter managing to take out Dardoch on the Fury, and both of the Nexus turrets yet falling. Maybe there's a chance to pull out one last Hail Mary in the books here, but Levitate is chunked. Samakin cannot find enough damage. Another hostile takeover, and everyone from Blue Otter turns on each other. CCG will sweep the series.
And there it is. Not quite the clean sweep we saw in that first series, but CCG get the 2-0 nonetheless, and kind of maintaining our belief in this team and how good they really are. Not reflected in the record, in the standings that we saw going into today. And this time around, CCG, they kind of show that one there as they collect more wins.
Yep. Definitely a better showing from CCG overall in this second game versus the first game, where Blue Otter really did make them bleed for it and really make them work for that first game win. A lot more volatile in that time around, but the second game, as you can see, CCG having a better grasp on the game overall, start to finish. I think once that first overextension that Blue Otter had on that top side was really where CCG just started closing down on the control of the game, and, you know, about a couple moments in the mid game, never let go.
Right, I think they did end up going for a cleaner finish than we saw in that game one, which was a nice look there for CCG again. I mean, this is a team where we have our top three in Dark Zero, LG, and NA. And now this time around, who's going to be the kind of fourth and fifth? And I think CCG, they make a good argument for themselves to be that fourth place team.
Yeah. And for Blue Otter, even though series loss overall is not, you know, it's not fun, it's not the greatest thing to be the recipient of, but I think there's some things that Blue Otter can still walk away being able to take away and say, hey, like we pushed them. There's a couple looks in their ability to make fast plays on side lanes and a couple of these plays. I still think the bottom jungle fight that led them to picking up their third dragon of the game was still executed really well, being able to bait CCG further in and allowing Quacker to get a really easy cleanup. But I think overall there is definitely a sign of this team not being able to find natural laning advantages early on, and so they have to rely on pulling, you know, these creative early game looks or these mid game fast plays. And you know, curious if Blue Otter will be able to level up, you know, just the laning game itself, so that they're able to compete against some of the top dogs. Otherwise, you know, I think if you're watching as just a general NACL fan and you understand that, you know, CCG is still the favorite over Blue Otter, and just looking at like what can Blue Otter look to do for the rest of the split is just continue improving on that early stage, right? And just seeing if they can find ways to leverage an advantage that doesn't come from necessarily objective play, but maybe just from early laning phase.
Yeah, that definitely would be the hope. It'd be really cool to see a Blue Water kind of show us some of the highs that we saw from them last summer, because that was a really good look and a really exciting team to be following, especially in the back half of the split and those first couple rounds of playoffs. So, you know, there's still a couple more weeks left. There is still a chance for them to be able to make top 6, make playoffs, and we're just going to wait and see what they're able to do at that time. While CCG, it looks like they're the ones who are kind of on the rise. Again, 2 of their 3 losses are against our 2 top teams in the league. They lost to Dark Zero, they lost to LG, and this is kind of expected. And now you got to imagine it's only up from here.
Yeah, CCG, I think the only team they haven't played against is or I guess hang on, I'm looking.
Oh no, I was wrong.
Right
LG is the one of the top 3 that they haven't played yet.
Right.
So they lost to NA and Dark Zero.
That's right. So LG is the last opponent that, you know, could, you know, potentially give them a much harder time than the rest of the teams in the league and deny them a series win just on paper. But if CCG continues leveraging a lot of these really strong map plays that they've been able to make, I think one of my favorite things of watching CCG is how decisive they are once a window has been opened, and how methodical the map play starts to become once a lead has been created, because then it just seems super damn hard for the enemy team to be able to get back into the game. Obviously, there's a little bit of volatility in that first game where they were, you know, kind of struggling, but you could see that at some point CCG were just like, okay, we just have to commit right here and not give them like a chance to retreat, right? And from there, CCG closed it, book shut.
Yeah, that's right. And 2-0, even though it was kind of a long series. But, you know, that's how these things go.
I mean, I'm always going to be grateful to both CCG and Blue Otter for giving us the longest game of the split so far,
right.
The Giga Banger that was game 1. I don't know if CCG were grateful that it was that long of a game, but at least at the very hope, you know, they were having a hell of a ride, you know, doing it. You know, we'll definitely get a chance, because I think we are just about ready. Loading up our interview with the winner of CCG Esports, getting confirmation that it will be ready in just about a minute's time. Just making sure that everything is ready on the technical side. But before we meet our victorious interviewee, Mr. Beatdown, last takeaways about the series.
It was pretty interesting. Again, I kind of joke about the length because of how long that first game was, but it is good to see Blue Water do have some fight left in them, and the hope is that, again, that they're able to continue that one going forward. And on the other side of it, I'm happy CCG are able to pull through this series and get that 2-0, continue to climb their way up in the standings, because this is another team that I'm kind of hoping will be able to punch up, because you look at the players that they have individually, look really good.
Yeah, we'll see and continue to track CCG's journey in the spring split of the NACL, as I do believe our interview is ready, and it is with Crimson, the top laner of CCG Esports, aka also known as one of the 3 Shura brothers from the legendary trio of Viper, Sniper, and Crimson. First of all, congratulations on the series win. Thank you for taking the time to join us, Crimson. I gotta ask you, what were the comms like at the end of game 1, or just like in the last 10 minutes of game 1?
Honestly, we were all really stressed out, like especially like literally the whole
I believe
team.
it.
But honestly, like I think I carried my team towards the end in terms of comms. Like I tried to keep them like, you know, like calm down. Like honestly, I wasn't really even nervous the whole time. Like I knew we were gonna win, you know.
Ooh, look at you, calm and collected, while the rest of the team is just running with
panicking,
like and it's like Crimson's like, don't worry,
like,
guys,
boys, lock in. Yeah. Oh, that's
Sometimes
cool.
you gotta do that for the squad.
Of course. I'm curious too about what were your expectations going into Blue Otter this split? Like, what did you, or this match, excuse me, what did you think of them? Did you expect to have kind of a difficult time game 1, game 2, or what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I knew we were gonna win the series, but I did not expect to have a game like game 1. Honestly, like we should have. It definitely was a sloppy game. You know, we should have closed it out a lot easier. And honestly, I am really glad we won. Like I was really disappointed in myself after our last series against what's it called, the DZ. So I'm glad we managed to close this one out.
Nice. And Crimson, you have now, this is your overall, I want to say, second split? Or, no, not second split. This is your 4th, oh, hang on. I disconnected from, am I back?
Yeah.
Do I still hear you?
Yeah, you can consider
Okay.
me. Okay.
My apologies. This is your 4th overall split in NACL, or is it your? Because this is your 2nd year.
Yeah, I believe it's my 2nd split.
Oh, your 2nd split. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
my 2nd split. Mhm.
I'm so sorry. That was I second guessed myself. But in your 2nd split so far of the NACL, what are some of the learnings that you have taken from the end of your 1st split last year and are trying to apply as technically now a sophomore in NACL?
Honestly, like last split, like especially in the beginning, I wasn't really doing my 1v1s, and but now I'd say like I'm like doing my 1v1s a lot more, like especially right before my matches, even the day before, just practicing certain matchups, like that Gwen versus Mbissa game.
Yeah.
And I think that's like the biggest thing, honestly, just getting more used to like being consistent, you know.
So you mentioned your disappointment when you guys recently lost to Dark Zero. So the only team in the top 3 you haven't played yet against is Luminosity Gaming. So I want to know like what you think. Is that a match you're looking forward to? Do you take this one match at a time, or do you kind of look more towards the teams at the top and you want to try and knock them down?
Honestly, even like going into DZ's match, I thought we were gonna win, and I still have that mindset. Honestly, in playoffs when we play them, it's just a matter of like getting better as a team. I think at this point, and even for Luminosity, I think we can easily beat those guys too.
I love the confidence, and I think you got to maintain that kind of attitude whenever you're going up into the top 3 teams. You definitely don't want to be pushed over, and show that you guys are worth being respected as. And that's why me, Beat, and the rest of the broadcast crews have such high expectations. Even if there's like a 3 favorite kind of titles or split title favorites in that top 3 conversation, I think you guys are definitely one of the teams that has the potential and should be looked at as a dark horse that shouldn't be slept on. My last question for you, Crimson, is when you play with this team, what are some of the things that you really enjoy about working with this roster that you didn't get in previous rosters? This isn't trying to say like you're talking smack about previous rosters, but what are some stronger benefits about this roster that you're playing on?
Honestly, I think working with a veteran jungle has definitely helped me out. Like Dardock's comms, especially like in the mid game, have really helped me like go for like specific decisions. He's even telling me like where I can flank, for example, when in those situations I should be doing that, or I should be calling it out to my team. So having a veteran jungle definitely has helped me. And like even Johnny, he's like a rookie, but we're both learning like fast rates. So I think we both have like the potential to be the best as well.
Really quick, I'm curious. You talk about getting pointers from Dardock, and we all know how experienced he is and what he's achieved. Is that kind of a role he plays for everyone on the team? Is he like kind of someone everyone looks to in that way?
Yeah, for sure. I definitely would say so. And honestly, having an experienced balling helps just as much. Like Array and Breezy, their comms are always good. They're always winning lane.
Yeah.
It's just what I love to see.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Well, Crimson, thank you so much for your time on an interview. Before we let you go, any other shout outs you would like to give?
Shout out to my friends for watching my series. I'm always gonna love them for supporting me. Shout out my family, and shout out my brothers for like watching me and introducing me to the game.
Hell yeah. Always love shouting out Sniper and Viper. Hope those two are doing well. And Crimson, again, thank you so much for joining us on the interview. We'll see you next time, and good luck on your next series.
Thank you.
I'll beat down. that does it. Our day is wrapped.
done.
2 back-to-back sweeps on the day, which is, always a clean way to close out a broadcast. Don't get super late into the evening. I think it is approaching 9:30 p.m. on your end over on the East Coast.
That is correct. So not too late, to be honest.
Okay, so
Yeah.
maybe we can. If I fly out to Toronto right now, we can hit up Minerva by the time I get there. Get some
I
late
mean,
night
it'll be tomorrow, but that sounds fire, to be honest.
Oh,
so
okay. I am
hop
getting
on.
word.
Hop on the flight.
Okay, well, I'll look at it. But first, we got to roll out our MVP for the series. And a drum roll, please. Who is it? It's Array! Overall series MVP, not only performing on the Callista in Game 2, but also the Varus in Game 1. Game 1 was definitely a gigabanger, and but Array still being consistent in not only, as Crimson called out, he and Breezy winning lane almost every time this series and in a lot of the games that they're playing, but also still being a standout performer for this squad.
And it's something that we kind of expected, but also hoped for, because players like Array and, of course, Breezy again, were always solid, somewhere between solid and very good players. So now they have this opportunity where a lot of talent have moved up to really step up and try and be that top-tier bot lane. And I think in some ways, especially when we talk about lane, they've definitely achieved that. It isn't just today and on what Crimson is saying. You watch a lot of these teams' games, even against when they played NA, they were getting 2v2 kills pretty consistently.
And it just goes to show that Array and Breezy, when we have kind of propped them up as, is this a bot lane duo that can punch their way into being recognized as a top 3 duo for the first time in NACL, that's a legitimate conversation that we're having right now, and it's a conversation that's now having a lot of merit as we're seeing, even if they're dropping series to some of the big teams like Dark Zero and Near Airport, the fact that they're standing up to them, that's their main competition for the talks of top 3, and Array and Breezy are still putting up reliable numbers. It's very not often that we don't see them, that we see them slip up like that. But to put a cap on today, we're going to look at the standings for how all of the teams now stack up, given the new series score. Dark Zero remaining undefeated, not just in series score beatdown, but also in game score. No team has taken a game or a map off them yet. And I even got a quick message from Hawk, who is one of our other casters on the crew, who informed me that Dark Zero and the core of this roster has not dropped a game, or let's see. Hang on, let me go back to the message before I say this. Okay. This roster has only lost 2 games in the entire calendar year of 2025 across both NACL and Collegiate. Both of those games were to Illinois State University with Music, who plays on that roster, but nobody else has taken a game off of this Dark Zero roster in both spaces. So this is literally a team that is not just dominating NACL, it is dominating the entirety of the Tier 2 space.
Yeah, I mean, this roster is nuts. The only real challenge for them at this stage is their upcoming series against Near Airport next week that we were kind of alluding to. And if they duo Near Airport, I mean, they're just going to win everything.
Yeah, I think they will just go on a run if Near Airport is not able to be the team that takes a map off of them. But showing y'all the schedule for tomorrow's games, because we still got 4 more series left in the week. Tomorrow, it's Polestar taking on Luminosity Gaming, and then closing out the day will be Supernova against Dark Zero. And then, for those that are curious, the last series of this week on Friday are going to be CCG against Winthrop University and Near Airport versus AMI. So, for us here, that is going to conclude our show. In just a few more seconds, just getting beat down back.
Yeah, he's here.
First of all, shout out to everyone at home for watching and supporting the show so far. I know that there were a lot of times Beatdown. Somehow the internet gods was just trying to prevent him from being reunited with me on the broadcast, but you know, we got through it. Yeah, just like CCG and Blue Otter, they got through, you know, the long gigabanger that was game 1, and we got through all the, you know, tech issues that were out of our hands, and, you know, internet just basically saying, screw you, B, what the heck, you know? It was... Still don't know what was happening, but this was a fun time, B. It's always a pleasure to cast with you. Sorry it took so long to reunite on the cast, but glad we finally got to do it again.
I am too. Honestly, as much as I want to go back and forth and gush about how much fun I had, I'm scared of getting disconnected again. So, Mark, wrap this up, please.
Wrap this shiz up. You heard it, boys. See y'all next time. Make sure to tune in same time tomorrow for more NACL action. Fights unless they have a numbers advantage here, which is exactly what was the case with Zamudo leading the turn. Man, that needlework is cooking. All right, you know what? Zamudo might be onto something with this build. I don't know. Public execution on the huge G. That's the tank. Not necessarily the ideal target. Hoarder trying to buy space for the rest of his team, forced to flash away. The culling is going to keep them at bay, and now Spyrax has a chance to go in. Fate Seal is going to clip 2. Good night, Kisno and Manui. Chrome is going to hit the dirt as well. Dark Wings and Hoarder now trying to run for the Zamudo also going to help escort the wave in. Dark Wings and Chrome, it's on them to defend the base. And Dark Zero, are they going to try to go all in here? Beatdown, I think they are. Chrome steps up with the explosive charge, but a flash from Yuji with the 3 talent strike had already prepped it. And Dark Wings has the impossible tech to 1v3, but it's just not enough against Dark Zero. Oh man, if that was...
Flip's not a good idea.
Crimson with the public execution finds the backline. Remember, Levitate is walking from the base. Big seismic shove combo, but just not that much damage. Quacker falls next. Rovix pops the quick miss. Here comes the curtain call. Maybe it can find a couple stragglers here fishing for bullets. Crimson steps up so that Dardock doesn't have to take too much damage, but he's on top of the seismic shove in the unraveled earth. And
Levitate!
Does not survive Levitate. Can he cook here on the Jin? It's only 4 bullets left in the chamber, but Rovix is peeling for him, and Levitate is saving 13,000 gold lead. At that point, it's just a common courtesy to just send it and let fate arrive all the same. CCG do away with the first Nexus turret. Rovix falls. Array under fire. Blue Otter trying to see if they can pull a miracle out once again, but Samakin cannot finish off Aljun as he's forced to flash away from the last spell flux. Blue Otter managing to take out Dardock onto the Fury, and both of the Nexus turrets yet falling. Maybe there's a chance to pull out one last Hail Mary in the books here, but Levitate is chunked. Samakin cannot find enough damage. Another hostile takeover, and everyone from Blue Otter